Bai Tsunglong took his 4 guards with him as he marched away. He turned hard eyes on Red Sleeve and said, "Who told you that you could cast a deadly attack on Han Sen? Maybe we can overlook the fact that Knife Queen rejected your offer, but for that Duke to disobey your wishes. I just wanted to make an example of what can happen to anyone who dares to cross you," Red Sleeve said as she lowered her head. "I can take care of my own business. Don't do that again, or I'll see to it that your life ends there." Bai Tsunglong grunted coldly, and then he said, "It was fortunate that you were unable to kill him. Not even I would be able to pull enough strings to get you pardoned for murdering someone in King's Garden. I was being reckless. Please punish me." Red Sleeve quickly bowed. "Whatever. Just don't do it again." Bai Tsunglong waved his hand and began to search for another primary root king dragon. Because primary root king dragons showed up in different locations every time, the royal children were forced to search a new king dragon out every time they wanted to train. The only other option was to never leave the king dragon, even when the tree wasn't releasing golden light. Han Sen and Bai Wei climbed back atop their primary root king dragon. They waited there for another chance to be taken underground. Luckily, only the royal children were permitted to access the king's garden, and there weren't many of them. King Bai only had 100 children. Han Sen and Bai Wei had some luck. Aside from Bai Tsunglong, they encountered no other royal children. No one showed up over the next 10 hours, and Han Sen thought that their training might go smoothly. But then he noticed someone flying quickly toward him. "Bai Wuchang," Han Sen said, startled by the man's sudden appearance. It was the same man he had met in the space station. Bai Wuchang was clearly coming to see Han. Senator Bai Wei blanched when she saw him coming, but by then it was too late to run. "Han Senator, why did you not come when I asked?" Bai Wuchang hung in the air, staring down at Han Sr. "I never agreed to come." Han Sen raised his hands as he spoke. When Bai Wuchang heard Han Sen, his face did not move a muscle. His features were as still as stone, which gave him a great poker face. "In that case, how about you and I fight right here? I am Bai Wei's guard, not some stadium gladiator. I will not accept." Before Han Sen could finish, Bai Wuchang swung his knife at him. *T. Is everyone in the Extreme King this unreasonable? Han Sen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife to block Bai Wuchang's sucker strike. Clang! The knives collided. Bai Wuchang was slashing downward, while Han Sen was pushing up. Purple and white knife airs came against each other. The knife airs broke and spread out everywhere. Because Han Sen was standing atop the king dragon's head, the shattered knife air hit the primary root king dragon and woke up the sleeping beast. The primary root king dragon roared. Its body rose, and its golden dragon scales shook as it swung its head. The primary root king dragon couldn't release its power, but even its physical strength was terrifying. The power of its head swing was capable of breaking the fabric of space. It created a teleportation and shadow effect, leaving behind afterimages of its head as it moved. Han Sen, Bai Wuchang, and Bai Wei were thrown off. Bai Wuchang barely seemed to notice. He slashed at Han Sen from the air again. His knife was like ice. The blade was very cold, but the power it exuded seemed minimal. It didn't unleash ice power. It was very weird. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife came against Bai Wuchang's knife twice, and neither of them appeared to have an advantage over the other. The primary root king dragon roared and tried to consume them. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported. He wanted to get away from that angry primary root king dragon, but Bai Wuchang mindlessly rushed after him without a care in the world for anything else. Bai Wuchang kept chasing him, and the king dragon kept trying to consume them. It made Han Sen angry. He pushed his Jade Skin and Blood Pulse Sutra to the max. He focused on Bai Wuchang, who was drawing near, and slashed towards him. Dong! Bai Wuchang was a duke, too. Han Sen's blow landed on him and knocked him away. He fell a few thousand meters before he came to a stop. Good. 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 Now I see why you are considered to be on the same level as Lone Bamboo. You did not disappoint me. Bai Wuchang wasn't angry, but happy. He smiled. But his face was way too stiff. The smile looked strangely forced as a result. It made people feel uncomfortable whenever they saw it. While they were talking, a cold white air erupted from Bai Wuchang's body. The cold air turned into an icy fire that gave off no heat. With the cold fire burning, Bai Wuchang's body started to look transparent within his white armor. He was like a translucent phantom. Phantom Ghost King body. Han Sen, get back. Bai Wei ran in front of Han Sen and placed him behind her. She spoke to Bai Wuchang, Brother Wuchang. You are a prince. Attacking my royal guard like this will damage your reputation. People like Han Sen aren't worthy of being your enemies. Bai Wei knew Bai Wuchang's true capabilities. The king body of an extreme king was usually activated at king class. It was one of the reasons that Bai Wei was looking forward to king class. This was true for all of the extreme king, with the sole exception that was Bai Wuchang. When he was a viscount, his king body awoke. He was very talented. In the extreme king, where everyone was so rich and powerful, he was a genius of extreme rarity. He usually didn't need his king body to beat opponents of the same level, though. With his phantom ghost king body, he could challenge king class elites. Since Bai Wuchang had activated his phantom ghost king body against Han Sen, it was evident that he was taking this fight quite seriously. The rules of King's Garden applied to all the royal children, but Bai Wuchang didn't seem to care. He was completely ignoring the King's Garden rule that forbade murder. Bai Wuchang's eyes danced with excitement. It was as if he didn't see Bai Wei at all. He stared at Han Sen and said, "Come on. Fight me. Is this guy insane?" Han Sen sighed. He felt as if he was a magnet for nutcases. Before, Bar wanted to kill him. And now, Bai Wuchang. Han Sen wondered if there was something special about his body that made him attract such crazed individuals. Bai Wei started to say something, but Bai Wuchang was already slashing downwards. In his eyes, it was as if she did not exist. He came swinging at Han Senator, but Bai Wei stayed in front of Han Senator. She was going to take the blow instead. Bai Wei frowned and gathered up an invisible power in her fist. She was going to cast her extreme king punch. But all of a sudden, she felt something tighten around her waist. A strong arm grabbed her and yanked her backward. Han Sen stood in front of Bai Wei. His eyes were so clear, and his ghost teeth knife was brimming with a dark purple knife air. It rose to meet Bai Wuchang's knife. Bai Wei was now behind Han Sen, and she shouted over his shoulder, "Be careful. His phantom ghost king body can attack both your physical self and the very essence of your soul. Don't let him get close to you." After Bai Wei said that, Bai Wuchang's knife came down on Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Bai Wuchang's knife didn't even seem to have a corporeal form. It pierced through Han Sen's blade, carrying Bai Wuchang's body through the ghost teeth knife and the teeth power. He came slashing towards Han Sen like a real ghost. The cold flame was about to touch Han Sen's hand. Han Sen squinted his eyes and moved his feet. Still holding Bai Wei by the waist, he teleported away. Bai Wuchang was fast, though, and his attacks never paused. He slashed behind Han Sen like a bug on his skin. Han Sen did not dodge. He took a swing at Bai Wuchang's knife. Bai Wei was confused. After seeing the man's previous strikes, Han Sen should have known that Bai Wuchang's phantom ghost king body couldn't be challenged by ordinary weapons. His knife wouldn't be able to block Bai Wuchang's strikes. Dong! Two knives came against each other with a metallic shriek. Bai Wei's eyes widened, overwhelmed by utter disbelief. Bai Wuchang's phantom ghost king body had been blocked. How is that possible? Shock reverberated through Bai Wei. Han Sen's first attempt to block Bai Wuchang's phantom ghost king body had utterly failed, but this time it seemed to be working. Bai Wuchang was surprised, as well. But ultimately, he looked even more excited. His knife slashed toward Han Sen like some ghost from the phantom world. Han Sen put down Bai Wei and used his knife skills to fight back against Bai Wuchang. He moved around continually, and he blocked each of Bai Wuchang's strikes. The fierce fighting soon drew the attention of all the nearby royal children. They could sense the ghostly echoes of Bai Wuchang's strange power. Phantom Ghost King Body's signature style was well known, and people could feel its presence from great distances away. Bai Wuchang has gone mad again. Who is the unlucky one this time? That Phantom Ghost King Body is too scary. There aren't many substances that are able to harm Bai Wuchang. Even many king-class opponents can do nothing to stop him. Of course. Otherwise, why would the king love him so much? Many people stood in close proximity to the fight. They wanted to see who had been unlucky enough to draw Bai Wuchang's attention. Bai Canglang sensed the activation of the Phantom Ghost King Body and frowned. He said, "It's coming from behind us. Does that mean that Bai Wei is the one battling Bai Wuchang?" A while later, Bai Canglang rallied his guards to follow him back. Who is this guy Bai Wuchang is fighting? His knife is able to block the Phantom Ghost King Body. A few of the royal children had drawn near, and they were shocked to witness the fight unfolding between Han Sen and Bai Wuchang. Some powers were known to be able to counter the Phantom Ghost King Body, but only a few. It was quite remarkable that a duke they had never seen before could block the Phantom Ghost King Body. He didn't appear to be at a disadvantage against Bai Wuchang either. The sight was quite unusual. When Bai Canglang saw the fight, he was also stunned. He frowned and said, "The rebate's teeth knife does wield a good deal of destructive power, but it shouldn't work very well on the Phantom Ghost King Body. How is Han Sen managing to block the Phantom Ghost King Body? Does his knife possess some special element?" The other royal children were thinking similar thoughts. Only Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang knew Han Sen's knife wasn't actually able to block the Phantom Ghost King Body. The others that had come were unable to discern the difference. Han Sen wasn't using pure teeth power, instead, he had mixed in another technique. He was fueling teeth knife with power from the story of genes, which could last forever. Teeth power was unable to touch Bai Wuchang by itself, but the eternally solidified power in combination with teeth knife was able to strike the Phantom Ghost King Body. Who is this duke? Many of the royal children looked on with gaping mouths. Not only could Han Sen touch the Phantom Ghost King Body, but his power and knife skills were proving to be just as good as Bai Wuchang's. His techniques and movement patterns were weird, and Bai Wuchang seemed to be having difficulty fighting him. Han Sen's movements were very light. The ghost teeth knife looked as if it was casually dancing, but every skill was very accurate and focused. It made Bai Wuchang feel as if he couldn't make use of much power. His knife skills look like the skills of the rebate, but the way he moves seems different. It looks like something you'd see in Sky Palace. The Extreme King had many elites, so they had an easier time identifying some of Han Sen's peculiarities. Han Sen's teeth knife was combined with the Under the Sky knife skill. Because Under the Sky had just been discovered, not many people in Sky Palace had learned it yet. And so, not many people had seen it before. But with that being said, people were able to guess that it was indeed a skill born in Sky Palace. Great! Where does this duke come from? His knife skills are excellent. If we are just talking about his abilities with a knife, I would say he is definitely stronger than Bai Wuchang. Where did such a powerful duke like this come from? I wonder which royal child's guard he is. Han Sen suddenly fell back and slashed ghost teeth knife forward. Dark purple knife silks floated down from space, wispy and half-transparent. They meshed together and began to bind Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang's body was snared by the cloud of knife silks. He couldn't move, and he was tied up in the air. Bai Wuchang roared to the sky like a beast, and his cold flame blazed higher. He cut the knife silks off his body, then madly rushed towards Han. Senator Han Sen moved. His ghost teeth knife seemed to slash in a meandering, casual way. The knife silks kept appearing around Bai Wuchang, though, and it was like many spider webs were falling across him. They restricted his body, limiting his ability to fight back. Although Bai Wuchang kept forcing his power to surge in order to break the knife silks wrapped around him, he couldn't make his way to Han. Senator. He burst through the nets many times, but he was starting to have difficulty summoning enough strength. And while he was taking damage, he was losing more and more of his power reserves. Not long after, Bai Wuchang's cold flame became unstable. It flickered wildly, making the semi-transparent body look solid. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife was thrust forward. Bai Wuchang's body was tightly bound, and this time, no matter how hard he tried, Bai Wuchang didn't have the power to free himself. He could no longer break the knife silks that had locked him in place. The knife silks had reoriented themselves to hang him upside down. He could not free himself. All of the royal children seemed to be frozen. Bai Wuchang had been strung up like a caught rabbit while fighting a duke. The news spread through the extreme king like wildfire. It became a well-known tale far and wide. Bai Wuchang had been beaten and hung upside down by a duke. And that duke was Bai Wei's own royal guard. No one believed the story when they first heard it. After all, Bai Wuchang had the infamous phantom ghost king body. He was the sort of foe that gave king-class opponents headaches. How could he have been beaten so handily by a mere duke? Those who didn't believe the tale soon discovered that the story was true, of course. Some of the royal children had taken videos of Han Sen and Bai Wuchang's fight. They were published all across the Extreme King's internet. The video was hastily downloaded and watched by many people. *T. Who is this guy? He has such sneaky knife skills. Too sneaky. He didn't gain victory by fighting Bai Wuchang face to face. With those invisible knife silks to exhaust all of the prince's powers, I wouldn't even call this a fight. You know nothing. That is precisely why this duke is so scary. Even Prince Wuchang couldn't level the fight between them. It is scary. Prince Bai Wuchang's phantom ghost king body has always defied restrictions, and that duke bound him anyway. That man's power is frightening. It seemed to resemble the rebate's teeth knife, actually. But teeth knife cannot produce silks like that, and there's no way it could touch the phantom ghost king body. The fight became a hotly debated topic. They were used to Bai Wuchang occasionally selecting victims to pummel with his power, but they didn't know how to react when Bai Wuchang got manhandled by a duke. The feelings elicited by this were hard to explain. All of the princes and princesses behaved so awkwardly now. After all, King Bai was very affectionate to Bai Wuchang, and he was a very cocky man. Many of the royal children avoided Bai Wuchang, but deep down, they didn't agree that he was the most talented prince. That reputation, combined with his preferential treatment, made them rather jealous. But now, Bai Wuchang had been taught a lesson by a royal guard. Many of the royal children were happy to see him get knocked down a peg or two. So what if he is talented? He is just some dumb *SS with powerful limbs. He got played by an outsider duke. He is embarrassing, and yet, father treats him so well. A prince that saw the video laughed. Miss Mirror watched the video multiple times. She looked more and more shocked by each replay. What she had seen in the grave of soldiers and kings was very different from what she was seeing now. It made Miss Mirror wonder if the duke in the video was really the same Han Sen she had witnessed in the grave. Inside the grave, Han Sen used only raw power to fight. He was like some muscle-bound ape, hell-bent on crushing all that came at him. But in this fight, Han Sen was sinister and cunning. He played by Wuchang from beginning to end. The frustrated prince was unable to release his own phantom ghost king body power. What a powerful strategy and amazing knife skills. Did he learn those in Sky Palace? But can Sky Palace's knife skills suppress the phantom ghost king body? Miss Mirror stared at the video in deep contemplation. Suddenly, Miss Mirror's gaze stopped at Han Sen's hand. The video wasn't very clear, so Miss Mirror couldn't be exactly sure what she was seeing. Zoom in here and enhance this image, Miss Mirror called out to a couple of techs while pointing at a finger on Han Sen's right hand. The image zoomed in and clarified. There was a silver and emerald ring on Han Sen's finger. The moment Miss Mirror saw the ring, her face whitened. Her jaw clenched as she stared. That calm, attractive expression of hers was gone, and she was starting to look like a completely different person. That ring. Why does he have it? Did he find his grave inside the grave of soldiers and kings? Miss Mirror's expression was unreadable. She stared at the ring on Han Sen's finger for a while before returning to her bedroom. After closing the door behind her, Miss Mirror took out a little box from beneath her bed. She hesitated at first, then slowly opened it. She looked inside it with a conflicted expression. The box held a silver ring. It was set with an emerald that looked like an eye. It was just like the ring Han Sen had dug up from the grave of soldiers and kings, but this one was a size smaller than Han Sen's. Miss Mirror touched the ring in the box, but she didn't take it out. Then, she closed the box and put it back. Miss Mirror's expression looked normal again, but something unsettling was still visible in her eyes. Miss Mirror turned around to leave the room, but she hesitated and returned. Her eyes looked so serious as she took the box out again. She picked up the ring, placed it on her finger, and spoke to herself. You might have kept it hidden for many years, but you couldn't hide it forever. You would have never thought that the ring would wind up in the hands of an outsider duke. If you were to learn of this, you'd be rolling in your grave. After that, Miss Mirror laughed. She laughed so hard that her eyes began to glisten with tears. Interesting, so interesting. This Han Sen is most intriguing. Inside an extreme king palace, an elegant woman was watching Bai Wuchang practice knife skills. She frowned and said, Wuchang, I told you that when learning the arts of combat, you need to be more versatile. Depending solely on your phantom ghost king body is a bad plan. I hope you learned a little lesson from this experience. Consider it a warning. You need to learn more from your teacher Ancient Abyss. Bai Wuchang didn't answer or even look at her. He clenched his knife and kept swinging it through the air. He didn't use power, though. He looked like a commoner practicing combat. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? A little anger crept into her voice as Bai Wuchang ignored her. Bai Wuchang eventually stopped, looked at the pretty woman, and spoke coldly. I am going to Extreme Mountain. The pretty woman jerked her head up and said, No. No way. That is too risky. I blaze my own trails, Bai Wuchang stated flatly. Then he left the training grounds without hesitation. Wuchang, stop right there. Do you hear me? I will not allow you to go to Extreme Mountain. This is impossible. The pretty woman's face was twisted, and her voice was very sharp. But Bai Wuchang walked away without looking back. He sounded certain when he said, The moment I exit Extreme Mountain is the moment I will go and fight Han Sen again. Chapter 23:12 Universe Geno Lock. Han Sen's day hadn't gone well. He beat Bai Wuchang, but the primary root king dragon was taken by another prince. Han Sen wasn't strong enough to beat another king-class prince and 7 half-deified guards. Even if he could have won, Bai Wei didn't want to offend the prince. that relinquished the primary route. Bai Wei selected a smaller king dragon to practice with. Han Sen thought doing that was meaningless. If they didn't claim a primary root king dragon, then there wouldn't be much king air for him to absorb. Refining ghost bone power would be faster and more efficient. King Bai had 100 children, but there were only 30 primary root king dragons. Claiming one of them without fighting was very rare. You had to have a lot of luck to secure one peacefully. So Han Sen and Bai Wei spent their days practicing on the smaller king dragons. Fortunately, Han Sen had brought many Duke Xenogeneic genes with him. They were the resources Isha had given to him when he became the holy child of Narrow Moon. Han Sen had brought enough Duke-class Xenogeneic genes to gain 100 points, a total which he quickly reached. Jade Skin Battle Body has reached the required standard for the release of its Geno Lock. Open the Geno Lock. Mutant Blood Battle Body has reached the required standard for the release of its Geno Lock. Open the Geno Lock. The two announcements played back to back in Han Sen's head. He jerked in surprise, for he had no clue what was happening. Han Sen's heart jumped. Jade Skin activated of its own accord, and then his entire body became jade. Some sort of switch inside of his genes had been flipped. It was like all the windows of a sealed room had now been opened, so all the air outside could come in and fill up his body. Endless power came surging into Han Sr. Jade Skin Battle Body has opened its first Geno Lock. Han Sen was shocked. He had opened Geno Locks in the sanctuaries, but he hadn't realized that rebuilding his body and coming to the Geno universe would require him to open those Geno Locks again. But this was a very different process than it had been to open Geno Locks in the sanctuaries. Now, after a Geno Lock was opened, he felt like his body was connected to the planets. By standing on a planet, he could draw on the power of that planet. It reminded him of the description of astral bodies that he had heard previously. After the Geno Lock opened, the 100 Duke genes vanished. The tally went back down to 0. Does this mean that it takes 100 Duke genes to open one Geno Lock? Han Sen regretted the fact that he hadn't brought all of his Xenogeneic genes. But when he thought about it, he realized that bringing them with him wouldn't have been a great idea anyway. He didn't have much storage capacity. If opening a Geno Lock required 100 Duke genes, then opening locks for all 4 of his Geno arts would require 400 Duke genes. On top of that, there could be more Geno Locks he didn't know about. The Xenogeneic genes he had saved might not be enough to open all of his Geno Locks, anyway. But still, Han Sen was feeling very happy. If 100 Duke genes could open one Geno Lock, then the story of genes should follow the same rules. Using 100 genes to open a lock was better than consuming a whole slew of resources for the story of genes to achieve next to nothing. But it was a shame that the story of genes had yet to reach Duke status. Han Sen couldn't yet put his theory to the test. No matter what the case might be, I am going to have to find more Duke Xenogeneic genes. Han Sen didn't want to continue his practice in the king's garden. After thinking things through, he decided that he needed to go off and hunt down Xenogeneics. My queen, my practice has gone as far as it can go in this place. There is no danger in the king's garden, so why don't you stay here to practice while I go off and hunt down some Xenogeneics? I'll see if I can achieve a breakthrough. This was the benefit of Han Sen selecting her. If he had become Bai Zhanglang's guard, he could only have acted on the prince's orders. He could never have said something so bold. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, if you want to hunt Xenogeneics, you can go to Knight's Paradise. That place was built for royal guards. There are lots of Xenogeneics there, and only royal guards are permitted entry, so the fighting isn't too bad in there. Killing wasn't allowed in King's Garden. Since she wasn't in mortal danger, Bai Wei didn't see any reason to force Han Sen to stick around. She even walked Han Sen out of King's Garden before going back to practice on her own. She didn't plan on fighting for a primary root king dragon, so she found a weaker king dragon to practice with. That way, no one would bother fighting her. Han Sen wanted to bring Bauer, the little red bird, and the blood Kirin into Knight's Paradise, but he was told that only royal guards could enter. As a result, he had to go by himself. Knight's Paradise was a system. There were no planets capable of supporting ordinary life, but many xenogeneics still lived on them. Normal creatures relied on airships, unless they were strong enough to live in the inhospitable environment. Although Han Sen had his big white whale, he wasn't going to use it. After he entered Knight's Paradise, he saw that the system was occupied by a lot of galactic shrimp. Han Sen observed the galactic shrimp. They were mostly Duke class, but there were not many of them. Compared to the swarms of galactic shrimp in the systems of chaos, their numbers seemed almost pathetically small. Han Sen didn't go and kill the galactic shrimps. He flew straight to an orange planet instead. Before Han Sen entered the system, he did some research to ensure that he was well prepared. He knew that the orange planet was full of stone and metal xenogeneics. Their defensive properties were quite impressive, and they were relatively rare. There was a lack of king xenogeneics there, though. Ordinary royal guards would have no interest in hunting on that planet. Since Han Sen was unwilling to go to the popular planets to hunt, he had far fewer things to worry about. The popular hunting grounds would have too many king-class guards, and they would pose the biggest threat to him. Knight's Paradise was not King's Garden. Because only royal guards were allowed entry, they could get away with a lot more. Han Sen couldn't predict what might happen if he encountered others, particularly if they proved hostile. Han Sen landed on planet King Kong, and he found himself surrounded by orange rocks as far as the eye could see. As the orange rocks aged, they slowly degraded into orange sand. Because there was no atmosphere to support traditional life forms, the planet had no plant life. And that meant that the temperature of the planet's surface was very low, about 200 kelvins. The gravity was a few times higher than that of most planets, too. Ordinary humans definitely couldn't live there. But that sort of environment wouldn't affect a duke. Han Sen touched down on the orange sand of the desert and started walking. Because the xenogeneics were hidden in caves or beneath the dunes, he would have trouble spotting them if he flew. Because of this, he settled on walking. Planet King Kong had many solo xenogeneics. They rarely operated in groups, which was one of the reasons why the other guards didn't like going there. If the king guards wanted many low-class xenogeneic genes, it would take a long time to collect them because of the independence of the xenogeneics. Han Sen kept walking and walking until he saw the sand rise around him. Something that was 3 meters long suddenly emerged from the sand. Chapter 23:13 Planet King Kong. Han Sen's eyes flashed like lightning as he turned to face the thing coming out of the sand. It was a humanoid form made of rock. It rose and immediately smashed a fist of stone down toward Han. Senator Han Sen quickly retreated so that the rockman's fist hit the sand. The sand shot out in a miniature shockwave around the creature's fist. Stone was clearly its element, so the creature would have difficulty casting power outside of its body. However, the creature was quite adept at using its power to reinforce itself, so its physical strength was extremely impressive. As the rockman swung at him again, Han Sen deployed his jade skin battle body. Then, he threw a punch to meet the rockman's own. Pang! Han Sen's jade fist came against the rockman's stony knuckles, which released the sharp cracking noise of stone hitting stone. The rockman's giant fist and arm were shattered by Han Sen's punch, scattering broken chunks of rock across the sand around them. Han Sen quickly followed up his punch, hitting the rockman repeatedly. After a few blows, the rockman's body had become nothing but rubble on the dunes. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. Rock Demon, Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen didn't obtain a new beast soul, but that didn't bother him. He rummaged through the rubble of his fallen foe until he unearthed a mud-colored crystal. Xenogeneic Duke Rock Demon gene obtained. Hansen picked up the crystal and resumed walking through the desert. Now that Jade Skin had its first gene lock open, he could borrow power from the planet itself. The ability was proving to be quite useful. He stood on planet King Kong and recovered the energy he had spent when he took down the rock demon. Hansen walked 100 miles, and during that entire time, he only encountered 2 rock demons. Xenogeneics were annoyingly rare on the planet, but because of that, there was little in the way of risk. It would just take longer for Hansen to collect what he needed. Hansen could fly very quickly, so he took to the air to speed things up a bit. He traveled across the desert until he saw a black fog choking an area in front of him. Hansen thought it might be a sandstorm or a gathering of dark clouds, but there was something about it that didn't feel right. The planet's atmosphere was too thin to form real clouds or sandstorms. The black fog came closer, and Hansen realized that instead of being composed of sand, it was actually a vast cloud of stoneflies. The stoneflies looked almost exactly like ordinary flies, but their bodies were composed of black stone. They were a common low-level xenogeneic that was commonly known to reside on planet King Kong. They were the only xenogeneics on the planet that could attack in a group. Dong dong, dong dong. Killing them was pointless. Most of the stoneflies were barons, and it was very rare to find one that was even a viscount. None of the royal guards cared about stonefly xenogeneic genes. As the stoneflies came closer, Hansen heard a weird noise coming from their midst. It sounded as if there was something larger hovering in the middle of the dark cyclone of insects. There were so many of the stoneflies that they hung over the ground like a black cloud. As a result, Hansen couldn't see what lay within. This is a truly amazing number of stoneflies. It isn't common to see this many of them, according to the chronicled history of planet King Kong. Why are they here? What drew them here? Hansen wondered. Hansen was wearing his galactic lobster armor, which would protect him from even king-class creatures. Hansen wasn't worried about the insects in front of him, so he walked right into the hordes of stoneflies. He wanted to see what he would find in the middle. Even if there was a king-class xenogeneic, Hansen would be able to battle it within the dark cloud. If he could kill a king-class xenogeneic, its xenogeneic gene would be a great reward for him, as well. The number of stoneflies within the swarm was truly mind-boggling. Hansen strode through the swarm, and it sounded like a rainstorm as the stoneflies pelted his armor. The stoneflies weren't trying to attack him, though. There were simply so many of them that they flew into Hansen's armor by mistake. Hansen made his way through the stoneflies, and after a while, he saw a blurry shadow in front of him. The closer he got to the shadow, the more stoneflies there were. The shadow soon resolved into a beast with 4 legs. It looked kind of like a tiger or a lion. But that shadow was so obscured by the stoneflies that Hansen couldn't see even an inch of its skin. Other than a rough outline, the creature's form was hidden. Hansen could only tell that it was 20 meters tall and 30 meters long. The xenogeneic was now approaching under the blanketing stoneflies. The stoneflies raced furiously around it. The xenogeneic passed close by Hansen, but it continued to walk without showing any sign of wanting to attack him. Hansen frowned. He moved his leg and a petrify shockwave spread out around him. Although stone element xenogeneics had a strong resistance to the powers of petrification, the stoneflies were simply too low-level to withstand his attack. Hansen's petrify shockwave spread out, petrifying many of the stoneflies on contact. They fell down from the sky. The stoneflies upon the xenogeneic also became petrified, and they began to fall to the ground one by one. As that creature continued to walk, its real face became visible. It was a wolf made of blue metal, but for some reason, it had been sorely injured. Blood coated the creature's entire body. The stoneflies had swarmed around the wolf, trying to dine on the blue blood that was oozing freely out of its body. Blurg! The blue metal wolf suddenly coughed twice. It continued to hack as it moved forward, strings of blood hanging from its mouth. Many of the stoneflies buzzed down around its head, clearly drawn by the blue blood that was now staining the sand. Han Sen sent out another wave of petrification, but the hordes of stoneflies stretched far beyond the reach of the attack. Seconds later, they had descended to cover up the blue metal wolf's body once more. The blue metal wolf barely seemed to notice the stoneflies. It only continued to walk without rest. Every step it took left a giant paw print in the sand. I am way too lucky. I've met an injured king-class xenogeniac. It might even be half-deified. Han Sen was so happy. The blue metal wolf looked badly wounded, and Han Sen believed that it was weak enough to be killed easily. He drew out his Thunder God's spike and ghost teeth knife. He was going to strike at the injured metal wolf. Just as Han Sen was about to attack, he heard a scream from the sky. That scary scream was like a shockwave spreading out from some point above him. Countless stoneflies exploded under the pressure of that fierce scream. In moments, the hordes of insects that had covered the entire sky were reduced to nothing but a whiff of dust. Han Sen's eyes widened. A stone dragon soared across the sky, flapping its wings. It swooped down from the sky, extending sharp claws toward the injured metal wolf. The stone dragon's body looked like black jade. Its wings cut the air like sharp stone blades, and they glittered with a fractalic light. It was a strange sight. A king-class stone xenogeniac. Han Sen frowned as he gripped his weapons tighter. He stared at the giant metal wolf and readied himself to fight. Trying to steal stuff from me, huh? I'll tell you right now that you don't have what it takes. Chapter 23:14 Strange Metal Wolf. The stone dragon dove toward the blue metal wolf's head, but Han Sen steadied his weapons and remained motionless. Even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. So, while the blue metal wolf had sustained terrible injuries, it still had plenty of strength. It wouldn't go down quickly. Therefore, Han Sen planned to let the stone dragon and the metal wolf duke it out for a while before initiating a strike of his own. The stone dragon landed. Its Arioff effect covered the blue metal wolf, and stone markings appeared across the wolf's body. The stone dragon apparently had a petrifying ability, and judging by its effects, the skill was far stronger than the stone cow's petrification. The blue metal wolf hadn't reacted to Han Sen's petrifying shockwave, but the stone dragon's attack had scrawled stony markings across the wolf's body. The attack also seemed to sink deeper into the wolf's wounds, as stones started to build up and solidify around the creature's injuries. The stone dragon's talons reached out to seize the wolf's neck. The blue metal wolf had been keeping its head low. It didn't use a king-class Arioff effect of its own, but when the stone dragon's talons closed in, the wolf raised its head. The stone dragon's talons slammed into the wolf's face, but the blue metal creature had no reaction. The dragon's talons were unable to pierce the wolf's skin. Catcha! The blue metal wolf bit into the stone dragon's wings with enough force to rip them right off. Han Sen watched in shock as the stone dragon screamed. The blue metal wolf didn't make a sound, it simply went wild with its claws and fangs. A moment later, the king-class stone dragon was torn open by the blue metal wolf. King-class blood sprayed everywhere. Once the stone dragon was ripped open, the blue metal wolf stopped and its stone markings faded. The powers of the stone dragon no longer seemed to have an effect on the wolf. The metal wolf tore further into the dragon's body, finding and ripping out the dragon's petrifying spine. Han Sen figured it was the dragon's xenogeniac gene. The beast chewed it a little, then swallowed it with a single gulp. Without sparing the body of the stone dragon a second glance, the wolf walked away. Han Sen was stunned. The blue metal wolf hadn't even used a king-class Arioff effect, and it had still slain the king-class stone dragon with ease. The strength it possessed was both terrifying and disconcerting. Han Sen had initially wanted to take advantage of the wolf's injured state, but after seeing the ferocity of the beast, he gave up on the idea. This guy must be a mutant king-class Xenogeniac, Hansen thought. But Hansen didn't understand. The blue metal wolf was very strong, and it had displayed its strength during its brief battle with the stone dragon. The king-class stone dragon had been unable to puncture the metal body of the wolf. And after being petrified, the wolf had been able to recover. That meant it possessed impressive healing powers. That was a scary Xenogeniac by any metric. It had wounds that it couldn't heal, though. It continued to bleed, which made Hansen wonder how it had ended up in such a state. According to the information he was able to gather on Knight's Paradise, deified creatures did exist there. But it was unheard of for them to reside on planet King Kong. Is planet King Kong home to deified Xenogeniacs that have yet to be discovered? Hansen was shocked. He could probably handle himself against king-class Xenogeniacs, but it would be impossible for him to go up against a deified being. Seeing the blue metal wolf proceed to travel deeper into the desert, Hansen hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to follow the blue metal wolf. He wanted to see where the wolf was going. Hansen thought that if the blue metal wolf was truly dying, he might still have a chance to claim its spoils once it gave up the ghost. The blue metal wolf kept walking through the desert. It moved slowly despite its strength, which was something that Hansen wouldn't underestimate now that he had seen the beast in action. If it wanted to move faster, it certainly could. Wherever the blue metal wolf went, every Xenogeniac other than the stoneflies fled. Nothing wanted to be anywhere near the giant wolf. The stoneflies stayed close, however. They gathered near the blue metal wolf and swarmed it, covering its wounds and drinking its blood. The blue metal wolf didn't plan on killing them. It continued on its way, proceeding deep into the far reaches of the desert. Hansen followed it for 70 to 80 universal hours. Eventually, the blue metal wolf came to a stop. The valley in front of them was grand but also in disarray, and no water coursed through its stone. Instead, a flow of lava coursed through the valley. The blue metal wolf observed the stream of lava for a moment, then leaped right into the lava. Splash! The blue metal wolf jumped into the lava, sending out waves that were dozens of meters high. The lava splashed across the shores of the stream, and it released plumes of black smoke and fire as it landed. Hansen flew slowly around the large valley. After the blue metal wolf jumped into the lava, it quickly disappeared. It was as if the beast had drowned, for he could no longer see it. Weird. The blue metal wolf didn't look like it was attuned to the element of fire. There is no way that the lava is his natural home. But if not, then what would bring him here? Perhaps the creature really did think that it was dying, so it wanted to end things here by jumping into the lava to prevent others from eating its remains? That can't be right. There must be Xenogeniacs in the lava. The wolf can't keep its body in the lava forever. Hansen thought this was very weird. Hansen looked around, and he eventually saw that the lava was home to stony-looking snakes. They didn't go close to where the blue metal wolf had jumped in, though. This didn't really have anything to do with Hansen, but he was simply curious. His desire to figure out what was going on was like an itch that he couldn't scratch. He didn't want to just leave. Hansen killed a Xenogeniac nearby while waiting for the blue metal wolf to re-emerge. He didn't stray too far from where the wolf had disappeared. Almost 4 days went by, and the lava stream stayed quiet. It made Hansen feel depressed. Hansen wanted to dive into the lava and take a closer look, but he couldn't make up his mind. Many Xenogeniacs lived in that land of lava, but none of them dared to go to that one specific area. Perhaps they were scared of the blue metal wolf, or maybe something even stranger was down there. Xenogeniac Marquise hunted. Rock snake, Xenogeniac gene found. Hansen killed a rock snake, as there weren't many other Xenogeniacs around. This was the last Xenogeniac he could find to kill, and it was only a Marquise. Han Sen gritted his teeth and went back to the zone of lava. He surmised that waiting there was a waste of time, so he now had to choose between two options. He could leave that place and continue hunting, or he could enter the lava and take a look. Because of his curiosity, Han Sen went with the second option. He donned his galactic lobster armor and activated his Dongxian aura, then dunked his head into the lava. Chapter 23:15 Meeting an old friend. The melting point of planet King Kong's stone was very high, so the lava itself was incredibly hot. Han Sen was wearing his galactic lobster armor and had his jade skin firing on all cylinders. But even so, he still felt like his skin was being singed. Fortunately, he could withstand the heat. With hesitating, he dove deep into the lava. The lava wasn't transparent like water, so his eyes were useless once he was under the surface. Instead, he had to use his Dongxian aura to examine his surroundings. The stream of lava was far vaster than he had expected from the surface. After swimming down for a while, Han Sen still hadn't located the injured blue metal wolf. He couldn't see the far reaches of the lava, either. It was like he was lost in the middle of an endless sea. Han Sen frowned, but after a minute, the Dongxian aura detected a creature swimming through the lava nearby. No, it wasn't just one. Han Sen quickly realized that there were many xenogeneics swimming through the lava. He was surrounded by rock dragons that were at least 100 meters long. They were all playing together in the lava. Han Sen could feel their presences in frightening detail. They were all king class, at least, and there were many of them. Han Sen sensed at least a dozen. Fortunately, the rock dragons didn't seem interested in Han Senator. Perhaps he was too small, and he was thus unable to snare their attention. 1,000-meter-long rock dragon swam smoothly past Han Sen, and he decided to jump onto that stone body like a little lizard. He latched onto the rock dragon's skin and let it carry him forward. In that endless lava sea, finding an injured blue metal wolf no longer seemed like a realistic goal. However, if the rock dragon horde wasn't hostile, then using a rock dragon to look around seemed like a good idea. The rock dragon swam through the lava for a while, and eventually it dove deeper into the sea of lava. The temperature rose around them, and Han Sen felt as if his skin was burning. Fortunately, the scales of the rock dragon were cool. They weren't changing in accordance with the temperature of the lava, and pressing himself against them made Han Sen feel a whole lot better. There were many xenogeneics in that lava sea. They were all either fire or rock elementals, but when they encountered the dragon horde, they all moved aside. None of the creatures wanted to start a fight with the dragons. But still, there seemed to be no sign of the blue metal wolf anywhere. It made Han Sen wonder. This place isn't suitable for the blue metal wolf. Why would he come here? As Han Sen mulled over the question, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure sweep over him. And then, that burning sensation quickly disappeared. Han Sen noticed that all the lava was gone. He opened his eyes and what he saw shocked him. The burning lava was being held aloft by some invisible power. It created a sky of lava, and below the lava sky was a dreamy-looking island. There were pools, mountains, flowers, and trees there. White clouds hung all around it. It looked like a slice of heaven. A lake lay in the middle of that island, steaming like a giant hot spring. The blue metal wolf was having a bath inside the lake. It looked very tired, as if coming to the island had been a much-needed vacation. The rock dragons were now flying around the island. They wanted to enter the lake as well, but they appeared to be too afraid. Instead, they kept roaring at the metal wolf. The blue metal wolf continued its bath contentedly, ignoring the noisy dragons. Han Sen could see that the wounds of the blue metal wolf were almost healed. After the days it had spent in the lake, it seemed almost completely restored to health. Can the water of that lake heal things? Han Sen looked at that lake. The lake looked very clear, and he could see the spring water bubbling up at its center. The steamy air was rising, but he couldn't detect anything particularly special about it. The lake was surrounded by mountains, trees, and vines. Some flowers were opening between the clouds. If it wasn't for the lava sky, it would have looked like some sort of holiday resort. Perhaps the rock dragons finally succeeded in annoying the wolf, because the creature stood up from the lake and roared back at them. The rock dragons looked all shocked, and they surged back up toward the lava sky. They left the weird island below the lava. As Han Sen considered the island, he concluded that the island might have been where the rock dragons lived. The blue metal wolf seemed to have taken it away from them. Perhaps that was why they were forced to leave. And the blue metal wolf might have just been using the lake on the island to heal itself. Han Sen was disappointed. The blue metal wolf's wounds had almost healed. Even the king-class rock dragons were now scared of the beast, so Han Sen stood no chance. Han Sen released his hold on the rock dragon's body and dived out of the lava sea. He wanted to return to the valley so he could go back to slaying xenogeneics. Han Sen followed the winding path of the valley. After walking 1,000 miles, he found a few more rock demons. He killed them and obtained their xenogeneic genes, but he still hadn't received one of their beast souls. Suddenly, he saw a shadow drop from the sky. It broke the atmosphere, heading straight for Han Senator. Upon seeing the shadow, Han Sen's face paled. He turned around with the intent to leave immediately, but that shadow was far too quick. It landed directly in front of Han Sen to bar his way. What? You are leaving so soon after seeing me? Do you not like me? That shadow was a beautiful female guard. She smiled at Han's senior guard Red Sleeve. I have only met you once. I simply didn't recognize you. How could I possibly not like you? I'm just in a hurry to hunt xenogeneics. If there is nothing else you desire, then I must go. Han Sen turned around and started to leave. Red Sleeve smiled and said, My good little brother, in the king's garden, I believe you recognized your big sister, correct? Why would you say that? Han Sen shivered and forced a wry smile. He knew he couldn't hide anymore. He turned around to face Red Sleeve, and her body had already changed. She had snow-white ears and a fox's tail. Her face had transformed into one that Han Sen knew very well. It was Fox Queen. I see that my sister's face looks the same as ever. You still look so pretty. I am so happy to see you. Han Sen smiled, but his mind was in a rush about how to escape. Fox Queen was bold enough to disguise herself as one of the Extreme King and get close to Prince 14 in the process. She must have planned something big. Now that Han Sen had learned that she was among them, there was no way she would be willing to leave him alive. Han Sen hadn't shown that he recognized her before, hoping that she wouldn't realize he had recognized her. He thought it would take a while for her to find out that he had discovered her secret, and so he hadn't expected her to come for him so soon. Fox Queen's beautiful face darkened. Are you mocking me by suggesting that I lost to the hands of your teacher? You are looking into my words too deeply, sister. Han Sen laughed. Fox Queen's expression was like ice, and she said, If I hadn't been suppressed for so long that my talent stagnated, your teacher wouldn't have been able to defeat me. When I regain my strength, I am going to break her. Clearly, Fox Queen still harbored much contempt for Isha due to her defeat. She seemed to care about her loss quite a lot. If you're still recovering, why have you come here to the Extreme King? Han Sen asked with a grin. He wanted to get whatever information he could from her. Fox Queen gave him a beatific smile. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I am actually hoping to work with you. You want to cooperate? Why? Han Sen looked at Fox Queen with confusion. So we can steal treasure, of course. If there wasn't treasure up for grabs, why would I be here with the Extreme King? Fox Queen said, Stepping closer to Han's senator, she reached out to touch Hansen on the cheek, but he leapt 50 meters away like a rabbit. He looked very alert. Huh, that's not very courageous of you. Do not worry, I need your help. I don't intend to do anything bad to you, Fox Queen assured him with a chuckle. Hansen coldly said, I am just a small-time duke. I don't think I will be able to help you. Fox Queen had been bold to sneak into the Extreme King. Whatever she wanted to steal had to be important. If someone made the Extreme King angry, the elite race would probably destroy that person's friends and family. Even if Hansen wasn't afraid, he had to think about his family and friends on planet Eclipse. Plus, evil women like Fox Queen were completely untrustworthy. She would happily betray anyone she wanted to. You will help me. I am merely here to say hello so that you will be prepared, Fox Queen said. Her body returned to her guise of red sleeve. She waved at Hansen and went on to say, I'm leaving now. It would be bad if someone saw you with me. I will see you later, my good brother. After that, Fox Queen put her fingers to her sexy red lips. She blew Hansen a kiss and then flew away. Hansen frowned. Fox Queen had come there to see him and reveal her true self. She was clearly there to warn him about exposing her true identity. How dare she threaten me? It's not like she can blackmail me or anything, but she seems too confident. She must have her reasons. She couldn't be bluffing me, could she? Hansen couldn't figure out her current game. He wondered what had really compelled her to expose her true self to him there. Hansen put away thoughts of Fox Queen and got back to hunting down Xenogeniacs. His pursuit of Xenogeniacs eventually brought him to an orange mountain. When he landed, a wall began to shake next to him. A creature made of black metal emerged. It looked like a doll, and it walked right out of the wall. Its body moved with machine-like clumsiness as it approached Hans Sr., a Duke-class metal doll. Hansen grinned. Metal dolls were Planet King Kong's special type of Xenogeniac. They were very rare, and it was uncommon to see one away from the metal mines. The metal doll's Xenogeniac gene was an extremely rare ingredient of Xenogeniac treasure. It was a Duke-class item, but it was a valued component for the creation of King-class Xenogeniac treasures. The body of a metal doll was a good Xenogeniac treasure ingredient, as well. Its entire body was valuable. Hansen needed Xenogeniac genes, and a metal doll was worth a dozen ordinary Duke Xenogeniac genes. The creature's body looked clumsy, and it suddenly started moving. Its fist flashed toward Hansen like lightning. The thing might have looked awkward, but it moved with incredible speed. An ordinary person couldn't have reacted to its attack in time. But Hansen's reaction times were the best of the best. He jumped up and dodged the metal doll's swift punch, then he struck back with his ghost teeth knife and cut the metal doll's brain in half. Xenogeniac Duke hunted. Metal doll, Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained metal doll beast soul. It gave me a beast soul. I wonder what type of beast soul it is. Hansen was delighted. He checked out the beast soul inside his sea of soul. Duke Beast Soul Metal Doll, Halo type. Before Hansen could try out the beast soul, a loud noise came from overhead. Someone landed right next to Han. Senator Hansen turned to take a look at the man next to him. His presence was intimidating, and he was definitely king class. Leave the item there, and I will permit you to go, the king class guard said coldly. Then he moved to pick up the remains of the metal doll. That is my kill. Hansen stepped onto the metal doll, knocking it from the other guard's grip. The metal doll shook beneath Hansen's legs. It didn't go to the king class guard. The king class guard chuckled icily. You are allowed to kill and rob whoever you want in Knight's Paradise. I'm only taking the prey and not your life in respect for Queen Bai Wei. If you meant nothing to her, I would have already killed you for what you just said. I'm not superstitious. You said I would have been killed. I would like to see if that is true, Han Sen stated flatly, still standing on the body of the metal doll. King Bai allowed his children and grandchildren to fight, but he made sure there were rules in place to keep them from killing each other. They didn't have to worry about dying. As long as King Bai lived, no royal child would kill their peers. But the lives of the children's royal guards were nowhere near as important. Royal guards were often killed in the squabbles between royal children. Knight's Paradise was something of a dangerous area. The guards killed xenogenics there, and also competed against other guards. It wasn't like the king's garden, where killing was forbidden. This would be an easy place to get away with murder. The king-class guard was totally correct. He would offend by Wei if he killed Han Sen there, but no one would hold him personally responsible. He'd still be free. Han Sen didn't want to back off, though. He had come to the extreme king to claim resources, and he would not give up easily. If you want to die, then don't take it out on me for obliging you, the king-class guard growled. Then he cast a green area-off effect which covered a distance of a few thousand meters. Inside the attack's perimeter, Han Sen now felt as if he was in water. The stifling power was so strong that he couldn't move freely. Clearly, the AoE had a water element that lowered Han Sen's mobility. Han Sen drew his ghost teeth knife as he felt a chain of water wrap around him. It bound him tightly, and his arms were completely restrained. The king-class guard didn't move to attack. He just allowed his AoE to bring Han Sen closer. Han Sen's limbs were outstretched as he was brought to float before the king guard. You think beating Prince Wuchang makes you a bad *SS? You're naive. Dukes are still dukes. The gulf of power between a duke and king is the same societal difference that separates royalty and slaves. It is the difference between the sky and the ground. It is the difference that separates the stars and the moon, the king-class guard said. He reached for Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. He intended to use Han Sen's own blade to kill him. When the king-class guard reached for ghost teeth knife's handle, Han Sen cast jade skin and mutant blood at the same time. His flesh became jade, and his crystal blood melted. It was like boiling lava now, surging throughout Han Sen's body. The water that restricted Han Sen's body thinned. It didn't snap, but it was stretched. It couldn't stop what Han Sen was doing. The monarchy can be overthrown. The skies and the ground can be reversed. The stars can be moved. Day and night can be swapped. Everything is in my hands. Han Sen's voice was as cold as steel. He grabbed ghost teeth knife and swiped it at the king-class guard. The teeth power became a roaring, dark purple demon. It was going to eat the man. You are just a duke. How do you know how thick the sky is? Do you think the ground can be shaken? How bright are the stars and the moons, do you think? The king-class knight didn't move. Instead, he threw a punch against Han Sen's knife air. The green punch was like water. The teeth power's demon knife air hit the water and created a ripple. It was just a swirl, like a drop of water into the sea, becoming one with the rest. The king-class guard came punching at Han Sen with the force of a tsunami. Han Sen was like a boat, rocking around on the crazy waves of the tumultuous sea, caught by powers that could overthrow and drown him any second. Dong! Suddenly, Han Sen's left hand hit the blood scorpion jade drum that was still tied to his waist. That sound was like the toxic stinger of a scorpion, and it was thrusting at the king-class guard's head. The guard's face changed. His green light was still bright and powerful, but it was too late for him to do anything about Han Sen's attack. The acoustics of the drum went straight into his head. Arg! The king guard screamed, and his AoE was disrupted. Han Sen pulled out the thunder god spike which was slung around his back. He used the lightning power to needle the king-class guard who was still screaming from the drum's attack. But Han Sen could feel that the Thunder God's spike was somewhat restricted. It was like he was trying to move it through the deep sea, and it was forced to slowly part the water as it slid forward. Even bullets would be slowed by that stopping power. D***M it. The AoE is affecting me too much, Han Sen thought in frustration. Before the Thunder God's spike struck the guard's body, the man clutched his head and retreated. He was able to avoid Han Sen's attack. I clearly underestimated you. The king guard opened his hand, and a lance appeared in its grip. Lots of lance waves came at Han. Senator Han Sen was still restricted by the guard's area of effect. His movement was slowed, and he was unable to dodge. He lifted the Thunder God's spike and tried to use it to repel the king guard's lance. He also pounded the blood scorpion jade drum again. Dong! The drum was like thunder, and the king guard had to use his power to protect himself. He was able to block the blood scorpion jade drum's attack. The Thunder God's spike in Han Sen's hand collided with the lance. The silver lightning and the green light came against each other, but the lightning wasn't repelled. It struck the lance. There was a loud scream as the king guard was electrified. He almost dropped the lance in his hand, but he wasn't paralyzed for long, and he soon recovered. Han Sen had wanted to spike him while he was paralyzed, but he couldn't. The king-class guard was shocked by Han Sen's attacks. It was frightening that a duke, even when he was submerged in a king-class area of effect, could be so threatening. Han Sen was worried. The king guard was clearly stronger than Night River King had been. The guard had struck twice, but he hadn't hit Han Sen yet. The king-class guard wasn't looking at Han Sen with disdain. His eyes looked sharp, and his lance was like a dragon that was pointing at Han. Senator he wasn't willing to let Han Sen touch him with the Thunder God's spike. Han Sen's body was still bound by the AoE, and the guard was now being careful. This was going to be a dirty fight. The guard was avoiding the blood scorpion jade drum and Thunder God's spike. He was wary of exposing himself to either weapon, and that was how Han Sen maintained their impasse. The king guard's lance kept poking around Han Sen's defenses, but he couldn't get past Han Sen's Thunder God's spike. He was shocked by this, and he thought, this duke is still defending himself, despite being dead center in my AoE attack. This guy really is something special. It is no wonder he was able to defeat Prince by Wuchang. Han Sen's power kept exploding out of him. He could barely hold off the AoE's restrictive properties, and doing so was requiring a great deal of energy. And if he ended up exhausting himself, beating his foe would be impossible. Han Sen found a chance. He jumped up and flapped his wings, intending to teleport out of the king's area of effect. But the teleportation capabilities of the wings were too limited. He could only go 1 mile at a time, which wasn't nearly enough to separate himself from the king's area of effect. And now the king guard was coming for him. Inside the area of effect, Han Sen couldn't compete with his opponent's speed. He is a water element king. Being in a high-temperature place will be a disadvantage for him. Han Sen quickly turned and headed for the enormous lava valley. Pang! Beneath the restrictions of that king area of effect, Han Sen's movements were slow. The king-class guard managed to land a blow on his shoulder, and he felt water thrust into his wound. Han Sen gritted his teeth and then jumped into the lava. The king-class guard laughed darkly. I thought you were worthy of respect. I didn't expect you to do something so foolish. Water is not a cold element. Do you really think fire will work well against water? I will show you how scary water can be when up against a fire element. After that, the king guard leaped into the lava without hesitation. The king-class guard traveled through the lava quickly, and Han Sen couldn't find a way to escape his area of effect. The scariest thing was the way that the water attack was heated up by the lava. The water orb became a region of scalding steam. Its binding powers grew stronger, and it seemed as if it was going to melt Han Sen's galactic lobster armor. Hansen knew that he had shot himself in the foot. That king guard was aligned with the element of water, but that didn't imply affiliation with cold and force powers. The fire element was known to restrict the water element, but under the right conditions, they could actually make each other more dangerous. Like a steam machine, with the aid of fire, water could be turned into high-pressure steam. Then it could apply a force of pressure. The guard attacking Hansen obviously had that skill and power. The lava sea's temperature increased the power of the water AoE, making Hansen's situation all the direr. The water around Hansen heated up and turned into high-pressure steam, restricting Hansen's body all the more. And the heat was growing unbearable. It was like he had been thrown into a super high-pressure cauldron. If Hansen hadn't been running his powerful jade skin Geno art, he would have been easily cooked by the king's Arioff effect. These kings are getting harder and harder to deal with, Hansen whined in his heart, but he remained focused on the fight, using whatever powers he had at his disposal. The Fire Crow Beast Soul from the Systems of Chaos made a Fire Halo AoE that would give Hansen fire powers. It also increased his resistance to the fire element. It was exactly the effect that Hansen wanted, but regrettably, the Beast Soul was only Marquis class. The effect wasn't very pronounced, but it made him feel a little bit better. He summoned the Metal Doll Beast Soul next. Although he didn't know what it was for, he was too desperate to worry about it. If it might help, it was being spawned. Hansen had given the Demon Bug King by Semace to Han Yen and the others, in case they got into trouble. The bird's nest had been absorbed by the little red bird. Right now, Hansen had no better defensive alternatives. The metal doll was deployed, and a black halo that resembled teeth marks appeared around Hansen's feet. When the wheel-like halo spun, Hansen's body was covered in black metal. Hansen felt as if his power had been given a boost, and his power element was now indestructible. There was a certain sharpness to all of his movements. When he swung his weapon, the steam binding him became much easier to tear through. Does the metal doll halo increase the power and sharpness of the user? Hansen didn't have the time to think it through. He gritted his teeth and dove deep into the lava sea. Hansen had no way to return to the surface. He planned to head for the island that resided below the lava and see if he could find the group of rock dragons and that blue metal wolf. If he could manipulate them into entering the fight, he might have a chance of fighting back. Hansen waved his thunder god spike to leave a wake of lightning behind him, but the lightning was useless inside that Arioff effect. The King-class guard used his power to destroy the attack. It achieved naught. Pang! A blow landed on Hansen's body. Although the damage wasn't critical, streams of water were now flowing into his body and thumping in his vessels. Hansen cast spells Eternity's solidifying power. His blood solidified around the water in his body, prohibiting that power from spreading through his body. Hansen incurred a few similar wounds, but they didn't strike any vital places. The King-class guard was shocked. Although he hadn't yet landed a killing blow on Hansen, he had been making use of a toxic Geno art. Anyone who was struck by it would be lucky if they were only paralyzed. The poison could be deadly to King-class opponents, yet a mere duke was repelling it. And Hansen was still able to fight him. He didn't look to be affected by the toxins, and that confused the guard. Hansen frowned. He was so close to the island now, but he didn't see any rock dragons. As he was thinking, a sense of lightness passed over Hansen's body. He dropped out of the lava, entering that familiar space below. The King-class guard entered right behind him. He saw the lava sky above and the island down below. He was shocked at the sight, and he murmured, "What? The center of planet King Kong has a place like this." Hansen looked over the lake. He couldn't see the blue metal wolf that was taking a bath anymore either. And not a single rock dragon circled overhead. He felt sick, and he thought to himself, "Why am I so unlucky?" None of them are here. Han Sen teleported again, drawing closer to the lake. He waved his Thunder God spike to deflect the King-class guard's attack and used his Dongxian aura to scan around like mad. Suddenly, Han Sen noticed something blue below the surface of the lake. A relieved smile spread over his face. The blue metal wolf was merely sleeping underwater. Without hesitation, Han Sen let himself get hit by one of the guard's strikes. The blow sent him shooting down into the water like an arrow, and he swam straight to the blue metal wolf. The king guard followed. Because Planet King Kong had no deified xenogenics, he didn't think he had anything to be afraid of. But when he entered the water, he woke up the sleeping blue metal wolf. When Han Sen entered the water, he was careful to hide his presence. He slipped lightly under the surface, like a gracefully diving acrobat. Han Sen even tried to suppress the splash to avoid creating a startling movement. But the King-class guard didn't care. He brought his AoE with him, blanketing half of the lake. The attack also fell over the blue metal wolf. The sleeping wolf woke up in a fury. It stood up, its metallic fur standing on end. Then it howled. The lake exploded like a freshwater spring as the howl blasted away the water. Han Sen curled up in fetal position, holding his weapon in front to protect himself. Even so, the shockwave was strong enough to blast him away with the rest of the lake water. Luckily, he was still wearing his galactic lobster armor. It was a king-class set of armor. If he hadn't been wearing it, the power unleashed by the blue metal wolf would have shattered every bone in his body. What amazing power! What is the level of this blue metal wolf? Han Sen wondered. On the other side, the king guard now looked horrified. He was frozen in the air, unmoving. The blue metal wolf was now standing in the dry lake bed, and its blue wolf eyes were peering right at him. The guard felt like he was being watched by the Grim Reaper himself, and his nerves were as tight as bowstrings. His body was shivering, and the only thing he wanted was to escape. But he didn't dare try. He was sure that, if he turned around, the blue metal wolf would leap after him. The beast would chew him up and crunch his bones. The lake water rained down softly. The man and the wolf looked at each other, and the king-class guard's forehead was covered in sweat. The guard's water AoE didn't give him any feeling of security. As those blue wolf eyes stared at him, cold sweat snaked its way down the king's forehead and across his face. Oh whoa! Then the blue metal wolf howled again. Its strong limbs unleashed a grand amount of power. The water AoE was strengthened by the falling lake water, but even so, it wasn't enough to trouble the blue metal wolf. The blue metal wolf's body blurred, and then it was opening its mouth and biting into the guard's body. Pang! The wolf's teeth sank into the king's body, and at that moment, he exploded like water. His armor and weaponry were chewed up and swallowed. The body itself had turned into water, however, and that water surged out of the wolf's mouth and transformed back into a man that was headed for the lava sky. He's one of the Extreme King. That must be his water element king body. Han Sen watched the king-class guard become a waterman, then head for the lava sky. Han Sen wasn't going to let him run off, and so he stopped the man and used the Thunder God spike to pierce his body. I am Prince 16. Get out of my way, the king shouted. He wasn't afraid of Han Sen, though. He was just afraid of that blue metal wolf. It had eaten his armor and lance, and now it was coming for him with hungry eyes. If he was stopped by Han Sen, the blue metal wolf would be able to attack him once more. He knew that the wolf had to be some sort of deified being. He wouldn't be able to win in a fight against it. His original Water King body would be useless against a deified enemy. He had been incredibly fortunate to escape the first time. And I'm your daddy, King Bai. Han Sen didn't believe him, and so he pounded the blood scorpion jade drum and thrust the Thunder God spike towards the man. He wanted to stop the king guard at all costs. The king guard saw the blue metal wolf approaching him. He didn't have time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and ran into Han Sen's Thunder God spike without taking the time to evade. Very good. Han Sen had no intention of going easy on him. The Thunder God spike perforated the guard's original Water King body. The Thunder God spike couldn't be withstood by someone who was half deified, so Han Sen didn't believe a king body could overcome the lightning's wrath. The Thunder God spike pierced into that watery body, its silvery lightning flashing all throughout the liquid. The water body started to brighten. But the electrified water body didn't fall back toward the wolf. Han Sen heard the king scream, coming straight toward Han Senator. He then managed to hit Han Senator. The water body smacked Han Sen, then shattered. The guard was all over Han Sr. Arg! Han Sen shouted. The lightning in the water shot into him, so he was also electrified. His hair was blasted straight, and he almost fell out of the sky. The blue metal wolf down below howled at the pair. It looked ready to unleash another attack. Han Sen fought off the numbness that was taking over his body, flapped his wings, and returned to the lava. After Han Sen teleported back to the lava and quickly began swimming upwards. He felt as if something was wrong with him. The king-class guard had become water and splashed across him, and due to this, he had been electrified. The water was gone, but it felt as if it was now inside his body. Han Sen could clearly feel a strange, watery power inside him. It was sinking into his body and trying to merge with his cells. What are you doing? Get out of me! Han Sen shouted angrily. Ha! Do you think I want to do this? If you hadn't pushed me into this, I wouldn't have performed Return to Origin to combine with your body. I am one of the Extreme King. You should feel honored to have my body combine with the body of a rubbish race like yours. Ha, weird. You have some blood of the Extreme King within you. Even God is helping me. It's weak, but it's better than nothing, though. The king's voice echoed within Han Sen's body. It was like Han Sen's own cells were screaming at him. Han Sen felt depressed. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have stopped the guy. He would have just let him walk away. The man who claimed to be Prince 16 wasn't using some skill that could take over a person's mind. His technique allowed him to merge their cells and attempt to combine their very bodies. So, you really are Prince 16? Han Sen asked, using some of his power to fight back against the invasion of his body. Ha, my name is Bai Yi, said the voice. My prince, how about this? Let's pretend that nothing happened between us. You get out of my body, and we both go our separate ways, Han Sen said. Are you scared now? It's too late. Once the Return to Origin starts, not even I can reverse it. I will have to overtake your body, Bai Yi said with a cold grunt. Think of a way to stop it. Han Sen tried repeatedly to remove his enemy. Neither Jade Skin nor his Blood Pulse Sutra could stop the invasion of that power. There is no need to waste your breath. I told you, this is Return to Origin. I have now become a part of you. I will be you. I will sink into your cells and even your genes. And then, I will replace your cells and your genes. And then, you will become me, Bai Yi said with grim certainty. Isn't this something like a village surrounding a city? Han Sen felt depressed. When ordinary creatures tried to take over his body, they usually ended up in his sea of soul. But this guy was doing things the opposite way. He was starting to combine with Han Sen from the body, which kept him from going into the Sea of Soul where he would be destroyed by the black crystal armor. Right now, Bai Yi's original Water King body was inside Han Sen's cells. If Han Sen wanted to get rid of him, he'd have to destroy his own cells. But that also meant he would have to destroy his body. It put him in a difficult situation. When the original Water King body started to replace Han Sen's own cells, he felt the change. Enjoy the final moments of your life. You will soon become me, and I will take all your things. That includes your body, your will, and even your memories. Everything belonging to this body will become mine, Bai Yi said with a cold laugh. You are too naive. Han Sen chuckled. He used spell, and a mysterious symbol appeared on his forehead. The solidifying power of eternity covered his body. It cemented his body as it was, forbidding any changes. What kind of power is this? Bai Yi screamed in shock. Han Sen didn't answer. He spread his eternity solidifying powers all over himself. His body became solid and unchangeable, halting Bai Yi's invasion in its tracks. It solidified Bai Yi's original Water King body as well. It couldn't invade Han Sen's cells any further, and it couldn't retreat either. But eternity's solidifying properties could only lock things down as they were. It was unable to erase the original Water King body that had already established its encroaching presence. Bai Yi, you better answer my question. Otherwise, don't take it out on me for being cruel to you. Han Sen rose out of the lava valley and found a hidden place where he could speak to Bai Yi. You cannot scare me, Bai Yi hissed back. Although your power might have stopped the process of return to origin, your own body has been paused, too. You can't remain like this forever, and you can't do anything about my presence here. Are you really Prince 16? Han Sen asked curiously, ignoring what Bai Yi had said. It's true. Ask around if you want, and you will learn much of my famous name. Bai Yi sounded cocky. You are a prince, so what are you doing in Knight's Paradise? And why are you fighting to claim a metal doll? Han Sen asked, knowing that something odd had to be going on. Knight's Paradise was a place that was set up for the royal guards. Ordinary royal children would never go there. And it seemed rather absurd for a prince to fight Han Sen over the ownership of a Duke metal doll. This was Han Sen's first time there, so it all seemed just a little bit too coincidental. It is because of that B*TCH, by Ling Shuang, Bai Yi growled. Otherwise, why would I even come here? When Han Sen heard this, he understood. Bai Ling Shuang was Princess 10. She was the one that Bai Wei had a strong distaste for. Han Sen thought about it. He had met Bai Wuchang in the space station, and now he was meeting Bai Yi here. There was no way these two incidents were purely coincidental. He was afraid that the incident with Bai Wuchang had transpired because of Bai Ling Shuang's meddling. Although he had never seen Bai Ling Shuang before, he sort of understood what the woman was capable of doing. Bai Ling Shuang told you to kill me? Han Sen asked. Not exactly. Anyway, I am going to exact my revenge on that cheap B*TCH. Bai Yi obviously didn't want to talk about it. Bai Ling Shuang must have set him up, and now things had obviously gone much farther than he had intended. Both because of Han Sen and Bai Ling Shuang, these events would be forever branded into Bai Yi's heart. He must have really wanted both of them dead for different reasons. But these are all matters for the future. Let's talk about you and me, right now. You want to take over my body, don't you? Well, that's impossible. Tell me what you are planning to do next, Han Sen said. Bai Yi snorted in annoyance. Return to origin is a one-way ticket once it has been triggered. This is a process that you can never reverse. I will take over you, it is only a matter of time. And from this point on, you will not be able to gain power. Sooner or later, your body will submit and become mine. Are you sure there is no other way? Han Sen asked seriously. Only one of us can be left alive, Bai Yi replied calmly. He was very confident in the abilities of his return to origin. I was going to let you live, but if you don't want to live, then just know that you've done this to yourself. Han Sen sighed. Killing a prince in King's kingdom was quite a crazy thing to do. King Bai would obviously come to investigate the matter. There were too many elites among the Extreme King. Many of them, like Mr. White, had powerful predictive talents, so Han Sen couldn't be sure that he could keep Bai Yi's murder a secret. He didn't dare to kill a prince when his deed could be discovered. Or at least, he wouldn't if he didn't have a choice. If Bai Yi couldn't get out of his body, then he had to let King Bai know that Bai Yi had forced this situation upon them. If possible, he would help Bai Yi replace his body. When Bai Yi spoke again, his voice was full of scorn. I have melted into your cells. I am a part of your body now. Unless you kill yourself, here I am. What can you do about it? If all of the Bai family is as naive as you are, that would be great. Han Sen sighed. Bai Yi was the most retarded Bai family member he had met so far. Even Bai Wei was much smarter than he was. He had been used by Bai Ling Shuang, but he had still strutted arrogantly around the entire time. Han Sen had no idea how he had managed to survive for so long in the Extreme King. It was a very competitive place to live in, after all. Right. Maybe no one cares for a big retard like him. Maybe no one will be too upset that he's dead, Han Sen thought to himself. Then, his eyes started to turn white. The white light blazed out of Han Sen, overwhelming his body with holy light. He started to take on the form of a holy god. This is impossible. Bai Yi screamed. He noticed that his original Water King body was being torn away from Han Sen's own cells. Terror suffused Bai Yi as he realized that his original Water King body was far inferior to this new power. The genes he saw now made Bai Yi so terrified. What is this? What is this power? Why does my king body feel so scared? This is impossible. Our king bodies are the strongest bodies in the world. We have the strongest genes. There cannot be any genes that are stronger than ours. Bai Yi felt his original Water King body beginning to detach from Han Sen's. That power was suppressing him, too. He couldn't move. He was so terrified, and his previous calm had vanished. Han Sen ignored Bai Yi's moaning. His whole body was in Super God Spirit mode now. In Super God Spirit mode, he tore out Bai Yi's original Water King body. The original Water King body's genes were very strong, but in front of the Super God Spirit body, the king body was like dirt. Unless Han Sen absorbed and refined it, they wouldn't combine together. In front of Han Sen's Super God Spirit body, Bai Yi felt like his high-level original Water King body had become a collection of low-level genes. He could only stare at that scary power now. All those drops of water were like a babbling spring. Under the power of the Super God Spirit, Han Sen refined each droplet one by one. No, don't kill me. I can get out of you. Bai Yi finally felt fear. The original power was being refined by Han Senator. He couldn't fathom how a duke had managed to amass such wretched powers. Han Sen wasn't as strong and he wasn't a king yet, but even so. Bai Yi could see enough of Han Sen's genes to know that they were far better than his own original Water King body. It is too late, Han Sen said simply. His Super God Spirit body became stronger. Since he had already cast the skill, he wasn't going to leave any trace of the prince behind. You cannot kill me. I am Prince 16. I am the son of King Bai. Bai Yi's voice vanished. Under the thumb of Han Sen's Super God Spirit body, his original Water King body was refined in no time. A moment later, the original Water King body became a drop of water that was as transparent as a small diamond. Mutant Xenogeneic King hunted. Original Water King, Mutant Xenogeneic gene found. Feeling rather weak, Han Sen exited his Super God Spirit mode. When his body and level increased, the time he could use Super God Spirit body tended to increase, as well. But even so, the effort cost him a lot of power. It was very difficult for him to maintain his super god spirit mode for any length of time. If I become deified, I wonder if I will be able to use super god spirit mode for a long time. Han Sen thought to himself. Then he swallowed the drop of water and used his Blood Pulse Sutra and Blood Pulse Plunder to refine it. It was similar to the ordinary process of refining things like the dragon wings and the stone cow. After the Blood Pulse Sutra refined the water drop, Han Sen obtained a new Blood Pulse gene power. But this time, it was a king-class Blood Pulse gene power. Han Sen's heart leaped. He felt his body become transparent liquid, and it looked as if he was made of water. Is this the power of original Water King body? Han Sen was so happy. He used his body to separate the ripples and waves of the water. He created a water area-off effect attack. It was exactly the same as the one Bai Yi had used on him. If I can nab a few more mutant king xenogeneic genes, or even a deified mutant xenogeneic gene, then I will be invincible. Han Sen really loved the combination of the Blood Pulse Sutra and Blood Pulse Plunder. But Han Sen felt a headache coming on when he thought about the ramifications of Bai Yi's death. He had earned this benefit by killing Bai Yi, but King Bai would definitely start an investigation. It would be difficult to use his new ability without drawing suspicion. Bai Ling Shuang would be aware that Bai Yi had encountered Han Senator. Even if Bai Ling Shuang did not know, the Extreme King would surely have someone like Mr. White in their midst. Perhaps some special Geno art out there would help them deduce that Han Sen really was the one who killed Bai Yi. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura and Purple Eye Butterfly to erase any trace of him being there. He could take comfort in the knowledge that Super God Spirit Mode wouldn't leave any evidence behind. No one should be able to find out exactly what transpired there. Super God Spirit Body truly left nothing behind. It was impossible for him to be found out by a mere Geno art. But Bai Yi had died where Han Sen had appeared, and there weren't many guards going to Planet King Kong. Even if they had no evidence of him being responsible, King Bai might just decide to slay any and all suspects just for the hell of it. Han Sen didn't stay on Planet King Kong any longer. He retrieved the body of the metal doll and left. He needed to figure out a way to escape the realm of the Extreme King if his murder of Bai Yi was ever exposed. In fact, staying there was too dangerous already. Han Sen left Planet King Kong and returned to the space station. There, he waited for an airship that would take him away from Knight's Paradise. A woman approached and sat next to Han Senator. She looked right at him. Brother 16, you used Return to Origin? The woman asked with shock. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he tried to replicate Bai Yi's voice. He coldly said that Han Sen was quite good to force me to do this. Bai Ling Shuang, did you try to trick me? Bai Ling Shuang laughed. Brother 16, you made the decision to go there. It's not my fault that things turned out this way, but by combining yourself with Han Sr. I can tell you that you now look much better. Bai Ling Shuang. Han Sen's face was hard. He used original Water King body, and his entire body transformed into transparent water. The Water King area-off effect spread to envelop the entire space station. Brother 16, why are you so angry? Bai Ling Shuang stood inside the area-off effect, but she seemed completely undisturbed. It was like the scary spread of water had no effect on her. Blue light shone around Bai Ling Shuang, and her beautiful smile and sexy body made her look like a goddess that had descended from the sky. It looked as if nothing in the world could make her dirty. Bai Ling Shuang's blue light spread, and it froze Han Sen's water area-off effect. She waved a hand and cracked it, allowing the shards to spill all over the floor. Han Sen was shocked. Bai Ling Shuang was half deified. She was at the very top of her league, too. She was far stronger than Bai Yi. Bai Ling Shuang broke the area-off effect, and then the blue light faded away. She said quietly, "You did what you had to do. I won't forget what I promised you. 2 nights from now, go to Night Charm Town. I won't pay you any less than the sum we discussed. After that, Bai Ling Shuang turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, though, she thought of something. She turned around and said, Brother 16, since you have merged with Han Sen's body, you should use his identity while you can. What do you want now? Han Sen snarled. The woman flicked one of her blonde locks away from her forehead and smiled. Han Sen brought a half-deified xenogeniac with him. You should go and take everything he has. I saw the xenogeniacs, and their genes are good. One of them could be deified. You could gain a lot by nabbing a xenogeniac like that. You don't have to tell me that. I know what to do. Han Sen looked at her with contempt. Remember, in 2 days, Night Charm Town. Bai Ling Shuang smiled and said nothing more. She stood up and left the space station. Han Sen's head swam with confusion. This was a complicated situation, and now he had to make a decision. Bai Ling Shuang thought Bai Yi was Han's senator. An ordinary duke really couldn't have endured what Han Sen had. Not even most king-class elites would have survived Bai Yi's hand. The only good thing for Han Sen was that Bai Yi had used his return to origin. Bai Ling Shuang knew this. After he used return to origin, Bai Yi would look just like Han's senator. He would eventually change back to his original appearance, but it would be a slow process. Now that Han Sen had the original Water King body, he could keep up his disguise as Bai Yi. He could be mistaken for Prince 16 of the Extreme King. This would be much safer than King Bai learning that Bai Yi was dead. If Bai Yi had succeeded with return to origin, then he could have claimed everything belonging to Han Sen, including his memories. But Han Sen had only refined Bai Yi's mutant gene. He had the original Water King body, but none of the man's memories. Attempting to keep up his disguise as Bai Yi would be risky. There was still a good chance of him being exposed. There is nothing else I can do, though. I have to try. Han Sen tried to calm down, and he thought about what to do next. He didn't want to draw any more suspicion. But Han Sen didn't know anything about Bai Yi. From his short time of observation, Bai Yi was a man that didn't look too far ahead. Even so, I have to find the Blood Kirin and the others. Then I will have to go to Bai Yi's house. Han Sen made the decision in his heart. He wasn't going to hesitate. With what had happened, he had no choice but to try. Chapter 23-22. Pretending to be a prince. On his way to Planet Wind Zone, Han Sen sent a coded message. Han Sen took a deep breath before typing in the number that he wanted to send the message to. It was the number that Mr. White had given him. Mr. White had told him that if there was an emergency, he could send a coded message to that number. Then, he would find a way to contact Han Sen back. The code was simple. Rather than explaining exactly what had happened, Han Sen simply said that there was an emergency. After sending the message, Han Sen waited patiently. Half an hour later, his communicator came to life. An unknown number had sent him a message. Han Sen opened it. Again, this message was written in code. Han Sen read it and understood what he was being told. Go along with it. The information you need is in his house, and you must go there tonight, Han Sen read, and his jaw hit the floor. Mr. White knew that Han Sen had killed Bai Yi, and on top of that, he knew that Han Sen was currently disguising himself as Bai Yi. When the message said, his house, it must have been referring to Bai Yi's home. Even with his coded message translated, no one would know what the message was referring to. Although he didn't know how Mr. White had found out, Mr. White wanted him to keep pretending. And that meant he might succeed with the ruse. The information Mr. White was alluding to had to be information concerning Bai Yi. If Han Sen managed to get that information, he might learn more about Bai Yi. And that would make the charade easier for him. The major problem at the moment was that he didn't know anything about Bai Yi. He currently didn't even know where the man lived. He didn't know if anyone else lived in the man's home or if he had any friends. He didn't have a single clue. If he just went there boldly, Han Sen feared his identity would be exposed. And as for the information Mr. White was talking about, Han Sen didn't know where to find it. When Han Sen arrived back at Planet Wind Zone, Mr. White hadn't sent any more follow-up messages. He had already given Han Sen all the help he would be able to. Now, Han Sen just had to do whatever he could. Han Sen looked up some information on Bai Yi, but what he found wasn't very detailed. He was King Bai's 16th son. He was good at manipulating water, and he was a very arrogant man. His mother was a siren, but she had died many years ago. Han Sen felt relieved. If Bai Yi's mother was still around, she would probably have exposed Han Sen the moment he met her. And in regards to King Bai, Han Sen wasn't really worried. King Bai had many children and grandchildren. Aside from the ones that he truly cherished, few ever saw him. Bai Yi wasn't one of the favored children. The Siren civilization had been destroyed, and Bai Yi's mother had run to the extreme king afterward. King Bai made her one of his wives. Bai Yi had no one living to support him, so he was just a run-of-the-mill prince. Bai Yi's talent wasn't too shabby, but he wasn't very famous amongst the princes. His temper was foul, and he was a very arrogant individual. He was greedy, too. He didn't have much, and he wasn't fond of his father either. Because of that, his development was stunted. Although Bai Yi was older than Bai Wei, he hadn't actually gone much farther than she had. His planet had helped him become king class, but that was about it. There were no more resources that would allow him to get better. That was all Han Sen was able to learn. As for who was on Bai Yi's planet and what friends he might have had, that was information he couldn't learn on the internet. And as for what the planet looked like and what sort of buildings were there, Han Sen hadn't a clue. He hadn't seen a single image of the place. When he arrived on Planet Wind Zone, Han Sen ran to where the Blood Kirin was living. Bai Wei was currently still practicing in King's Garden, so she wasn't on Planet Wind Zone right then. Han Sen gathered Bauer, the Blood Kirin, and the little red bird, then they left the planet and took a ship to Bai Yi's Planet Water Zone. Planet Water Zone lived up to its name. The whole planet was covered in water, or at least most of it was. A few islands were visible, but they were easy to overlook. There were many creatures living in its sea, and Bai Yi's water element body was a good match for practicing there. Overall, it was a pretty nice planet. But Han Sen didn't see any towns on the planet's surface. He surmised that it must have been underwater. Han Sen was growing nervous. He didn't know where to find Bai Yi's underwater city. If he just randomly started poking around, he'd look like a pretty shady character. If he was Bai Yi, there was no way he would have forgotten the way home. He wouldn't just dive into the sea and swim around aimlessly. Han Sen entered Planet Water Zone's atmosphere, trying to figure out what he should do. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the water to greet Han Sr. "Who are you? Why have you come to Planet Water Zone?" the person shouted at Han. Senator Han Sen looked at the woman, taking in her blue hair and unusual body. The lady didn't look like one of the Extreme King. Her ears were like the blue gills of a fish. She had no proper legs either. Her lower body was the tail of a fish. She looked like one of the Ghana, but just a bit different. This must be one of the siren, Han Sen thought to himself. You don't remember your prince? Han Sen shouted coldly. He used his original Water King body and cast a water area-off effect to bind the siren lady and pull her towards him. My prince, is that you? The siren lady's eyes opened wide. She looked at Han Sen in shock. My prince. You used Return to Origin. If you know that I have, then do not waste my time. Hurry down and tidy up. I'm going to need some privacy for a while as I take over the body, Han Sen said. Then, He released the water AoE and let the siren lady go free. The siren lady looked frightened, and she said, "Yes, I will do it." After that, she flicked her tail and went swimming back into the depths of the sea. Han Sen silently followed her. He swam into the ocean and soon saw an underwater city residing beneath the waves. It was like something out of a fairy tale. The entire city was wrapped in a holy blue light that separated it from the water. It looked rather amazing. Of course. The environment here is far better than the environment of Planet Wind Zone, Han Sen thought to himself. He followed the girl into the underwater city. Surprisingly, when he entered, he found that the pretty underwater city was actually dirty and full of garbage. Many buildings were run down and dilapidated. Millions could have lived in that underwater city, but when he entered the city proper, there was no one living there aside from the siren lady, whose name was Lily. It looks like this Prince 16 wasn't living a good life either, Han Sen thought to himself. Chapter 23 Princess. When they neared the center of the city, Han Sen and Baoer's eyes opened wide. The beautiful ocean plaza was full of garbage, but the eeriest thing was the presence of skulls. There was an abundance of them from a variety of different races. They lay in piles around the plaza, marring the scene with their darkened, stained surfaces. But the plaza only held the skulls. There weren't any skeletal corpses around. Surely Lily can't be the only person living here. Han Sen was shocked. They soon passed the plaza and came to a pretty palace. That place was clean, and there were guards standing before it. It would have been great if it was just Lily here. Han Sen sighed. Lily was leading with Han Sen in tow. When they came before the palace, the two guards raised their spear-like weapons to stop Lily and Han Sr. "Kind sirs, please inform the princess that her little prince is back." "Prince? Where is the prince?" a guard asked stiffly. Something is wrong here, Han Sen thought. Even if the guards didn't recognize Bai Yi because he looked like someone else, they shouldn't have been talking that way. When they made mention of the prince, it didn't seem to respect him. As Han Sen mulled this over, Lily explained that Han Sen had used Return to Origin. "You guys wait here." After a guard heard the tale, he looked at Han Sen keenly and then walked into the palace. Han Sen felt strange. The guards now knew that he was Bai Yi, and they still treated him rudely. It was beginning to concern him. The two guards were also sirens. Bai Yi was the son of a once virgin siren. Even if he wasn't a prince, he shouldn't have been treated that way. Han Sen didn't know what was going on, so he stopped talking and watched to see what would happen. "My prince, please do not be enraged. The princess has been in a foul mood of late. You should just hold on." "Hold on a bit," Lily worriedly tried to comfort Han. Senator Han Sen took a breath and slapped one of the guards in the face. The original Water King body's power sent the guard flying. He crashed into a pillar of the palace and spilled blood. It was a great struggle for him to get up. Han Sen walked forward silently, his face looking grim. Lily's face had gone white. She ran up and said quickly, "My prince, this is bad. You will make the princess angry." Han Sen patted his blood Kirin and coldly said to her, "Things are different now. So what if she is angry? You should stop babbling and go clean something up." Lily nodded to comply, but before she could say anything, a cold voice echoed through the palace. "A half-deified xenogeniac gives you that much courage?" Han Sen squinted his eyes and watched the person emerge from deeper within the palace. It was a woman clad in palace clothing. She looked similar to Lily, with blue hair, blue eyes, and ears that were blue gills. But her lower body wasn't the tail of a fish. She had nice long legs. Her legs were so long that they made her look very tall. And with that imperious expression on her face, she looked like someone of very high status. "I'm not that brave. I just don't want to come home and have to report to people," Han Sen responded flatly. The pretty woman's eyebrows rose, but her face was scarily cold. She looked at Han Sen with derision. You are from the bloodline of a virgin, and you had to use return to origin to combat a duke. Is that not embarrassing for you to talk about? That's my business, not yours. Han Sen made sure he sounded a little angry. I'll overlook what you've decided is your business, but this is the last time. If you touch my people again, you know full well what will happen. After that, the woman ignored Han's senator. She sent others out to aid the siren guard that Han Sen had struck. Then she walked back into her quarter of the palace. The sirens that went to pick up the guard glared disrespectfully at Han's senator. They didn't have the respect for a master or prince that they should have. This Bai Yi's life was pretty bad. And who is this princess? She's unique, Han Sen thought to himself. When the princess had finally returned to her palace, Lily looked visibly relieved. She told Han Sen, "My prince, let's go. Stop making the princess unhappy." Han Sen snorted and followed Lily. This was turning out very differently than what Han Sen had imagined. He had believed that Bai Yi was a prince and that this was his territory. He should have been in the comfort of a nice palace. But Lily only took Han Sen down a side passage. They followed a winding path around a garden to get to the far end. She brought Han Sen to a small shack. Han Sen frowned. If he hadn't used his Dongxian aura to examine Lily, he would have thought that she was putting on some sort of bizarre act. He even wondered if this was all just a trap to test him. What kind of prince would live in a place like this, in territory that supposedly belonged to him? Lily pushed the door open and started tidying up things inside the little hut. She said, "My prince, you should rest. I will clean up right now." Han Sen saw that the building was well kept. It was already sparklingly clean. He waved at Lily. "There is no need for cleaning. You should go and rest. I'm going to spend some time overtaking this body. Do not disturb me. I will call you when I need you." "Yes, my prince," Lily said. She exited the building, closed the door, and left. The princess was standing atop the palace, looking down at that building by the garden. "My holy virgin, did Bai Yi really use return to origin?" asked a very old siren standing behind the princess. He spoke with a rough voice. "I can only suppose he did. His body has the presence of return to origin within it, and his original Water King body and Water Arioff effect seem to be all right." But, the princess stopped talking. "But what?" the old siren asked. "He dared to argue against me. I don't know why he tried to do that," the princess said with a frown. The old siren coughed and said, "That Xenogeniac seems powerful. It most certainly isn't an ordinary creature. Now that he has it, it should be a great help to him. It looks as if he earned a lot on his trip, not just that one creature. But even with that reward, it was good that he was willing to use return to origin to obtain that body. His chance of being approved by our relic is even lower now. It is good for you." Chapter 23-24 Bai Yi's Seeker. Han Sen rummaged around the building. Mr. White hadn't told him exactly where the information he needed was, so he presumed it would be easy to find. If it wasn't, Mr. White should have told him. That was the logic. But Han Sen searched the entire building from top to bottom and found nothing. The only place he hadn't checked was Bai Yi's computer. Gaining access to the computer would require the password. Cracking the password wasn't difficult for someone like Han Sen, though. In that era, there were many people who could change their physical forms. Thus, using a body identifier wasn't considered to be a very secure method. Computers were mostly protected by passwords. Han Sen used his purple-eyed butterfly to rewind and get his hands on the password that had been established for the device. After typing it in, he was able to log in with ease. Deified beast souls are so good. It would be cool if I could get a few more, Hansen thought to himself, as he read what was on the computer. Whoa! Hansen thought that his nose had started bleeding for a minute. The picture on the computer kept changing. Many naked women were being cycled in front of him. They weren't just women of the extreme king either, there were women of all sorts of races. And they were all laid out in sexy poses. *T. This by way is disgusting. He even has women of the lane on here. Hansen changed the screen settings to only display to the person directly in front of it, to avoid people seeing things from the side. He didn't want Bauer to get an accidental look. She now couldn't see anything from her place beside the computer. He noticed those pictures weren't photoshopped either. The women there really did exist. What is wrong with this guy? Hansen quickly scanned through the files on the computer. He learned that the storage was pretty much filled to the brim with such content. It wasn't easy for Hansen to find a simple Word document in there. It had been written in an application that only allowed basic text. A well-developed race like the Extreme King would rarely make use of such archaic software. But Hansen found the document's name to be quite strange. It was titled, My Life. Hansen opened the document and found out that this was also password protected. Hansen used his purple eye butterfly to get the password again, then he proceeded to open the document. He was feeling quite cocky about this talent, and he said to himself, oh yeah. It looks like I can be quite a hacker. Bauer blinked and said, Dad, hackers use real skills. You are just cheating. Huh. Cheating is a skill, too. You're just too young to understand. You will probably understand when you grow up, Hansen told her seriously. Hansen looked at the notepad, which went on for a surprising number of pages. Luckily, it was written in the universal language, so Hansen was able to read it all. That be *TCH. Don't let me find her, or I'll kill her. The first line disappointed Senator Hansen thought the document would be filled with things Bai Yi had written down while he was horny. He thought it would be related to women. After Hansen read for a while, he changed his mind. He had been partially right, actually. It was related to women, one woman, in specific. It was the woman Bai Yi couldn't stop talking about. Almost every line was an angry complaint. He scribbled his frustrations down there because there was no one else for him to vent to. Aside from the horny and horrible words, there were some important tidbits of information, too. He was talking about one woman in particular. Bai Yi didn't mention her name right away, but it wasn't something he was hiding. It was easy to guess that the woman was the princess of the siren. Interestingly, judging from the complaints, the woman became a princess by striking a deal. The woman needed the identity of a princess for protection, and her people needed the shelter of the Extreme King for refuge. Bai Yi wanted something, too. He needed something from her. In the complaints, a holy item was repeatedly mentioned. Hansen didn't know what it was, but he was sure that the holy item was a part of their bargain. The woman hadn't given it up, though. It wasn't as if the deal had been destroyed, but more like something happened and Bai Yi was unable to get it. Through the words, Hansen could tell Bai Yi was a very horny man. But he could also tell that the holy item he sought was more important than a woman. He spent more time talking about the item than the princess. It was obvious how badly he wanted that item. But most of what Hansen found was curses and accusations, there was nothing really complete. And as for what the deal was and why Bai Yi hadn't gotten the item, Hansen was unable to find out. Although I know the secret between Bai Yi and the princess, it doesn't really help me. I can't stay here the whole time, and I can't make friends with Bai Yi's people. In front of his friends, I would be easily exposed. Hansen didn't think this was the information Mr. White wanted him to find. Hansen looked through the files on Bai Yi's computer for a while. There was nothing. It was all just 18+ images. There were videos of orgies between men and women. It was some scary stuff. But Han Sen also noticed something else that was fairly weird. He forgot about the women in the videos for a second, and he focused on the men. The men looked like Bai Yi's friends. They must have been his close friends. They must have been higher class if they could do things like this repeatedly with no repercussions. Han Sen tried to make mental sketches of their faces, hoping it would be useful down the line. Han Sen turned rather green when he discovered Bai Yi's horrible fetishes. There were videos of elderly women. The sight of them made Han Sen want to throw up. This guy is so sick. As long as it is a certified woman, he's happy. Han Sen complained. He didn't want to watch the stuff anymore. Ding! Suddenly, a message popped up on the computer. Han Sen quickly opened it. Remember the details. Especially the details. But they are just my observations of Bai Yi. I do not know his secret, so you will have to be careful with how you behave. Do not expose your true identity, and be wary of King Bai, Ancient Abyss, and the princess. They are the most likely candidates to see through you. Be careful in front of them and act like Bai Yi. You are in danger. You might be exposed. If you are caught here, you are dead, and no one will be able to save you. Not even a deified person could. I do not have much time. You do not have time to practice either. There is a geno art that can allow you to temporarily change yourself. Henceforth, you need to change your genes. Make it look like you are slowly returning to look like Bai Yi again. There was no name, but Han Sen knew that it was Mr. White. The paragraphs that followed were long. They talked about Bai Yi's relationships, his likes, and his habits. There were a lot of details there, and Han Sen felt a lot more confident. My prince. No. Oh no. As Han Sen was reading the information, Lily suddenly started to scream. Chapter 23-25 Bai Wei, S. Vizzy, why are you so nervous? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless I called for you? Han Sen asked from the building. My prince, this is bad. Queen Bai Wei is here, Lily quickly said. Han Sen seemed to have expected this, so he pushed the door open and exited. Bai Wei looked glum as she above the sea. In King's Garden, she received word that Han Sen had been destroyed by Bai Yi's return to origin. She went home and noticed that Bauer and the Blood Kirin were gone, so she immediately headed to Planet Water Zone. Not long after, the water shifted beneath her. Han Sen brought Lily up to the surface with him. When Bai Wei saw Han Sen's face, her expression looked conflicted. She said icily, Brother 16, you killed my guard. And you also stole things from Planet Wind Zone. Give me Bauer and the Blood Kirin back, or I will let my father decide how to handle these matters. Han Sen laughed and looked at Bai Wei. He said, my good little sister, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. I am Prince 16, why would I go to your planet and steal anything? I was only taking what rightfully belongs to me. Since when was Planet Wind Zone yours? Bai Wei demanded furiously. Han Sen laughed. I have taken Han Senator, his body and his mind are now mine. So, I am him and he is me. His stuff is my stuff. So, of course I took back what belongs to me. What's wrong with doing that? You. Don't give me these quibbling rebuttals. Give me Bauer and the Blood Kirin back, or I will go and complain to father. Bai Wei shouted. Whatever. I do not have time for you. Han Sen turned to head back into the underwater city. Stop. You can keep the Blood Kirin, but that kid is pointless for you. Give her to me, and I'll consider us settled. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. Ah. Such a beautiful little girl. Why would I give her to someone else? Of course, I will want to raise her all by myself. Han Sen grinned. You asterisk shoal. Bai Wei roared. She threw a punch at Han Senator. She knew what Bai Yi was like. Han Sen was taken and nothing could be done about it, but she couldn't let Bauer fall into the lap of someone as sick as Bai Yi. That was why she wanted her back. Han Sen's expression was hard. He used his water area effect to bind Bai Wei's body. It kept her from moving, and he easily punched her away. Bai Wei, this isn't a place for you to take a sh*t, stop being ridiculous. If you don't, I will be rude to you, Han Sen said threateningly as she was flying away. Bai Wei slowed to a stop and hung in the air, wiping away the blood. What do I have to do to get you to give me the girl? You want the girl that badly? Did you make it with Han Sen? I don't see memories of such a thing in Han Sen's head. Han Sen leered at Bai Wei. She is just a little girl. She is useless to you. What do I have to do to get you to give her to me? Bai Wei asked stiffly. Such beautiful and cute girls are very important to me. Okay, you are my little sister, if you want her that badly, then I will give her to you. But first, hand me your 1,000 heart lock and I will give you back the cute little girl. Han Sen grinned. You. Bai Wei's face changed. Bai Wei didn't have many good things, so she didn't have many decent Geno treasures. But King Bai had given her mother the 1,000 heart lock. It was passed on to Bai Wei later. It was her only deified item, and it was the only thing she had to keep her alive. This wasn't a secret among the Extreme King, and even Han Sen knew about it. Han Sen couldn't give away Bauer, and so he suggested something he knew that she couldn't trade. I will swap a king-class item for the girl instead. She is just a kid, you don't need her. Bai Wei looked sad. I said I want the 1,000 heart lock. If you want my cute daughter, bring me the 1,000 heart lock. If you won't, we are done discussing these matters. I'll leave you to think about it. After Han Sen spoke, he began to lower himself back into the sea. 1,000 heart lock is combined with my body. I cannot simply give it to you. Even if I could, you wouldn't be able to use it. Aside from me, no one can use the 1,000 heart lock. Bai Wei stopped Han Sen and gritted her teeth. Give me the kid, and all of Planet Wind Zone's resources are yours for a year. Han Sen was shocked. Planet Wind Zone was poor, but 1 year's worth of resources was an incredible thing for her to offer. She was planning to give everything for Bauer. He didn't know if she had been able to tell how special Bauer was, or if there was an ulterior motive to her desperation. If she was willing to do this to prevent Bauer ending up with Bai Yi, then it proved her to be a very good-hearted person. You are willing to trade so many resources for one little kid. That kid is special. I should really take good care of her. Perhaps she can earn me a lot more money. Maybe we can talk more about the price later. Ha ha ha, Han Sen dropped back into the sea. A *** hole. Bai Wei angrily punched the sea, but at a futile gesture. That prick, the princess of the siren growled at the same time. She was angry at what Bai Yi had done as well. If she didn't need the protection of the Extreme King and her title as princess, she would never have married a scumbag like that. Even just her title made her feel sick. She really wanted to kill him. My princess, we need to look at the greater good. Prince 16 is the last generation of the virgin blood. We need him to take the holy item, the old siren said. It is only because my blood isn't pure enough that I cannot activate the relic. If it was, I wouldn't have to work with an shoal like this, the princess said furiously. The old siren sighed. We cannot change this. The siren were destroyed, and not many of us survived. We need to mate with other races. You and Prince 16 have the blood of virgins. It isn't pure, though, so you cannot do it alone. It might work if you two cooperate. For the sake of the siren, please endure. The princess didn't say anything in response. She looked towards the garden, then walked in that direction. Han Sen went to the garden, but before he reached his little place, he saw the princess headed his way. "What are you doing here? Are you so lonely that you require my company?" Han Sen grinned. He was just pretending to be Bai Yi. "Give me the little girl," the princess said emotionlessly. Chapter 23-26 The Promise of Bai Ling Shuang. Why? Han Sen's lip curled a little. "If you want the relic, then give her to me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. The choice is yours." The princess' face didn't change. "Fine. Whatever. She is just a useless kid. If you want her, then you can have her." Han Sen rolled his eyes and returned to the building. He brought out Bauer and lobbed her toward the princess. The princess frowned. She caught Bauer and immediately turned away from Han Senator. She took Bauer away from the garden. She moved hurriedly, as if remaining in the garden for one more second would make her feel incredibly filthy. Bauer lay across the princess' shoulder, clutching her neck. She winked at Han Sr. D**MN woman. "Don't let me find a chance," Han Sen grumbled, but he winked back at Bauer. The princess wanted Bauer, and Han Sen needed Bauer to amass information on his behalf. Bauer's intelligence and power made her a great infiltrator. Bai Wei and the princess didn't give Han Sen any further headaches. He was most worried about the meeting with Bai Ling Shuang, and that was because Han Sen wasn't sure what sort of deal had been established between Bai Ling Shuang and Bai Yi. He didn't know what Bai Ling Shuang had offered Bai Yi to make him hunt Han Sen down in Knight's Paradise. But Han Sen needed to go to Night Charm Town. Bai Yi would definitely have chosen to go there if he had returned from his confrontation with Han Senator. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to read all the information that Mr. White had given him before the meeting. He knew what sort of social circles Bai Yi traveled in. At the very least, he knew a thing or two about Bai Yi now. At the proposed time of the meet, Han Sen rode the Blood Kirin and left Planet Water Zone, heading for Bai Ling Shuang's Night Charm Town. Bai Ling Shuang was different from Bai Yi and Bai Wei. She had an abundance of resources. Night Charm Town was like a top club located in King's Kingdom, but it was only one of Bai Ling Shuang's many properties. It was a town, yes, but it was one that covered an entire planet. Because Night Charm Town was very famous among the Extreme King, finding information about the place wasn't difficult. Han Sen made sure to do his homework before he left. Hopefully, nothing there would be strange to him. "Go and tell your master that Prince 16 Bai Yi is here," Han Sen said to the receptionist, slapping the woman's butt and squeezing it firmly. He spoke aloud with much pride. "My prince, Night Charm Town doesn't allow xenogenics." The receptionist kept a fixed smile on her face, but her eyes revealed the glint of simmering anger. "You don't accept people's xenogenics?" "Well, the xenogenic of Bai Yi is an exception to your rule," Han Sen said, then walked forward with the Blood Kirin. The faces of the guards changed. They stepped forward as if to stop him, but they then returned to their posts. There were many noble snobs around there. Compared to Bai Yi, though, those people were pleasant. No one liked Bai Yi, not even the workers. "Please wait, my prince. The princess is coming." The receptionist took Han Sen to a room on the highest floor, then left. The Extreme King really know how to enjoy themselves. Han Sen sat on a sofa and looked around. He stroked the Blood Kirin's head as he thought. "Brother 16, you only have one half-deified xenogenic. You don't have to show off 24/7. Bai Ling Shuang walked in and looked at the Blood Kirin as she spoke. "Half-deified xenogenic. This is nothing in your eyes, of course, but to a useless prince such as myself, it is very important. I need to bring it around often." Han Sen grabbed a glass of wine and drank it. He looked at Bai Ling Shuang. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and he said, "By the way, thank you for your kindness. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be receiving this. Bai Ling Shuang didn't want to talk to Han Sen more than necessary. She threw something towards him and clapped her hands. A very attractive woman came in. She stepped up next to Bai Ling Shuang and bowed. Then, she bowed to Han Sen and said, "My name is Cher. It is nice to meet you, my prince." Cher's body was very attractive, and her eyes could snare a person's soul. Her voice was like a hook that could draw the attention of all. Fox. Han Sen's eyes widened as he looked at Cher. He was given a fright. She had fox ears and a fox tail behind her. The Extreme King's Pavilion Pass and Cher are now yours for the day. You should be sufficiently satisfied, Bai Ling Shuang said emotionlessly. You had so much faith in me, Sister Ten. Han Sen looked at Cher. He pulled her into his arms and reached right into her clothing. Cher was smiling, but inside, he knew that she hated this. Bai Ling Shuang coldly grunted and left the room. Han Sen now had a headache. He should have thought more about what Bai Yi would have asked for. As a request from Bai Yi, this sadly made sense. The Extreme King Pavilion Pass surprised Han Sen, though. He hadn't been in the Extreme King long, but he had heard about the Extreme King's Pavilion. Only the royal children that were rewarded by King Bai were granted a pass. This was an item that allowed one to get into the Extreme King's Pavilion. One pass could provide one entry. The legend said that there were many legendary treasures there, and that only the royal children were ever allowed access to them. If one was not a royal child, it would be pointless to have the pass. Bai Yi had never received a pass before. Han Sen hadn't expected that the deal with Bai Ling Shuang would earn him an Extreme King's Pavilion pass. The unexpected revelation made Han Sen very happy. In the Extreme King's Pavilion, randomly selected treasures could be bought for high prices. This was a surprise to Han Senator, but the other part of Bai Yi's deal, his desire for a woman, and a fox woman at that, left Han Sen unsure of how to proceed. With Bai Yi's personality, he would have undoubtedly gone crazy all over the fox woman. But Han Sen wasn't Bai Yi. He liked pretty girls too, but he didn't want to do anything with a woman he didn't know. And most importantly, the room had a camera. Han Sen didn't have a fetish for being watched. But right now, he was disguised as Bai Yi. Leaving a woman that Bai Yi had always dreamed of without doing anything would inspire suspicion from Bai Ling Shuang. Han Sen even thought Bai Ling Shuang was probably sitting behind a monitor of the camera's feed, watching his every move. Han Sen held Cher by the waist, trying to think about how he might deal with the situation. My prince, this is my first time. Please be gentle, Cher looked down. Her face seemed red, and the skin of her chest was flushed a little pink. She looked very charming. Seeing her would make anyone feel horny. Chapter 23-27 cannot keep pretending. Cher's beauty would make anyone's heart jump, but in Han Sen's eyes, she was completely unappealing. Han Sen had seen many beautiful people in the world. There were countless numbers of them, but he was now past the stage in which he took people for their face value. What was inside was better than what was outside. Cher looked as if she absolutely despised Bai Yi. That attractiveness she displayed was for a specific purpose, and she showed her body to achieve it. Ordinary people might have been drawn to that, but Han Sen thought it was boring. Cher wasn't Han Sen's type. Even if he really liked her, he wouldn't do anything with a woman so easily. But right now, if Han Sen didn't do something, he would raise suspicions about his identity. The evil, horny Bai Yi wouldn't think twice about doing something devilish to that pretty woman. Bai Ling Shuang wouldn't believe Han Sen's lie if he showed restraint. Han Sen picked up Cher by the waist and took her to the bed. Cher lay against Han Sen's chest. She looked so shy, and her arms were around Han Sen's neck. When Han Sen put Cher down on the bed, her pretty eyes looked into Han Sen's own at a very close distance. There was only 10 centimeters separating the two. Han Sen's eyes shifted away to break the gaze. He wanted to use a Geno art, but Cher's eyes looked very weird. They were magnetic, pulling directly on people's hearts. He was going to get lost in her attractive eyes. Han Sen's heart skipped a beat. He gave up on casting a Geno art, looking genuinely attracted by her. He had seen these eyes before when he was trapped in Ghost Bone Palace. Fox Queen had tried to trick him the same way. He hadn't expected Cher to have a command of this ability, as well. It wasn't hard to tell that she was one of the fox. They were two of the same race, and that talent could very well have been a defining ability of the foxes. It wasn't too strange that Cher knew how to do this, but compared to Fox Queen, Cher was an amateur. Cher's power still surprised Han Sen, though. She was king class for sure, and Han Sen hadn't been able to tell that before this moment. The fox had a skill that hid their strength, and it was very effective. But thinking about how Fox Queen hid herself as a king class guard amidst the extreme king despite being deified, this wasn't half as special. Han Sen was familiar with this Geno art, so he knew what the expected reaction should be. Han Sen's eyes started to look dazed, as if he was frozen. But he sighed. A while later, Han Sen looked dazed while lying on Cher. He was like a zombie. This Cher is using a luring skill to get me to fall under a spell. She is trying to make me think that I'm going to do something with her. Most people wouldn't realize what was happening. I wonder if this was her idea, or if it was Bai Ling Shuang who ordered her to do this. Han Sen wondered. He thought it was more likely to be the second option. Cher looked at Han Sen with revulsion as she pushed him away. She sat up on the bed and tidied her clothes. She looked utterly disgusted. A hidden door in the room opened, and Bai Ling Shuang walked in. Cher bowed to her and said, "My princess, I used Fox Eye to attract him. He won't know what happened." Bai Ling Shuang nodded. "Good job. Take off his clothes and remove everything. I want to get a proper look at him." "My princess, do you think something is wrong with Prince 16? Cher asked. "Not quite. I just feel as if something is amiss with him," Bai Ling Shuang said. "It looks like my attempts to imitate Bai Yi are failing," Han Sen thought as he heard Cher approach him. Why hasn't Blood Kirin reacted? Bai Ling Shuang and Cher were there. Han Sen was worried they were going to expose him. He didn't dare to use his Dongxian aura to get a look around the room. He thought the Blood Kirin was just lying there and not moving. His presence seemed normal, as if he was just sleeping. But Han Sen knew that the Blood Kirin couldn't actually be sleeping. Even if it was, Bai Ling Shuang's entry surely should have woken it. It was just lying there and not moving. Something must have happened. Cher moved calmly over to Han Sen and removed all of his clothes. Han Sen just had to remain still, otherwise, everything would fall apart. Cher brought Han Sen's clothes and items over to Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang looked through the stuff and said, "This ghost teeth knife is Han Sen's. This silver thunder blade thing is also Han Sen's. It could actually be a half-deified weapon. This jade drum looks different from the ordinary jade drums. Maybe it is a mutant jade drum. These items must be Han Sen's. He certainly got lucky. Why does he only carry Han Sen's items? Could this be a problem?" Cher frowned. Han Sen's heart tightened. He had wanted to carry some of Bai Yi's items, but they had all been eaten by the blue metal wolf. He had nothing, and there was nothing decent in his house. Han Sen only found some accessories to wear, but there were no xenogenic treasures or king-class items. Bai Ling Shuang coldly said, "Bai Yi is addicted to sex and gambling. His family didn't lose because he married Lan Haixin. But that Lan Haixin had her own purposes for marrying him. She isn't really in love with Bai Yi. What she holds on to won't be given to Bai Yi. Bai Yi should be a prince, but he is little more than a servant. His situation is quite bad. If things weren't like this, he wouldn't have been greedy enough to request my extreme king's pavilion pass. He got lucky that he was chosen to kill Han's senator. That is a lot to be rewarded with. That Han Sen was special, but he was also so dumb. He went for that B**tch by way. He deserved to die. Bai Ling Shang looked through everything and tossed the items away. She walked to the secret door and went on to say, "Go and find a woman of the pig race. We need to make it look legit. Don't let this *shoal wonder about anything after waking up. F***CKU, lady. Do you have to be this cruel? This is so F***king cruel." Han Sen thought. The pig people had a human body but a pig head. They were so strong, too. They were little more than thralls. Bai Ling Shuang was going to put a pig in bed with him. Han Sen wanted to jump up and kill her. Cher brought Han Sen's items over to the bed and threw them down. She brought a leg up and kicked Han Sen's body hard. She hissed angrily, "You dare to touch me? Wait until later." After that, Cher turned around to call for the pig woman. Han Sen thought quickly, and in the end, he could no longer keep this up. The moment Cher turned around, Han Sen jumped up. He grabbed her back and used his hands to cover her mouth as he threw her on the bed. Jade Skin's ice power and original Water King body's King Arioff effect combined and flowed into Cher's body. She was caught completely off guard, and she was frozen on the spot. But she was king class, and she tried to fight back. Han Sen's ice power was melting fast due to her resistance. Chapter 23-28 Exposing himself, should I kill her or not? Han Sen thought to himself. Cher's power was stronger than Han Sen had expected. His ice powers didn't work on her very well, and when Han Sen saw that Cher was about to free herself, he knew that her escaping would result in him being exposed. But killing Cher wouldn't exactly make him appear less suspicious either. This was Night Charm Town. It wasn't a place where people were murdered for resources like Knight's Paradise. In this town, people were required to follow the laws established by the Extreme King. Not even a prince could randomly murder someone with proper cause. Han Sen's eyes flashed. Cher, who was currently crushed under Han Sen, was overwhelmed with both anger and fear. She had been fully confident that her fox eyes would work on Han Sen, so she had been caught completely off guard when he turned the tables on her. Fortunately, her own powers were rather impressive. She was stronger than Bai Yi, and she had a high resistance to ice. She couldn't be bound easily. Seeing that Cher was about to escape the ice, Han Sen leaned over next to her ear and whispered, "Cher, do you remember Fox Queen?" When Cher heard this, she shivered. Her attempts to struggle away from him suddenly ceased. Soon after, though, she returned to normal, trying to fight her way free as if she hadn't heard what Han Sen had just asked her. Han Sen knew which way the wind was blowing, so he let go of Cher and coldly said, "I am very close with Fox Queen. If that claim was untrue, then you know that I would already be a dead man. So, you had better be quiet and talk. If something happens to me, something will happen to Fox Queen, too. Why would I believe you?" Cher broke through the last of the ice that caked her body, but she didn't jump away after she freed herself. Han Sen brought his mouth close to Cher and spoke the two words quietly. "Red sleeve." Cher's jaw went slack. Clearly, she was aware that Red Sleeve was Fox Queen. Han Sen now felt much safer. He laid down on Cher and said quietly, "I'm sorry to invade your personal space, but I'm sure you can understand my situation. Can you tell me how I might manage to get through this?" "You are Han Sen." Cher wasn't stupid, not many of the foxes were. She knew what was really going on, but she just found it hard to believe. Han Sen was a duke, and Bai Yi's return to origin had failed. Han Sen had ended up killing Prince Bai Yi, then assumed the man's identity as a disguise. He was so brave it was almost impossible to fathom. Han Sen knew that he couldn't hide his knowledge of Fox Queen, but this was the best result he would be able to achieve, given the current circumstances. They both had dirt on each other. Han Sen thought that a fox wouldn't sell him out unless they absolutely had to. What do you say? Han Sen smiled at Cher. Many different emotions flickered across Cher's face. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Wait for me on the bed. I am going to call the pig lady. Don't even think about it. If I was willing to do that, why would I have exposed myself?" Han Sen crushed Cher to the bed to keep her from moving. Cher blushed and said, "If I don't go, Bai Ling Shuang will notice. Do not worry, I will use a Geno art to control the pig lady. Put on your clothes and wait for me, just don't get off the bed. Only the bed isn't faced with a camera." "Okay, I will take your word on it this one time." Han Sen rolled over to the other side of the bed, grabbed his clothes, and put on his garments one by one. Cher glanced at Han Sen and walked out. While Han Sen was pulling on his clothes, he receded into thought. When Cher came back, she brought someone who was 3 meters tall and had a waist that was 8 feet wide. It was the pig. But it seemed as if the pig lady was under a spell. Her eyes looked dull, and she listened to Cher's every command. She fell down on the bed, and the bed made a chorus of squeaky noises. Cher looked at Han Sen and murmured, "In order to make this work, I need you to make some noise." Not long after, Cher took the pig woman away. She came back and lay down next to Han Sen wearing only a bathrobe. "How did you disguise yourself as Prince 16? Cher asked as she lay looking at Han Sr. "That wasn't difficult. What about you? You are so young, and you're surrounded by the elite of the extreme king. Your life must be hard," Han Sen said with a broad smile. "Couldn't you show a little gratitude? I just saved your life. If I hadn't, you would have had to do it with that pig." When she realized what she was saying, Cher blushed and stopped talking. "Out of all the foxes that I have met, you are the least shameless. You seem to be very pure, yet you've also managed to achieve king class. You must be quite famous among the foxes," Han Sen said with a smile. Cher raised her red lips in a slight sneer. "Are you trying to get information out of a fox? You are too naive. We are merely making a trade. You think too much." Han Sen coughed. Han Sen was very interested in Fox Queen's conspiracy. If a woman like Fox Queen was willing to disguise herself as a female guard, then something big had to be going down. Han Sen had intended to glean more information from Cher. She was so pure that she looked rather inexperienced. But she actually seemed smart enough to deprive him of hope. Cher moved her face closer to Han Senator. She was facing him, and she was so near that she almost touched Han Sen's nose. They could feel each other's breath. "What are you doing?" "I have standards, you know," Han Sen said with a blink. "You really are Han Sen?" Cher asked curiously, still examining him. "We are sleeping together, and still you must ask that. I feel rather hurt." Han Sen lifted his shoulders in a light shrug. Cher's eyes looked like moons. She smiled and said, "I thought that we foxes were very good at changing our identities, but you must be even better. You've disguised yourself as Extreme King's Prince 16 and successfully avoided detection. Not even Fox Queen would have the courage to do what you've done." "I learned a few tricks from Fox Queen that made it possible," Han Sen said. Cher's eyes looked bright. "Are you close with her?" "Close. Very close. Fox Queen kind of wanted to marry me, but I didn't want that to happen," Han Sen casually said. When Cher heard that, her eyes widened. She didn't believe the claim. "Liar. Why would I lie? You're Fox Queen's but has a Han Sen supplied some helpful descriptive details. Cher looked at Han Sen as if he was a monster. A while later she said, "You and Fox Queen. That, I failed her when I turned down her proposal." Han Sen sighed. "Now I can only make up for it by trying to help her and assuage her grief. If I can do that, I can die a happy man." "You are going to help Fox Queen claim our treasure." Cher felt touched as she spoke. Han Sen felt a ripple of relief pass through him. Cher was much easier to deal with than other foxes. While she was king class and strong, she didn't have much practical experience. Chapter 23-29 Extreme King Pavilion. In the morning, Han Sen finally received the Extreme King's Pavilion pass and left Night Charm Town. On his way out, he looked over at Cher like he wanted her so badly. Buying Shuang wouldn't let him near the woman now that their deal was complete, though. The blood Kirin had been sleeping, and nothing happened after it woke up. Han Sen didn't know what they had done to the creature to make it sleep through the night. Han Sen rode the blood Kirin away from Night Charm Town, heading straight for the Extreme King's Pavilion. He was in so much danger, and he felt as if he could be exposed at any second. He wanted to use Pavilion Pass as quickly as possible. Considering Bai Yi's well-known greed, everyone would expect him to use the pass immediately, anyway. When he arrived at the pavilion, Han Sen presented the pass so he could go right on in and select a treasure to take away with him. The blood Kirin had to wait for him outside. But when Han Sen entered the pavilion, he frowned. The legend said that the place was full of treasures, but Han Sen didn't see any treasures as he walked inside. There was just a bunch of statues. The statues were wearing royal armor. Although they were just statues, the sight of them was still very impressive. Each statue must have represented one of the Extreme King's former rulers. Aside from those statues, there were no other treasures inside the building. Han Sen found a placard on the wall, and soon realized that the statues themselves were the treasures of the Extreme King's Pavilion. During a ruler's coronation, a statue of the new ruler would be placed inside the pavilion. The materials used to construct the statues weren't very valuable, but before the statues were placed in the pavilion, the kings left their Geno arts inside them. If someone with a pavilion pass could understand the meaning of one of the Geno arts, they would be able to activate the statue. The statue would move to reveal the treasure compartment at its base. Within that compartment would be an item left behind by the ruler. If these are items left behind by monarchs, then they must be quite special. But understanding the mind of a king cannot be an easy task to accomplish, Han Sen thought as he looked at the statues. Although each statue was unique, they all had a sense of power and mystique. As he looked closer, Han Sen could tell that the statues were all pulling on him in different ways. All of them possessed their own particular atmosphere. There was 79 of them. That meant at least 79 kings had ruled the Extreme King during their history. Some statues featured a rock in front of them, whereas others did not. If a statue didn't have a stone, it meant that the treasure inside had already been taken. Han Sen counted and realized there were only 3 of them left. Most of the treasures had already been taken, which meant that the ones left behind would be difficult to claim. That made sense. The Extreme King had a long history, and there was an abundance of talented individuals among them. Understanding a statue wouldn't be too difficult. There were 3 that no one had managed to understand, though. That was quite odd. Han Sen had a look at the 3 statues. Blocks of text were engraved on the back of each statue, chronicling the entire life of the king, feats and all. The first of the statues that hadn't been claimed was actually the first statue that Han Sen had seen upon entering. That meant the statue belonged to the Extreme King's very first ruler, or maybe even their alpha. The statue's self-aggrandizement was quite ridiculous. It said that the king was loved by everyone. It spoke of how intelligent and powerful the man was, and how his hands could cripple the entire universe. It said he stabilized the universe for billions of years. Frankly, it just sounded ludicrous. It sounded as if the Extreme King had held the entire universe together. But Han Sen knew that the Extreme King were once just a minor race. When their Alpha was born, Sacred was the reigning superpower. Perhaps the Extreme King Alpha had even owed service to the people of Sacred. That was very likely, because when the Sacred leader spread his dominion over the universe, small races like the Extreme King would have found themselves under the thumb of the Sacred. In reality, most of them would have ended up as vassal races to the Sacred. The strangest thing, though, was the physical appearance of the Extreme King's Alpha. His statue looked very different than those of the other kings. The Extreme King looked similar to humans. The first king mostly resembled them, but part of his body was obviously different. There was a mark on the Alpha's forehead that looked like the closed third eye of a sky. The Extreme Kings didn't have a third eye. They were just like humans, they had two eyes with normal pupils. But then again, Han Sen couldn't be certain what the marking was supposed to be. It wasn't open, so he couldn't be sure that it was actually a third eye. There was another strange thing about the statue, as well. Every other king possessed a sword, knife, or a book. The Alpha didn't have a sword on his waist or a book in his hand, however, he was holding a gourd. This guy is interesting. Han Sen focused on the Alpha's statue and used his purple-eye butterfly to witness the process of the statue's creation. According to the statue's description, the Alpha left the statue in the Extreme King's pavilion. The Alpha both started this tradition and wrote it down in the rules of the Extreme King, and every king after had performed this ritual. If the ritual wasn't completed, then they wouldn't be deemed a true king of the Extreme King. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to look at the statue, but before he could analyze a single thing, he felt a burning pain sear into his eye. Arg! Han Sen lowered his head and held his eye. Thin trails of blood leaked through his fingers. That is some strong power. Han Sen clutched his eye, and it took a while for him to recover. He didn't dare use the purple-eye butterfly to examine the statue again. Although the purple-eye butterfly was a deified beast soul, the Alpha of the Extreme King must have been a very powerful individual. They would have been deified, too. Trying to steal a look into the statue that they left behind was clearly a no-go. Luckily, Han Sen's recovery power was strong. If it hadn't been, his eye would have been destroyed. Putting away the purple-eyed butterfly, Han Sen didn't look at the Extreme King Alpha's statue again. Instead, he looked at the statue of another king. That king was holding a book, with his spare hand held behind his back. His eyes looked into the distance, and they conveyed an intimidating sense of incredible strength. Han Sen observed the statue and noticed how startlingly clear it was. The king had black eyes and black hair. He wasn't clad in the armor of a king, but instead dressed in a white robe that actually looked rather elegant. The back of the statue recorded what the king had done. Han Sen learned that this king was called King One. The description of his deeds said that he fought wars and claimed races, but that part of his life was summed up in a single sentence. Most of his description explained how he built the system of law and government for the Extreme King. King Bai was actually following the laws established by King One, like the rules to raise the royal children. Through the eras, things had been modified a bit, but the rules remained mostly the same. King One was the second king of the Extreme King. His statue was near the Extreme King Alpha. The final statue that hadn't been claimed was far in the back. It was the king before King Bai. Chapter 23:30 Understanding the statue. Because King Bai was still around, his statue was sealed. Treasure seekers would have to wait until he had passed away before his statue was revealed in the pavilion. The statue wasn't being shown right then to avoid giving his children the opportunity to crack the statue. Why that would have been a bad thing, the stone didn't say. As a result, Han Sen didn't understand. The last king before King Bai was called King Bao. Not much was written about him, just a few words that looked like default text instead. He had beaten a race and expanded the breadth of the Extreme King's domain, but the name of the race he had beaten wasn't even listed. The expanse controlled by the Extreme King had been maximized during the reign of King Bao, so there wasn't much room left for them to develop nowadays unless they could defeat the very high or ancient god. There was nothing else King Bai could do. In fact, the 20 kings before King Bao were all fairly boring. They maintained the Extreme King's power and developed fairly slowly. But those other king statues had all been claimed. This boring and normal king statue hadn't been cracked, though. Although the King Bao statue was the latest to show up, not many had attempted to understand it. Its plain look might have been why, even though King Bai was known to have some genius kids, like Bai Wuchang and Bai Ling Shuang. They were geniuses with a vast array of talents. Bai Wei was talented, as well, but she lacked fame. There were many royal children of greatness, just hidden away like that. If they didn't have what it took to claim the King Bao statue, then it had to be special. Han Sen looked at the 3 statues. He was unable to use his purple-eyed butterfly to get a close-up examination of them. He would need to use his own senses. Plus, no matter how many pavilion passes a prince got a hold of, they could never come back once they claimed a statue. Bai Wuchang had tried to open the Alpha statue before, and he wasn't the only prince that had tried. Han Sen turned toward the strange face of the Alpha statue. "I'll give this one a try." Each statue had a different atmosphere, but Han Sen felt his attention being snared by the gourd that the Alpha King was holding. Han Sen couldn't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps because of Bauer, Han Sen cared a lot about things that resembled a gourd. King Bao's name had a bow in it, but he didn't have any weapons or interesting items in his hands. He looked so poor, and so that wasn't what Han Sen wanted. King Wen didn't suit Han Sen's style. Only the Alpha King interested Han. Senator Han Sen sat down before the Alpha King statue and looked up into the man's eyes. For some reason, the oppressive aura of the statue felt different when he was sitting down. If Han Sen looked at the statue while he was on his feet, the statue appeared beautiful and intricately carved. When he sat on the floor, however, it seemed as if the statue was truly coming alive. It was like a living king was standing in front of him, looking at Han Sen with what appeared to be a smile. The emotions it inspired were completely different. Han Sen was shocked. He moved a little on the stone and looked at the statue again. The statue was back to normal. It didn't look alive anymore. Han Sen changed spots a few times, but the results were the same. He could only see the statue's living-type aura when he sat directly in front of it. Han Sen ran to King Wen and King Bao's statues. They were all the same. Only sitting on the stone allowed him to detect the feel of the statues. These king statues are amazing. I wonder how they do that. Han Sen sighed. He returned to his seat in front of the Alpha King statue and analyzed the feelings inspired by the statue. When he looked at the Alpha, a strange feeling settled over Han. Senator King Wen and King Bao's statues gave Han Sen the feeling that he was sitting before a god and a devil, respectively. They thrummed with strength that could rattle the whole universe, and the things they knew were very mysterious. It was like even the folds of their sleeves were jam-packed full of knowledge. The Alpha King was different, though. He was holding a gourd, and it looked as if he was smiling. He looked like an elderly neighbor who would sit outside the door smoking. He didn't look like an all-powerful tyrant. Han Sen didn't know if his mind was playing tricks on him, but Han Sen thought the old man's eyes looked rather horny. This Alpha King is very interesting, Han Sen thought curiously. He carefully inspected the whole body, not willing to overlook a single part. But no matter where he looked, Han Sen couldn't discern anything meaningful from it. The statue had a spirit, but there was no sense of godly might. It was just very plain. King Wen and King Bai's statues elicited feelings that were scary to experience. Alpha King's feelings were very weak by comparison. It was difficult to understand. Han Sen sat in front of the statue for a whole day, but he was unable to learn a single thing. He frowned. He didn't know if he should give up on the Alpha King, as King Wen and King Bao had enticing amounts of power. But Han Sen really cared about the gourd. He hesitated and stopped looking at the Alpha King. He turned his attention to focus on the gourd instead. Han Sen looked at it for a while, and he soon felt something weird. Before, when Han Sen looked at a statue, he had focused on the king himself. The gourd was just an accessory, so there was nothing special to glean from looking at it. But if he changed his perspective to center on the gourd as the primary aspect of the statue, then the king was actually the accessory, and things looked very different. The children of the extreme king were full of pride. They carried pride in every part of their lives, but it centered on their ancestors. They always showed them a great deal of respect. No one would even consider that the Alpha King was just an accessory or a slave to the gourd. Han Sen was an outsider. He wasn't one of the extreme king, so he didn't share their thought processes. He really took the gourd seriously. He looked at it as if it was far more than a trinket, and by doing so, the entire statue took on a different meaning. It was as if he was stepping through a gate into a new world. As Han Sen channeled his focus into the gourd instead of the king, his emotions changed entirely. Realization slowly dawned on his face. The more he watched the gourd, the more familiar he thought it was. It looked like Bauer before she was born. No way. The extreme king Alpha is holding a gourd, and the gourd is a statue of Bauer before she was born. Han Sen thought in complete shock. Han Sen determined that the gourd was indeed Bauer. The meaning of the gourd became clearer. A mysterious air began to spread, and it looked as if it was wrapping Han Sen up inside it. This gourd statue, it cannot be Bauer who created it, surely. Han Sen continued to stare at the statue, his expression cycling rapidly through emotions. Chapter 23:31 The Change of the Extreme King Pavilion. Master, Bai Yi has entered the pavilion, Cher said with a bow to Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang was seated on a sofa. Her beautiful legs were up, and she was holding a wine glass that she slowly twirled. Her expression changed to disdain, and she said, "Now that Bai Wuchang has used his pass, the pavilion only has the statues of the Alpha, the second king, and King Bao. The Alpha and the second king's statues have been there for billions of years, as no one has been able to understand them. And as for that King Bao, he was a strange king. Many royal children have tried to understand his statue, but they left empty-handed. There is no way Bai Yi will be able to understand anything about the statue." Instead of asking for a reward that he could use more easily, Bai Yi insisted that he be given a pavilion pass. "He does think a little too highly of himself," Cher said. Bai Ling Shuang's lips tasted the wine. Then, she set the glass down. "In this world, the hardest thing isn't understanding the enemy, it's understanding yourself. Bai Yi isn't the only person who struggles with that. Even with all the elites in our race, how many of them can truly claim to understand themselves? Bai Yi is just an ordinary man. It isn't surprising that he asked for something beyond his capabilities. He won't learn his limitations until he has tried it for himself." "You are correct, Master. After all, there are not many people in this universe who are as insightful as you," Cher gushed. Bai Ling Shang looked at Cher and coldly said, "Your fox tricks do not work on me." "I apologize," Cher said immediately. Bai Ling Shuang waved her hand, and she was about to respond when a look of shock crossed her face. She went to the balcony and looked up into the sky. From another planet, a beam of light was shooting across the universe, casting shadows across entire planets. "The pavilion. That is impossible." Bai Ling Shuang stared at the light in utter disbelief. Every person of the extreme king was in shock as they turned their heads up toward the beam of light coursing through the skies. That light seemed born from powerful magic. As people looked at it, it seemed less like a king than a god or a devil. The scary presence was felt all over King's kingdom. Under the gaze of all those royals in King's kingdom, the light moved. It started punching. It was the Extreme King's most basic skill, Extreme King Punch. The Extreme King's Geno arts were all derived from the Extreme King Punch. Even Bai Wei's Extreme King Final Punch was an improved version of Extreme King Punch. But this basic example of Extreme King Punch was shown through a shadow. It was hard to imagine how scary it was. Every punch seemed to hold enough power to break the universe. As the nobles watched those punches, their hearts leaped in their chests. They were suppressed, and they found it difficult to breathe. It felt as if every punch they saw was going to cripple the whole universe, crushing them in the process. Just watching that power coming from the punches was enough to put everyone in a daze. Those with weak wills found blood trickling from their noses and ears. This, our Alpha, is it? Has someone claimed the Alpha statue? Who is this? Almost everyone was wondering, especially the royal children. Even the nearby nobles were shocked. It had been billions of years, and in all that time, no one had been able to claim it. The opening of that statue would shake the very foundation of their society. No matter which prince or princess claimed the Alpha statue, this was going to draw King Bai's attention. If the royal child was already known to be incredibly talented, then this might be enough for them to usurp the place of the current crown prince. After all, the crown prince wasn't really very famous. The current crown prince had been selected only because he was the eldest son of the king. King Bai could boot that crown prince off his pedestal whenever he wanted to. Bai Wei watched the Alpha's shadow of Extreme King Punch. She seemed to learn something as she stared. She followed what she saw in the sky and started to move, punch after punch. Her punches started off very complicated, but they became very simple. Her final punch became the most basic, shocking sky punch. But her body was becoming stronger. It was becoming closer with the shadow of their Alpha. Catcha! Some sort of lock inside Bai Wei appeared to have been broken. Her original body became an astral body, but the development didn't end there. Following the Alpha's shadow punch, Bai Wei's body continued to increase. She was fast going to have a celestial body. This wasn't just happening to Bai Wei, either. The whole of the Extreme King, every single person that practiced shocking sky punch or something similar to it, began to gain strength because of that shadow. Many elites broke their boundaries, and even king class and deified sorts gained more power. So this is the power of our legendary Alpha. He is so holy. Who did this? Who is the one that claimed the Alpha statue? Everyone was both shocked and exuberantly delighted by this turn of events, and they discussed rapidly between themselves. The most likely candidate, they presumed, was Bai Wuchang. But he had already claimed a statue for himself. There was no way he would be allowed to go back to the pavilion to grab another, so it couldn't be him. Others of royalty were powerful, too. No one could guess who it might have been. Only Bai Ling Shuang's expression was conflicted. She knew Bai Yi was in the pavilion at that moment, but she was unable to fathom how Bai Yi, of all people, could have opened the Alpha statue. It cannot be Bai Yi. There is probably some other royal child inside the pavilion. Bai Ling Shuang gritted her teeth as she spoke. The light that came from the pavilion began to fade, taking the Alpha shadow with it. Many nobles and extreme king elites looked towards the pavilion. They wanted to know who had claimed the Alpha statue. King Bai was inside the palace, playing a game of chess. He held one of the pieces in his hand, forgotten, as he stared toward the pavilion. Congratulations, my king, on having such a good son. The person who was playing with King Bai smiled. Teacher, which prince do you think it is? King Bai asked levelly, putting down a white chess piece. It was the Extreme King's national teacher, known as Ancient Abyss, who was playing chess with him. The teacher looked like a 40-year-old man. He looked quite handsome with his little beard, but it did make him look older. Despite that, he looked quite dreamy and light. Ancient Abyss bowed and said, I do not know. King Bai didn't ask any more questions. He looked in the direction of the pavilion, waiting for the prince or princess that claimed the Alpha King to emerge. Han Sen, in the Extreme King's pavilion, was shocked. He'd only wanted a small reward for his efforts with the statue. He hadn't intended to draw much attention, and now he frowned worriedly. If he really was Bai Yi, he'd have been overjoyed. But he was only masquerading as Bai Yi, and now that he had caused so much of a disturbance, everyone was sure to turn their focus on him. His chances of being exposed were now incredibly high. What's done is done, so there's no point in worrying about it now. I'll just take the item for now. Han Sen looked at the space within the Alpha statue. The opening had been revealed. Chapter 2332 Extreme King Alpha's treasure. Through the opening was a square hole which held a wooden box around the size of a football. Han Sen pulled the box out, and the statue returned to how it had been when he first saw it. Han Sen returned to sit in front of the statue. It didn't have the sense of life that it had possessed before. It seemed that the statue really had become what it was supposed to be, a statue. There were no further hidden meanings to its existence, and the gourd in the statue's hand didn't summon that feeling of familiarity that it once had. The statue really can only be activated once. Han Sen was looking at the wooden box. He thought to himself, this is what the Alpha of the Extreme King left behind. It cannot be anything lame, surely. It must be a deified weapon or something of the sort. The box wasn't locked, and when Han Sen opened it up, he was given a shock. The wooden box held a jade gourd about the size of Han Sen's hand. It looked like a green crystal. The crystal seemed transparent, but Han Sen couldn't see what was inside it. This jade gourd must have been carved. It isn't a creature. Perhaps it's a bottle shaped like a gourd. Han Sen took the jade gourd out the box, but the gourd was entirely whole. There was no hole or seam that he could find. Judging from the weight and feel, it didn't seem hollow, though. It was made of solid jade. Han Sen looked at the green gourd, and when he looked at its bottom, his fingers trembled. The bottom was flat, and a few words were carved on it. For the leader of sacred only. Han Sen was given a proper shock after reading those words. As far as Han Sen knew, there was only one leader of sacred. And this thing was from the Extreme King Alpha. This couldn't have been some nameless, meaningless item. Is the Alpha of the Extreme King connected to the leader of sacred? Otherwise, why would the Extreme King Alpha have an item that belonged to the sacred leader? Perhaps the Extreme King Alpha received it sometime after the sacred leader died. I still think they are related, though, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen turned the jade gourd over in his hands to study it. He couldn't tell what it did. Whatever, I'll just take it with me for now. Han Sen put the jade gourd in his chest pocket. Then he picked up the wooden box and exited the pavilion. He knew many people would be watching the pavilion, but he had no choice but to leave. He couldn't stay there forever. He had to make an exit eventually. Even though he had gone through a lot of things, in the face of something like this, even Han Sen was quite nervous. He couldn't be certain of avoiding exposure now, with all the eyes watching him and his disguise of Bai Yi. Bai Yi. He is the one who. When Han Sen walked out of the pavilion, all the Extreme King elites were surprised. Many high-level people knew that Bai Yi had used Return to Origin on Han Senator. The only people that didn't know Bai Yi now looked like Han Sen were the few who didn't read the news. Even if they knew he was Bai Yi, though, they were still stunned. Even King Bai and Ancient Abyss were frightfully shocked. They hadn't expected Bai Yi to have been the one to understand the statue. That is a rare occurrence, indeed, King Bai said, as he watched. That was all he said, and no one knew exactly what he meant by the cryptic remark. Ancient Abyss looked at Han Senator, then he turned back to King Bai. How lucky! Congratulations, Your Majesty. Luck has nothing to do with it, King Bai said in a cool voice. The other elites were even more shocked than King Bai. When Bai Wei looked at Han Sen, she felt a complex flurry of emotions. Bai Ling Shuang's face kept changing and twitching. When Miss Mirror looked at Han Sen, she frowned in thought. Among the Extreme King, that day would be remembered for its stunning revelation. Prince 16, Bai Yi, had claimed the Alpha's statue. It was like a miracle. The Alpha's statue had been there for billions of years, and no one had been able to understand what was inside it. And Prince 16, Bai Yi, who already had a bad reputation, had been the one to claim it. Everyone had their socks blown off. When Han Sen rode the Blood Kirin back to Planet Water Zone, even the Princess Lan Haixin couldn't help but stare at him from atop the palace. Lan Haixin didn't understand how Bai Yi had been able to claim the Alpha King statue. She found it a very hard thing to believe. Han Sen returned to his little building, closed the door, then started to play with his jade gourd. Aside from the words mentioning it was for the sacred leader only, there was nothing else special about it. He couldn't feel any special power residing inside it, despite searching it as thoroughly as he could. Han Sen had a look at it with his purple-eye butterfly, and there was nothing to witness. But that did prove that the jade gourd was unusual. It is a shame Bauer has gone undercover with Lan Haixin. It would be great if she was here. The statue's gourd is so similar to Bauer. Perhaps the jade gourd really is related to her, Han Sen mused. Dad. As Han Sen was lost in thought, Bauer came jumping toward him, holding a variety of packages in her small arms. Bauer, why are you back? Han Sen was shocked. Bauer was holding lots of food, and none of the goodies looked cheap. Her clothes were very pretty, too, and they obviously followed the fashion trends of the siren. I missed you, Dad. Bauer leaped into Han Sen's chest and rubbed her face against Han Sen's. Dad missed Bauer, too. But Bauer, did Lan Haixin's people see you coming? Han Sen was hoping Bauer had been able to get some information while he was away. Don't worry. No one saw me. Bauer gave the food to Han Sr., you must have been eating bad food while you were alone. Allow me to give you the good stuff. Good. You are so nice. You are the best daughter that a daddy could ask for. Han Sen merrily accepted the food and started eating. Filled with curiosity, he handed Bauer the jade gourd. Bauer, do you recognize what this is? Bauer accepted the jade gourd and shook it. Then, she turned it upside down. Something like water poured out of the jade gourd. Han Sen was given another shock. He had thought the jade gourd was solid. He hadn't realized that there was something hidden away inside. The liquid that came out of the gourd looked like water, but it wasn't. When the liquid came out, it didn't flow out onto the floor. It floated in the air, and it looked like a floating fairy. Rather than dividing into droplets, the fairy held together in a single floating pool. It looked similar to Han Sen using the original Water King body. What is this? Han Sen was given another shock. Help Daddy to shower, Bauer directed the water fairy as she held the gourd. The water fairy came over to Han Sen and stripped all his clothes off. Then she twirled her finger, and a water air wrapped around Han Sen's entire body. It made him feel as if he was in the embrace of a natural spring. Chapter 23:33 Water Fairy. The water fairy sat behind Han Sen and massaged his shoulders. Han Sen was definitely enjoying the massage, but he was disappointed and couldn't help but say, "It's just a servant." It had taken a lot of work for Han Sen to get into the pavilion, and he had also risked exposure. It wasn't worth it if he had only gotten a servant girl for his efforts. Bauer leaned her head to the side and said, I don't know, but I think that she has another function. Can she fight? Han Sen asked. Bauer lifted the gourd and pointed at the chair. She shouted, hit it. The water fairy went to the chair immediately, but her watery body broke as soon as she came into contact with it. The chair moved a little, but no actual lasting damage had been done. It looks as if she doesn't. Bauer shook her head. This can't be the servant of the sacred leader. The Extreme King's alpha surely wouldn't be this lame, leaving behind such a weak item for his children. Han Sen looked at the water fairy. Bao asked the water fairy to give her a massage. The water fairy complied with the directive immediately, so it seemed as if she lacked a will of her own. It was a high-class doll. Han Sen used his purple-eye butterfly to get a better look at the water fairy, and what he saw shocked him. The water fairy's body was an energy substance, and it was very tightly constructed. It seemed to contain a deified power, the likes of which Han Sen hadn't seen before. Weird. Such strong power, but why doesn't it deal any damage? What does this thing actually do? Han Sen thought to himself as he looked at the water fairy. Bauer was having fun with it, at least. While the water fairy was rubbing her shoulders, Bauer also instructed it to begin feeding her. Bauer, how do I make use of this jade gourd? Han Sen asked after a moment of thought. Perhaps using the gourd himself would let him investigate it further. It's easy. Just put your energy into the gourd. Bauer handed it back to Han Senator. After the gourd left Bauer's hand, the water fairy shattered and returned to the jade gourd like liquid. Han Sen tried putting his power into the jade gourd, but he couldn't make it work. Then he tried it again, and when he put his power inside it, the jade gourd worked. The water fairy bound itself to Han Sen's will and emerged from the jade gourd. This thing is strange, but I really don't know what she does. Han Sen tried a few commands, making sure he was able to control the water fairy. Then, he put the jade gourd and the water fairy away. Bauer, did you get any information from your time with Lan Haixin? Han Sen asked Bauer. Bauer nodded and said, she and Bai Yi had a meeting arranged for the 9th of next month. They will be opening the relic, and she says Bai Yi has the genes of another race in him. But the genes aren't complete. She says the chances that the relic will select Bai Yi are low. She thinks she will be able to control the relic. Did she tell you what the relic might have been? Han Sen asked further, pleased with the revelations. No. Bauer shook her head and swallowed some food. Good. Keep gathering all the information you can. Once you have found something, try to find a way to reach me, Han Sen said with a smile. I promise I will do that. Bauer looked so serious, and she gave Han Sen a salute. Good. You are the pride of the people and the nation, and you are the pride of your daddy, too. Han Sen convinced Bauer to go back. Then, he got to thinking about what he himself might need to do. The little red bird followed after Bauer, but Han Sen didn't worry about her. Han Sen was most worried about the ramifications of the previous day. He hadn't known that opening the Alpha statue would cause so much trouble, and right now, the entire Extreme King Society was still in the midst of dealing with their shock. Many eyes would be focused on him in the times to come. Considering Bai Yi's pride and desire for attention, he wouldn't maintain a low profile after suddenly becoming so famous. I need to go somewhere. Han Sen got to thinking about where he should go. Han Sen looked at the blood Kirin, and then his eyes turned bright. Yes. I should make the blood Kirin register as my royal guard. Then, I can go to King's Garden to steal a primary root king dragon. Only the princes and princesses are allowed to go to King's Garden. No one there is deified. I still can't reveal myself, But at least I won't be left exposed to the people most likely to see through my disguise. And I can steal plenty of resources. Right, I should do that. I should go to King's Garden. After Han Sen said that, he took the blood Kirin with him and registered it as a royal guard. Then, he rushed to King's Garden. My prince, Bai Yi has left home. He took the blood Kirin to register as a royal guard. And now, he is going to King's Garden. My princess, Bai Yi took the blood Kirin to King's Garden. The same report was delivered to each and every palace. Many princes and princesses now raced to King's Garden. They wanted to know what was going on with Bai Yi. The idea that he had claimed the Alpha statue was way too strange, and many royal children thought it was suspicious. He is out. I want to see if this is actually Bai Yi, or if it is really Han Sr. Miss Mirror was holding a big mirror that reflected Han Sen's movement inside King's Garden. She paid special attention to the ring Han Sen was still wearing. Every few seconds, Miss Mirror would turn her eyes to glance at that ring. Then, she unconsciously touched the identical ring she wore on her own finger. Han Sen had gone there with Bai Wei once, so he knew the way to go. He brought the blood Kirin with him to King's Garden. Han Sen wasn't fond of the bearded dragons, and he rode the blood Kirin towards the king tree. He wanted to find one of those thick, primary root king dragons. But as soon as the blood Kirin started to move, a few shadows appeared before them. Han Sen examined them and realized it was a bunch of people he had never seen before. He recognized some of them from the information Mr. White had given him, however. The first one was Prince Swordstar. He was the 47th royal child, and he was Bai Yi's little brother. But he wasn't from the same mother. Brother 47, why are you blocking my way? Han Sen asked, his expression gloomy. Prince Swordstar smiled. He looked quite handsome as he said, I am here to congratulate you, Brother 16, on acquiring an understanding of the Extreme King Alpha. And I am curious what the Extreme King Alpha left behind in the pavilion. I hope you will be able to tell me. And what if I don't tell you? Han Sen asked with a chuckle. Then this little brother is going to have to teach you a lesson, Prince Swordstar said coldly. Ha! You aren't worthy of challenging me. Beat my guard first, Han Sen replied haughtily. The blood Kirin roared. A red mist covered its body, exerting intense pressure on the surrounding area. A blood shadow came right for Prince Swordstar. You aren't the only one who has a guard. Prince Swordstar's face didn't change. Without a command, his own guard leaped out to fight the blood Kirin. King class was divided into 9 different tiers. Becoming half-deified required a person to break through all 9 tiers. A further barrier had to be surpassed before someone could become fully deified. Instead of being recognized separately, these 9 tiers were typically just grouped under king class, however. The power of a king's Ariof effect grew with each tier that was surpassed. The blood Kirin had completed all 9 tiers, it was half-deified, after all. Prince Swordstar's guard was a half-deified elite, too. How dare you behave so poorly in front of a prince? That half-deified guard made a cow's mooing sound. He then released a yellow king area, which overlapped with the blood Kirin's blood area. The guard lifted the axe in his hand and ran forward to strike the blood Kirin. The blood area combined with the yellow area, and both guards were affected by each other. A sudden weight fell across the blood Kirin's body, as if it had suddenly shouldered the weight of a mountain. The yellow area was associated with the element of earth, and it created earth elemental pressure within its zone. Kings with poor bodies could very well find themselves crushed by that pressure. As the blood Kirin was pressed down by the earth power, the guard's axe came towards the creature like a mountain. It was aimed to come down on the blood Kirin's head. The power exerted would have been enough to cut an entire planet in half. Roar! The blood Kirin roared. Instead of trying to avoid the strike, it used its own horn to block the falling axe. Boom! The blood and yellow powers surged against each other. The Blood Kirin's horn was able to block the big axe, keeping the axe aloft. The half-deified guard roared. He struggled to push his big axe down further, as the two powers kept crashing against each other in the area. Han Sen and Prince Swordstar watched the two from afar. Suddenly, a massive red and yellow explosion rocked the area. The Blood Kirin was able to get past the half-deified guard. When the light of the explosion faded and the onlookers could see again, they immediately noticed that the Blood Kirin's neck scales were torn. There was a huge cleft across them, and the Blood Kirin's blood began to drip slowly down its chest. The chest plate of the half-deified guard's armor had also been broken. He had been cut, and he was bleeding, as well. Very strong body. You did not die after taking a blow from my open sky axe, but still, you will die today, the half-deified guard shouted fiercely. His open sky axe produced a scary light, and it came swinging at the Blood Kirin again. The Blood Kirin lowered its head. Its eyes looked red. Then the eyes grew darker and darker, until they ended up looking black. Han Sen understood the Blood Kirin well, and he knew now that it was really angry. Its blood air was about to go mad. It was like a nuclear bomb that was on the verge of detonating. As the half-deified guard sprang toward it, the Blood Kirin did not dodge. It raised its head and peered at the guard. The blood air in its eyes was about to erupt like a volcano. Blurg! The power from the Blood Kirin's eyes didn't explode out as Han Sen had expected. The other guard's chest suddenly started to rupture with blood. His open sky axe didn't come down as planned. Blood spurted from his wound like a spring, and everyone watching the fight looked on in shock. The half-deified guard quickly tried to cast a power to stop his loss of blood. But it was a futile effort. Blood still streamed out of his chest, then turned into a mist and drifted straight over to the Blood Kirin, where the Blood Kirin promptly absorbed it. The wound on the Blood Kirin's neck soon closed up as if it had never existed. The Blood Kirin roared like a lion. It became a blood shadow, then flew over to the half-deified guard. The half-deified guard was bleeding, and his face looked shocked at the turn of events. He roared in response and swung his open sky axe at the Blood Kirin once more, desperately trying to slash the incoming Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin made no attempt to evade the big axe, and neither did it try to use its claws to block the blow. The beast allowed the axe to slam into it and cut a deep crevice across its scales. At the same time, though, the Blood Kirin's talons touched down on its opponent. As the guard screamed, his blood sprayed like a geyser. The murderous Blood Kirin ignored the frantic blows of the axe, using its scales to absorb the strikes as its claws continued shredding the guard's armor and tearing up his flesh. The Blood Kirin's claws left marks all across the night, and blood spilled ceaselessly from his body. His blood was like a volcano, and nothing could stop that eruption. Han Sen grinned as he watched. The Blood Kirin's blood area was a very scary ability. Han Sen was fortunate that the Blood Kirin was not his enemy. Instead, when the guard hit the Blood Kirin with the big axe, it was now able to heal so quickly. After a moment, the half-deified guard was broken. He screamed continuously as he tried to scramble away, but under the grip of the Blood Kirin's blood area, he had lost too much blood. His powers were now weak, and he no longer had the strength to run. The Blood Kirin was like a wolf. It was like a tiger. It leaped over towards the man, then ripped off his arms and swallowed them. Crunching noises came from the creature as it savored its snack. Prince! Save me, the half-deified screamed to Prince Swordstar. Prince Swordstar felt a bitter chill strike him after watching all this. The cruelty of the Blood Kirin shocked him and all the other guards. Before Prince Swordstar could say anything, the Blood Kirin picked up the guard in its mouth and ate him whole. A half-deified elite had been completely swallowed by the blood Kirin. The man's last scream still echoed in the ears of the horrified audience. Bai Yi. You killed my guard. Prince Swordstar looked very ill. His eyes stared blankly ahead. It was just a guard, and he died. What's the big deal? If you are not happy about it, the blood Kirin is willing to hear your complaints. Go and kill it, if you dare, Han Sen replied flatly. You. Prince Swordstar's face had darkened. He wasn't half-deified. He only had 2 half-deified guards in his employ, and now one of them had been eaten by the blood Kirin. Sending another one into the fray would not help. Other princes and princesses watched the fight from afar, looking jealously at the blood Kirin. I didn't expect that Han Sen's xenogeniac would be so strong, it is like it is deified already. I cannot believe that Shoal Bai Yi was able to claim it. When Bai Ling Shuang saw the blood Kirin's performance, the sight made her grumble angrily. If you have nothing else to say, Brother 47, then I best be on my way. Han Sen mounted the blood Kirin again and looked at Prince Swordstar with disdain. Then he headed towards the king tree. Prince Swordstar's face kept cycling through a number of emotions, but he let Han Sen go and did not press for another fight. Prince Swordstar wasn't willing to continue the contest, but Bai Ling Shuang and the other royal children still followed Han Senator. They could see he was getting close to the king tree. Is he going to practice in front of the king tree? Bai Ling Shang frowned, her expression turning strange. Han Sen thought he would find more primary root king dragons closer to the tree, but that wasn't the case. The ground closest to the king tree was different, and normal royal children wouldn't dare to approach it. That was why Bai Ling Shuang looked so disturbed. Prince Swordstar stared furiously at Han Sen's back. Let's go. Prince, you are just going to leave like this? Prince Swordstar's remaining guard looked angry as he spoke. Prince Swordstar said coldly, my people will not die for nothing. He dared to kill in King's Garden, and so the blood Kirin will die. Let's go to the sentencing court. Han Sen rode the blood Kirin to the king tree. In his heart, he was thinking, the blood Kirin's desire to kill is way too strong. If he wants to kill, there is nothing I can do to stop him. Fortunately, it was only a guard. I can negotiate and explain his actions. As he got closer and closer to the king tree, Han Sen was unable to find any primary root king dragons. Han Sen kept moving forward. The primary root king dragons appeared in different locations each and every time. Han Sen was not lucky today, though. He didn't run into any of them on his way. There were many princes and princesses following him, however. Han Sen mostly ignored their presence, but after a while, he noticed that they had fallen back and stopped following him forward. That was a little concerning. Han Sen looked around and found that he was close to the king tree. It was so thick, like a giant pillar in front of him. There were 100 miles of land between him and the tree. Han Sen could see that there were some wrinkles in the tree's bark that were as wide as entire valleys. But the king dragons he had seen were not as big as that. Han Sen slowed down the speed of his approach. This place was quite different than he had imagined. Getting closer to the tree didn't result in him finding more and more of the primary root king dragons. Han Sen soon found a king dragon, with a man in a white robe standing before it. Han Sen remembered the information given to him by Mr. White, and he quickly recognized the man. Prince 17, by Qing Xia, was known as the prettiest man in the entirety of King's Kingdom. The man was so handsome that his good looks made him practically invincible. While Qing Xia was very handsome, the legends also said that he was quite weak. His mother had been injured while she was pregnant, and her baby had been injured as well. So, he was born damaged. He was a very weak person among the extreme king, and his body wasn't like one of the royal bloodline. He was weaker than a commoner. Prince Qing Xia was very handsome, but he wasn't good at anything except for being eye candy. He didn't join the fights for authority. If anyone mentioned him in conversation, it was just to talk about his face. Brother 17, what are you doing? Han Sen rode the blood Kirin over to Prince Qing Xia, but the man didn't respond. Han Sen wanted to know why Prince 17 was the only one there, though. All the other royal children were gone. Prince Qing Xia's eyes were like stars, and his facial features were sharp. He was like a carving, wrought from a block of marble. But he didn't look good. In fact, he looked pale and sick. He hadn't expected Han Sen to approach and talk to him. Prince Qing Xia looked at Han Sen and said, I am here to get protection from King 1. Aren't you doing the same, Brother 16? I'm just walking around. Han Sen didn't think he had come at the right time. He didn't know what protection from King 1 meant. Maybe it is something connected to the King's scrawl upon the king leaves, but how will that help him? Is he going to pick a leaf off the king tree? Han Sen thought to himself. Prince Qing Xia smiled and said, there is no need to hide since you are here now. If you are strong enough to claim the Alpha's statue, then of course you can gain the protection of King's cover. If you want the King's, then I should not disturb you. I will continue walking around, Han Sen said, then readied himself to depart. He hadn't figured out how to get the King's, and if he wasn't careful, he could risk being exposed. He had to get out of there now and figure out the King's later. Prince Qing Xia suddenly jumped. His body teleported in front of Han Sen, barring his departure. The King's hasn't woken up yet. I am curious how you were able to understand the Alpha's statue. Please teach me, Brother 16, Prince Qing Xia said. Before Han Sen agreed, he threw a slap at Han Senator. His fingers were long, and they glowed with light. It was a pretty sight, but somehow, it was still masculine at the same time. Han Sen saw his slap and noticed how light it was, and how there was no power. But even so, the move felt as if it would be very difficult to predict. Han Sen was shocked by it. People say Prince Qing Xia is quite weak, and it would be difficult for him to evolve. But now, I do not think those claims are true. His slap is something very special, Han Sen frowned. The blood Kirin sat down and roared. It wanted to jump away, but Han Sen prevented it from doing so. There was a rule in the king's garden that forbade killing. It was intended to protect princes and princesses only, though. There were options if a guard was killed, but killing a prince wouldn't just lead to the blood Kirin being punished, Han Sen would be, too. After stopping the blood Kirin, Han Sen leaped off of the blood Kirin's back and punched towards Prince Qing Xia. His fist flew forward in the traditional Extreme King shocking sky punch. He had learned it from the Alpha statue. The rest of the Extreme King had only seen the shadow, but Han Sen had watched the Alpha statue actually perform the skill. Pang! The fist and the palm came against each other. Han Sen and Prince Qing Xia felt their bodies vibrate as they were pushed back. Neither of them gained the upper hand. Han Sen's punch included the original Water King body power. Although it was only on the first tier of area powers, it was still quite strong, and Prince Qing Xia could fight against Han Sen as an equal. It seemed as if the rumors of the prince's weakened body were not quite accurate. Extreme King really does have many elites. I can never underestimate anyone. Han Sen was shocked. Many princes and princesses were watching from a distance, and they found themselves surprised again. Bai Yi was well known for being quite reckless and exceptionally greedy. Bai Qing Xia was known for being very weak and sick. For two princes like that to fight under the king tree was quite weird. It might have been an understandable conflict if it took place somewhere else, but the king tree was only 100 miles away. Both princes were beneath the king's cover. Even geniuses like Bai Wuchang and Bai Ling Shuang wouldn't enter that place. And those two princes had. The king's cover wasn't a dangerous place, but it had the king tree's king heir blessing. If the king tree gave them its approval, they would earn its protection. They'd be protected by the kingis. If they were not approved, then they would simply stand there and nothing would happen. Many princes and princesses hoped to earn the protection of the kingis, but amidst their uncertainty, none wished to try. If they didn't earn the protection of king's cover or have much kingis, they would be laughed at for being unlucky. Chapter 23:36 Sick Beauty. If a prince didn't even have the blessing from the kingis on the king tree, people would believe him to be very unfortunate. They would think the prince was plagued by bad luck. Such a person could never lead the extreme king and rule the known world. Although the protection of the kingis didn't accurately represent the luck of a prince, it still affected the way they were perceived by others. Thus, the royal children wouldn't seek the protection of the kingis on a random whim. In the era of King Bao's reign, there was a much-loved prince. He was very intelligent and a sublime fighter. King Bao was extremely fond of him, and many nobles believed that the prince would be the one to take the throne and succeed King Bao. Even the prince himself believed he would be the one. He thought he was a man that was blessed with great fortune and luck. So, he went to King's cover to test the mettle of his beliefs. But he did not get the kingis. After that transpired, King Bao's love turned sour. He didn't allow the prince to succeed him, and instead passed the mantle onto the man now known as King Bai. The prince didn't lose the throne solely due to the lack of kingis protection, but it was one of the primary factors involved. Similar things transpired in every era of the extreme king, just to varying degrees. The royal children that wanted to take the throne wouldn't dare risk being rejected by the king's cover. It was the royal children that were not ambitious that were more willing to try. A rejection wouldn't affect them as much. A royal child who got the blessing of 5 kingis would be deemed a lucky person. Getting the blessing of 9 kingis meant a person was super lucky. Getting more than 9 was something most kingly, and it was also absurdly rare. But even getting the protection of more than 9 kingis didn't guarantee a chance at the throne. So, the kingis' protection didn't mean everything. Luckily, the kingis itself was useful. It was good to have, so the more the better. Bai Qingxia moved like a cloud, coming for Han. Senator Han Sen grunted in annoyance. After he used the extreme king's shocking sky punch to counter Bai Qingxia's palm, the fight continued. Because they were too close to the king tree, the last thing they wanted to do was hurt it, so they held their powers and fought with raw strength. Huh. Prince Qingxia has great palm skills. That must be King 7's hatred times 10. A prince blurted as he looked at Bai Qingxia. It really is hatred times 10. Times 1 is one area, while times 10 is half deified. I cannot believe Bai Qingxia learned this. He just became king class, did he not? He only has times 1 area power. His hatred times 10 is only at its first tier, another prince commented. But Bai Qingxia is weak. It is surprising that he is able to learn such a powerful Geno art at all, another prince remarked. Bai Ling Shuang watched Bai Qingxia and frowned. Bai Qingxia hid his abilities this well. It looks as if he has come here to seek out the protection of King's cover. That is an unusual choice. We have clearly been underestimating him. His heart must be far more complicated than most of the princes that can harness strong power. Miss Mirror saw Bai Qingxia's hatred times 10 and looked on with interest. She said, "This pretty prince has practiced hatred times 10. And on top of that, it isn't just at the first tier. This is really interesting." After pausing, Miss Mirror laughed and said, "Good. Let's see how he does against Han Sr." Han Sen used his extreme king shocking sky punch to fight against Bai Qingxia. Han Sen was surprised as they fought. That pretty man's fighting power far exceeded his expectations. The man's hands moved fluidly, and they didn't look very strong. But even so, they gave off a palpable sensation of evil. Han Sen could feel this very clearly, and if he was careless, taking just half of one hit could deplete him of half of his life. Weird. Why does old 16 only use the shocking sky punch? Does he only know this one skill? Prince 19 looked on and frowned. Prince 19 stood beside Prince 14 Baizanglang. Baizanglang laughed darkly and said, "Old 16 is deliberately insulting 17. He wants to use shocking sky punch to beat hatred times 10. His arrogant personality clearly hasn't changed a bit. Luckily, 17 has the first tier of king area. If he didn't, he would have been killed by now. I don't know how a guy like him was able to claim the alpha statue," Prince 19 said with a lift of his lips. "Everyone is bound to have some good luck at some point." Baizanglang looked at Han Sen with scorn. Bai Qingxia noticed that no matter how much he altered his palm skills, Han Sen was still only using shocking sky punch. He concluded that Han Sen was insulting him on purpose, and his pretty face reddened with anger. Suddenly, Bai Qingxia changed his palm skills. The weak-looking palm skills became a laser that could pierce through the universe. And now, one of those strikes was headed for Han Senator. The blow was too fast, and no one should have been able to react to it. Love too much and you become hateful. That is the second tier of hatred times 10. How is that possible? Bai Qingxia is just a first-tier king. How could he now have hatred times 2? Prince 19 looked shocked. Baizanglang's face changed, as well. He looked to be just as stunned. Many other princes and princesses stared mutely at the fight. Bai Ling Shuang frowned. "I suppose we must say goodbye to the old Qingxia. He has used his first-tier body to hold hatred times 2. It must have taken incredible cunning to hide away all this power within a body that we all thought was sickened and weak." Han Sen didn't move. He threw another shocking sky punch, and his fist came against the sharp, opposing light. Pang! The scary presence exploded. That laser light was crushed by Han Sen's fist and rendered harmless. That was a perfect shocking sky punch. No wonder Brother 16 claimed the alpha statue, Bai Qingxia thought, maintaining his calm. He flipped his hand, and this time, it went from fast to slow. It was like he was slowly pushing a mountain towards Han Sr., one palm to sunder the day and night cycle. It is hatred times 3. A prince was shocked. Bai Qingxia had been known as the sick beauty. Everyone had believed, for years and years, that he was weak. But suddenly, he was exploding with so much power and talent. Hatred times 10 was super hard to practice, and it required a massive amount of talent. Not many royal children could practice it, so it was a very stunning revelation that Bai Qingxia had learned the skill. Now, his first-tier body could make hatred times 3's palm split the day and night cycle. How could people not be surprised by this? Scary talent. Very deep mind. All the royal children's eyes changed as they looked at Bai Qingxia. They once looked at him with pity and disgust, but no longer. Chapter 23:37 King Yi seeing Bai Qingxia striking with his palm, Han Sen unleashed another shocking sky punch. He would have liked to use other techniques, but he had only just started using his Bai Yi disguise. He hadn't yet had the time to learn any other skills. He had been lucky to learn this punch from the Extreme King Alpha statue, but using other skills might expose him. The shocking sky punch was a technique that every member of the Extreme King had to learn. Although it was basic, it was still very powerful. It would be ridiculous to call the skill invincible, but it could challenge a surprising number of other techniques. Pang! The fist and the palm hit each other. Han Sen's shocking sky punch blocked Bai Qingxia's day and night cycle split. But still, no one was winning. Bai Yi's shocking sky punch managed to block the day and night cycle split. Today is a weird day. We are witnessing so many bizarre things. Read latest chapters at Ellis novel. They are both first-tier kings. How can a shocking sky punch break a day and night cycle split? The Bai family has too many powerful members. Those two princes have never really revealed themselves before. I wouldn't have expected the two to possess powers like this. They are both so talented, and it seems as if the fight between these two princes has only just begun. Everyone was talking. Instead of attacking Han Sen again, Bai Qingxia just stared at his opponent. A long time later, he said, "You are very special, Brother 16. It was no wonder that you were able to claim the Alpha statue." "You're not bad either," Han Sen admitted with a nod. Bai Qingxia raised his head. He looked up to the king tree and said, "The king tree is going to wake up, so we should cease our fighting for now. If you are here to seek protection from king's cover, then let us determine a victory through how many kingis we both receive." "How does that sound?" "I'm just here on a stroll. I don't care if I get kingis or not," Han Sen said. Bai Qingxia laughed. "Are you afraid to lose?" "Huh? You really think I can actually be afraid of you?" Han Sen grunted dismissively. "Then it is settled. We will determine the victor based on how many kingis we each receive. Whoever has the most kingis will win." After saying this, Bai Qingxia returned to the king dragon's head. Read latest chapters at Ellis novel. Han Sen had no idea how to get the kingis. So, he pretended to shoot Bai Qingxia a look of contempt. He flew to another king dragon's head and sat down just like the other prince. Seeing Bai Qingxia close his eyes atop the dragon's head, Han Sen pretended to do the same. The blood Kirin sat down next to him. Bai Qingxia and Bai Yi are both seeking King Cover's protection. I wonder how many kingis they will receive. In the past, I would have thought they would be lucky to earn 1 or 2. But now, it is hard to tell. Those two have been keeping secrets, and it is obvious they are looking to impress everyone. They're probably still hiding much of their power. You are right. I didn't expect two normal princes to hide their powers in the way they have. It looks like this is the Extreme King's strongest era. Haha. As the royal children grow stronger, their fights will grow stronger as well. I do not know if that is good or bad. The king tree's leaves started to glow, but few of the royal children went looking for the primary root king dragons. Most of them wanted to watch Han Sen and Bai Qingxia. Every leaf on the king tree had some kingis. When the king tree woke up, the kingis on the leaves grew brighter. Under their light, the leaves looked gold. Kingis was the blood pulse of the leaves. Every king leaf's blood pulse was different. As time passed, the blood pulse became brighter. The kingis brightened into gold symbols branded onto the gold leaves, and each symbol gave off a different sensation. Some of them were strong like fire. Some of them felt like rushing water. Some of them were heavy on the ground, and others were deep like an abyss. Although Han Sen couldn't decipher the kingis, he could feel their power. He could understand what they meant. It wasn't because Han Sen was good at learning. It was because the power of each kingis was linked to a substance. There was a deeper meaning to them than a mere hieroglyph. Han Sen didn't have to learn them. He just had to see the shape of the item that was related to the kingis. Then, he could recognize what they meant. This world is so big. Everything and anything can exist here. Even the leaves of the king tree are in some way connected to the fabric of the world. It's all-inclusive. How amazing. Han Sen sighed, and then he thought to himself, if I could dig it out and haul it back to the Alliance, I wonder if it would still grow. The king tree and its leaves woke up. The kingis was shining brightly. A king dragon nearby roared and then fell into the ground. Han Sen saw that Bai Qingxia hadn't moved yet. He furrowed his eyebrows. Does he not want the protection of the Kingis? Why is he sitting on the head of a dragon? That way, he will not be able to go underground. That was what Han Sen was thinking, at least. He didn't move. He maintained his position just as Bai Qingxia did, sitting atop the dragon head. The king dragons around them were all drilling into the soil. And then, both of their own king dragons started to move. Bai Qingxia still didn't move. Han Sen wasn't sure what was going on. The king dragon didn't go underground as the other dragons did. Instead, it raised its head and went up to the top of the tree. The boughs of the tree high above were like a golden sky. The Kingis was shining like a platter of gold stars. The two dragons kept going up and up, as if they were shooting off into the cosmos. If someone hadn't actually seen it in person, it would have been difficult to imagine how beautiful it looked. Han Sen was standing atop the dragon's head, staring at the shining Kingis. It was like he was in a dreamland. Those two king dragons stopped moving forward after reaching the halfway point. After all, they were just the roots of the king tree, and there was only so far that they could go. They would have to disconnect from the king tree to go further. Bai Qingxia opened his eyes. He stood up, looked at the Kingis, and said, "The older one should do this first, so go ahead. I am just sightseeing." "You go first," Han Sen said simply. He had no idea how to gain the approval and protection of the Kingis. Bai Qingxia didn't decline the offer to go first. He looked up to the Kingis, and then his body started to glow with a white light. The white became more intense, and it made Bai Qingxia's body brighter. It was like he was becoming a transparent jade stone. King body. Han Sen squinted. Bai Qingxia was still standing on his dragon's head. His body was so bright, it was like he was wholly wrapped up by a godlight. It wasn't just his flesh either, even his hair looked like jade. With his king body's power spreading, the Kingis on the king leaves answered. A king leaf started to shake. It began to make a rustling noise, like it was caught in a wind that affected nothing else. Chapter 23:38 Bai Qingxia's words, so opening the king body can attract the Kingis. I thought this was something special, Han Sen thought to himself. As he mulled this over, one leaf suddenly stood out among the galaxy of shining Kingis. The Kingis upon it was shining brighter than the sun. Before Han Sen had even started focusing, the Kingis left the leaf and went straight for Bai Qingxia. Among the people that were watching the sight from afar, someone started screaming in excitement. It moved. The Kingis moved. What is that word? Many of the royal children looked over to see what the voice was talking about. The Kingis that was shining like a sun seemed to be transparent and natural in its form. It was like looking at a beautifully polished piece of jade. Fan. Bai Ling Shuang read the word out loud. Fan, or pretty gem. Even the king tree thing's Prince 17 is pretty like a gem. He is a shiny thing himself, and so that is why Fan came down for him, Bang Tsanglang said coolly. The word fan was shining, and it landed on Bai Qingxia's forehead. It melted into his flesh like a snowflake touching water. When that Kingis symbol blended into the man, Bai Qingxia's attractive body looked even shinier. His skin was like the spotless surface of a beautiful jade. Any pale spots on his body seemed to have vanished, and he looked to have been rejuvenated. He looked very handsome. Many of the princesses were so jealous that it drove them a little crazy. They wanted the word fan, too. They would rather have that than any of the other Kingis. Humph, he is just a pretty boy, Prince 19 scoffed. His eyes were betraying his true feelings, however. He is so pretty. He has everything. A female guard sighed at the sight. She couldn't peel her eyes away from Bai Qingxia's face. When Fan was totally blended into Bai Qingxia's body, another king leaf erupted with a bountiful light. The second symbol flew down, headed for Bai Qingxia's forehead once more. Han Sen looked at the Kingese. The Kingese was shining, but it wasn't very bright. It was very small, and it would likely bring comfort and calm to those trapped in a storm. Read more chapters at List Novel. Calm Een. Han Sen had never seen the symbol before, but he could read and understand what it meant. Bai Qingxia saw the Een drifting into his body. His jade-like light vanished. He looked like someone from heaven that had fallen down to earth to become nothing more than a commoner. Looking at him more closely would lead to a very different conclusion, however. It was like there was jade hidden among piles of sand. There was a light, just waiting to emerge. When it was truly unearthed, he would look so pretty. Een is fitting for him. Bai Qingxia remained hidden for many years, and then, he started to impress people today. He deserves to have the word Een. Bai Ling Shuang sighed. It looks like we have another to compete against. As the hidden word settled, another Kingese symbol fell from a king leaf. The next word was like fire, and it moved fiercely along its path. It seemed like it could ignore everything in the world. Ao. Han Sen read the word out. Prince 19 grated out a laugh. Sick beauty was hidden for many years. Even when people humiliated him and made fun of him, he never said a word. He has always been little more than a turtle. Does he really deserve the word Ao? I'm beginning to doubt the tree's infallible ability to sense the truth. Ao doesn't mean crazy. Crazy is something on the surface, whereas Ao resides in the bones. This Ao is in the bone and the heart. Bai Qingxia has been humiliated a lot over the years, but he never gave up his desire to win. He has kept going and going up until now, so he definitely deserves Ao, Bai Zhanglang said, shaking his head. Prince 19 snorted. Fan, Een, and Ao. That isn't bad. But that combination has no connection to the qualities of a king. It is nothing like Tian, De, Jun, Qin, or Shi. And it most certainly cannot compare with Ren, Yi, Li, Xian, Ji, Zhong, Xiao Ti. Those three words aren't very useful, and I highly doubt father will approve of them. Bai Zhanglang looked at Prince 19, but he didn't say anything in response. His face showed his silent disagreement. The Ao landed atop Bai Qingxia's head, and it combined with his body. It changed his body, giving him more of that overbearing power. Han Sen looked at him with much interest, and he thought to himself, these Kingese symbols are quite powerful. They can change your genes and alter your body and senses. They can even affect your will. That's really quite amazing. If I can get a symbol associated with fire, my proficiency with the elements of fire will be much improved. Every word would certainly be useful, and the more words the better. Han Sen's next thought made him rather depressed, however. The words the king tree dropped were dependent on the king body that would receive them. Han Sen had stolen Bai Yi's original Water King body. If he used that body to gain Kingese, he would probably get the element of water. And Han Sen wasn't really interested in water. He was hoping to get Fan, or at least some word that would make him look more handsome. But the king tree dropped what it wanted to drop. It always depended on how the king tree felt. People could do nothing to change it. After Ao, another symbol fell down. That word was full of hatred, which Han Sen could tell before he even saw it properly. Merely feeling the hate surrounding it was enough to know that it would bear the word hen. Seeing this word, the royal children looked quite interested. Intriguing. Bai Qingxia has hatred in his heart. Who does he hate, I wonder? Does he hate the lack of fairness or the people that used to bully him, perhaps? Or the high-class people above him? Miss Mirror saw hen, and she smiled. She looked very interested in that. After the hatred of hen, another word started to descend. It was called Shan. That was surprising. No matter what strength Bai Qingxia was hiding, he didn't sound anything like a strong mountain. The Qingyi symbols continued to fall, and there had been 8 words already. The king tree still hadn't stopped. More Qingyis came down, falling through the leaves. This is the 9th word. This Bai Qingxia is on the verge of shocking everyone. All the princes and princesses looked on with wide eyes. No matter what that 9th word would be, it proved that Bai Qingxia was talented. If the 9th word was just some horrible Qingyis, then it proved he was an evil individual. He couldn't be a leader if that was the case. After the 9th word combined with Bai Qingxia, another king leaf lit up like a sun. The 10th word. There have been 10 words. Everyone was shocked. Gaining the king tree's approval 9 times was already a glorious thing, but now, Bai Qingxia was on the verge of getting 10 words. This was extremely rare to see in the extreme king. Everyone looked at Bai Qingxia differently now. Chapter 23:39 Begging for Qingyis. Ah, how interesting. Miss Mirror leaned closer to her mirror as the next symbol fell. Han Sen was confused. He had thought that the king tree was giving out words that would improve Bai Qingxia's genes, but seeing this, there was a possibility that he had misunderstood. When the word meaning evil went into him, Bai Qingxia's body started to look evil. It completely went against his style. It looks like the king tree only detects what is special about Bai Qingxia. Whether the thing hidden inside him is good or bad, the tree makes it stronger. And even flaws can be strengthened. Han Sen now understood how the king tree distributed its words. Seeing the word evil appear, the royal children didn't show much of a reaction. Many of the royal children had received the same symbol, and even so, they were able to become king. So, it didn't matter. After the word evil blended into the man, the leaves of the king tree remained lit. Another Qingyi symbol drifted down from the king tree. It was headed for Bai Qingxia's forehead once more. Seeing that word, Bai Ling Shuang screamed and said, "Ni." Bai Ling Shuang wasn't the only person having such a reaction. Even Miss Mirror, using her mirror to watch the events, stood up. Her eyes opened up wide, looking at the word betrayal. That word "Ni" didn't have a thunderous presence or a shocking atmosphere. It barely glowed. The small light it had looked as if it would be extinguished any second. But that word made every prince and princess scream. They weren't shocked that Bai Qingxia had obtained 11 Qingyis, they were merely shocked by the word betrayal. There were countless Qingyi symbols. The number of words that descended tended to show the talent of the person obtaining them. But different Qingyi symbols meant different things. Read more chapters at Ellis novel. It was impossible to say which words were good and which ones were bad. But some words across history had been known to prove how great an individual was. One such example was the word betrayal. The second king of the extreme king, King Wen, had received the word betrayal. That was the only word he received. Compared to all those other royals, he was at the bottom of the list. But King Wen beat out all the other talented royal children to become the second king of the extreme king. He also became one of the most famous kings in their history. Back then, there was a rare prince that managed to receive 21 words. But he lost to King Wen, who only had 1 word. After King Wen, there were 70 more kings, and countless princes and princesses. But no one else had received the word betrayal. Right now, Bai Qingxia had received the word betrayal, which shook the royal children. That word made it clear that Bai Qingxia was indeed a very special person. This was in addition to the 10 words he had received before. Everyone was so shocked. Their mouths were opened wide, looking at Bai Qingxia in utter shock. They couldn't even speak. He was so quiet at one point, but now he is suddenly shocking everyone. Prince 17 will be famous all around the universe. One of the guards sighed. After the word betrayal appeared, there were no more Kingese symbols. Bai Qingxia's power went dim. He released his king body and told Han Sen, Brother 16. I received 11 words, so it is now your turn. What is your king body's name? Han Sen gave the man a haughty look. He knew what it was, but he pretended he didn't. Zhenzo king body, Bai Qingxia said calmly. He didn't rise to Han Sen's provocation. Your Zhenzo king body isn't too bad if it obtained 11 Kingese, Han Sen said casually. It sounded like he was trying to comfort the other prince. Ha! This guy is so arrogant. If he cannot get a word, what is he going to do? Hearing Han Sen say that, Miss Mirror couldn't help but laugh. All the princes and princesses were shocked to hear this. Although they already knew that Bai Yi was the arrogant sort, they didn't know his arrogance came along with a whole heap of ignorance, too. Does he not know what it means to get 11 Kingese symbols? Does he not know what betrayal means? Prince 19 held his face in his hands. He was speechless. Bai Tsunglan laughed. Old 16 is grumpy. He surely has a little bipolar disorder. He never had a chance of being anyone important, so it's not strange that he's ignorant of what betrayal means. But no matter how dumb he is, he should know what having 11 Kingese means. He is probably just being stubborn. Read more chapters at Ellis novel. I really don't know how this guy managed to claim the Alpha statue. That was still a sore spot for Prince 19, it seemed. Prince 19 had been to the pavilion many times. He had wanted to keep coming until he claimed the Alpha statue, but he had repeatedly failed. He couldn't believe the Alpha statue was actually claimed by that Bai Yi, who he had always looked down upon. He hated him. He hated Bai Yi, who was actually Han Sen in disguise. Let's see how many Kingese he gets. It will be funny if he is unable to get any. It is hard to say. After all, he did manage to claim the Alpha statue. There is no way he'll leave without a single one. Who knows? Maybe getting the Alpha statue was pure, dumb luck. Then do you think he will receive the word luck? Perhaps. Many guards and royal children were watching intently. Han Sen's eyes looked up at that tree that looked like a golden sky. He was looking at the Kingese symbols while he mumbled, "Give me a pretty man. Handsome man. Whatever it is. I do not want much. With my face. I should get a word like fan, just as Bai Qingxia did." While he was mumbling, Han Sen activated his original Water King body. His body became a blob of water, and even his armor became water. He was like a water man standing atop the dragon's head. He was looking up at the gold sky. Bai Yi's personality was a grumpy one. He often started arguments. Everyone there had seen his original Water King body before, and so it was nothing surprising. Compared to Bai Qingxia's Zhenzo King body, the original Water King body wasn't bad. But water was weak. It was better suited to healing abilities. But Bai Yi was too ill-tempered. He didn't want to learn a healing Geno art. He had forced himself to learn a destructive water element skill instead, so he hadn't achieved much. He wasn't the number one compared to all those king-class princes. He was in a medium-low bracket. Because of that, many of the royal children thought his original Water King body was rather weak. In reality, the original Water King body wasn't much worse than the Zhenzo King body. Bai Yi had just never used it well. Han Sen activated the original Water King body, and his body took on a water light. It connected with the king tree. The leaves rustled, and amidst their golden lights, a king leaf shone. The Kingese symbol was like a sun falling down. It was going to Han Senator. That word was so watery, it looked like floating water. It looked like a scary wave. It was very pretty, and there was a heavy rain and a storm going with it. It possessed the word shui. Bai Yi received the word meaning water. Everyone expected this since he had the original Water King body. It would be weird if he didn't receive water. It is better than nothing, Han Sen thought. And so, he waited for the word to come down and touch his head. As the word water was about to touch down on his head, Han Sen prepared to claim the King's power. But the word stopped 1 centimeter above his forehead. Chapter 23 41st person in 1,000 year. Everyone was frozen. They didn't know what was going on. Han Sen felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had no clue why the word water had just stopped above him. The next second, the symbol on Han Sen's forehead fired away from him like a cannonball. It whooshed back up into the sky, flying into the leaves at the top of the tree and vanishing. What is this? Han Sen was frozen. Every royal child and guard in King's Garden stood as still as stone. They thought they must have been imagining things, and their eyes were opened wide in disbelief. The king tree had stood in the center of the extreme king territory for billions of years. There had never been a Kingese that saw its recipient, then hightailed it back to where it came from. Ah! I cannot go on. I'm laughing too hard. Old 16 is way too funny. The Kingese that fell escaped his clutch. Prince 19 held his belly while he laughed, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. The Water Kingese looked like a horny man, seeing a sexy woman with a great body. It quickly gave chase, but when it got close enough to see her face, it ran away faster than any rabbit. What's going on? Bai Ling Shuang was shocked. She hadn't a clue what was happening. Miss Mirror squinted her eyes. It looks like he isn't actually Bai Yi. The Water Kingese was attracted by the original Water King body, but it noticed that there was a problem. And so, it decided to run back. I'm pretty sure he is actually Han Sr. What is this? A fallen Kingese can go back. I don't know. I've never heard of something like this happen before. Prince 16 looks a bit embarrassed. He is like a cooked duck that can still fly. Haha. Not only that, but he must be the first of the extreme king to have a Kingese run away from them. The princes and the princesses and the guards all exploded. This was the first time they had ever heard of such a thing. They were so hyped, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Han Sen thought this was bad. Did the king tree notice that the original Water King body isn't really mine? Is that why the Kingese ran back? If that is the case, many people might become suspicious of my identity. I have suffered some really bad luck here. If I knew this might happen, I would have just settled for collecting some king heir and left. Han Sen was depressed. As everyone chattered and laughed about what had happened, the top of the king tree lit up. The king leaves were suddenly all so bright, and a Kingese fell down like a sun. It came from the top of the tree, flying down to Han Sen's forehead. Come. Come. Let us not have something bad this time. Come on. Han Sen begged awkwardly. If this went wrong, everyone would know that there was something wrong with him. The Kingese symbol fell down. Han Sen could see it, too. That word was so solid, unbreakable. It was like a stone that had been made 1 billion years ago. It said, gee. That's gay, why would I have a word like this? No, I'm not gay at all. It must mean gene or base. It must be. It must be, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen honestly didn't care what the word was, as long as he had a word. Everyone who watched this was now looking at Han Sen, trying to see what was happening. Some were actually hoping that the Kingese would escape again. Quickly, the word landed on Han Sen's head. Everyone held their breath. They stretched their necks to look at Han Sen's head and the G word. They wanted to see if it would actually meld into him. Come on. Come down. Don't make this any worse. Han Sen was in a rush. He would have liked to just grab the word, cram it into his mouth, and swallow it. It was a shame that grabbing Kingi's symbols was impossible, though. If they could have, the royal children wouldn't have had to wait. They would have just grabbed the Kingis by themselves. Han Sen kept praying in his heart. The word Ji stopped 1 centimeter in front of Han Sen's head. It didn't actually touch down on his body. *T. It is playing around with me again. Han Sen wanted to cry. It stopped. It stopped. Someone sounded so excited by the sight. They sounded like a kid that had never traveled abroad before and was finally going, with the way they screamed. It was like they were visiting a foreign place. Prince 16 was getting really famous now. He was the first one to ever be abandoned by a Kingis. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. But why do the Kingis refuse to touch down and meld into Brother 16's body? The whole of King's Garden exploded. They had never thought something like this might happen, but now they were. Their nosy souls were burning. Bai Qingxia, who was closest to Han Sen, was also confused. He didn't know what was going on with Han Sr., huh? That is weird. The G word has stopped, but it hasn't left. Someone noticed this little issue, too. The G word had stopped, but it didn't escape like the water one did. It hung above Han Sen's head as if it was in suspended animation. Brother, what the hell is this? If you are going to come down, then come down. Leave, if that is what you prefer. Why are you just hanging around here? There is no half in, half out. Are you just trying to scare me? Whatever it is you want to do, just get it over with. Han Sen rolled his eyes and stared at the Ji Kingis. He was nervous. Han Sen thought his luck had turned sour. He thought everything had gone awry. He had drawn too much attention in the pavilion already. Now that this had happened, it was difficult for him not to appear suspicious. I need to be an honest person. I will never disguise myself as someone else again. I cannot deal with this kind of stress. Han Sen's eyes were burning. The Kingis wasn't moving. It didn't come down, and it didn't go back. It just hung where it was. Everyone was confused, but somehow, the top of the king tree became super bright again. Many king leaves lit up like a tapestry of suns. Voila! The suns began to fall like a meteor shower. Many Kingis fell down from the king tree. They were all coming for Han Sen like a galactic stream. It was like the stars were spilling forth in his direction. *T. What is this? Seeing all these flying Kingis symbols, Han Sen's heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. All of the royal children and guards looked on with wide eyes. Everyone was petrified. Chapter 23:41 The Secret of Kingis. Brother, don't do this. I only wanted to collect 2 Kingis. No, actually. Just 1 would have been fine. Can we stick to doing just that? Han Sen felt his delicate nerves couldn't endure this torture anymore. This was testing the very functioning of his heart. Fortunately, he didn't have any sort of heart disease. If he had, he was certain that this would have given him a heart attack. A huge swathe of Kingis symbols were falling from the tree. It was hard to describe. They were like a shower of gold stars falling down. It was like there was a bunch of gold tadpoles rushing towards Senator Han Sen's right eye shone. The 4 pupils of the purple-eyed butterfly were spinning as they looked at the Kingis in the sky. This wasn't normal. Han Sen couldn't imagine that the king tree did this regularly. There were so many Kingis symbols, and if they all went into his body, he thought he might explode. It didn't matter how good an abalone tasted, you would still die if you ate too much. With so many Kingis symbols falling from the tree, it wouldn't be just his stomach rupturing. His whole body was sure to blow up. Under the gaze of the purple-eyed butterfly, Han Sen could see that each Kingese symbol was comprised of a mysterious substance chain. It was a form of energy. Each Kingese had one element of energy which made up their substance chain. There was nothing wrong with the Kingese symbols themselves. Suddenly, Han Sen froze. He noticed something abnormal that made his heart almost stop. Aside from the first word Ji, the other Kingese were falling down like bees. But even so, there were faster and slower ones. Judging from the way they were coming down, it was going to start with Ji. Then, Han Sen saw something unbelievable occur. Story, of, Jin. Han Sen read the Kingese that fell. The first 4 words, in their order, could be read as, the story of Jin. Is that just a coincidence? Han Sen didn't think a coincidence like this was possible. There were many things in that world that looked like coincidences, but this coincidence was actually a connection. But most people didn't have enough information to connect the seemingly random occurrences into a pattern. Han Sen wanted to keep watching, but it was too late. The G word that landed on his forehead was blending into him. A solid presence entered Han Sen's body. It was like the anger inside of Han Sen was all removed. It was as if he had been condensing for 1 million years and now looked really solid. Pat! 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 All those Kingese symbols went into Han Sen's body. And because there were too many in the rush, some were unable to get into him via his forehead. They had to shoot straight into his body. The Kingese symbols were like a meteor shower, and they shot straight into Han Sen. His presence kept changing because the Kingese kept entering. As Han Sen was buried beneath the blazing symbols, the rest of the world was silent. Everyone stared stiffly at Han Sen, who was residing beneath the king tree. They could see all those Kingese lights rushing to enter his body. Because it happened so fast, many people were caught mid-laugh. They couldn't remove their smiles, and they just stood frozen. They looked very weird. Miss Mirror was perfectly still. Her poise and elegance had been wholly extinguished. Her red lips were wide open. She looked so strange, and she could not speak. She had managed Spring Rain for many years. She had done so many things for King Bai that had to be performed covertly. That meant Spring Rain might have been an assassination squad or a pirate organization, depending on how it was viewed. Miss Mirror had seen many strange things over the years, but this gave her a big shock. It made her lose her composure. No one had seen the Kingese fall like this in all the time since the Extreme King had first discovered the King Tree. In the time since their society began, the Extreme King had 70 kings and countless talented children. The prince that had received the most Kingese in the past managed to obtain 100. No one else had ever received more than that. But comparing that prince to Bai, that man meant nothing. There were so many Kingese falling from the tree. It was like a river bursting its banks. It was difficult to count. There were tens of thousands. The king's garden looked dead. Everything was lit by the glow of the Kingese hitting Han Sen. Han Sen was shocked. When all those Kingese symbols hit his body, the story of Jeans ran like mad. Originally, the story of Jeans was like a sports car with an empty tank, but when the Kingese entered his body, the story of Jeans reacted like it had been injected with high-octane gas. The engine was firing on all cylinders, making some scary, mechanical noises. It surged forward at full speed. Even the ghost bone power inside Han Sen's body had been crushed and refined. It kept pushing the story of Jeans forward. The progress of the story of Jeans had previously been so slow, but now, it was welling up at mind-boggling speed. It kept breaking through, heading to the furthest point of a duke. If this is related to the story of Jeans, what the F***ck is happening? Han Sen was as shocked as he was happy. He was pleased that the story of Jeans was reaching Duke class, even if he was uncertain how it was progressing so quickly. It was all happening inside his body, and ordinary folk wouldn't be able to see that. But there were too many elites in the Extreme King. He couldn't be certain that no one else would witness the changes occurring in his body. Han Sen tried his best to stop the story of genes from being cast. He wanted to suppress the story of genes and keep it Marquise. Then, he could level up to Duke when there was no one else around. But it was pointless to even try. As the Kingese kept running into him, the story of genes couldn't be stopped. They kept diving into him like sports cars losing control on the highway. F***CKU. If you can't stop, then push it. Han Sen decided. He gritted his teeth and cast the story of genes. It was sending him to the far reaches of Duke class. The Kingese were so strong. If Han Sen didn't spend the power that the Kingese were giving him to level up the story of genes, the power would blow up his body. There was no turning back now. The Kingese had to push the story of genes as far as it could go. And it did indeed become Duke class. Spell's power suddenly had an element. Han Sen thought this would invoke changes in his body and draw attention. But Han Sen realized that he need not have worried. Because the Kingese were still inside his body, continuing to change him like a mountain, a sea, a fire, a dragon, an overbearing thing, and like hell itself. Everything in that world appeared upon Han Sen at once. When those changes became so complicated, the element that turned him into a duke underwent a change, too. It wasn't obvious, though. It was hard to see. Chapter 2342 Kingese blowing up the body. During the process of becoming a duke, Han Sen's ghost bone power was wholly refined. Not a single drop of it remained. And that was just to bring him up to duke level. The story of genes had to be fed a scary amount of power for ascension. The Kingese symbols continued to fall, and it kept pushing the story of genes to run full throttle. Quickly, the story of genes was opening its very first gene lock. But somehow, even though the story of genes was powerful, it was missing that last little push to open the gene lock. The story of genes continued to grow stronger and stronger. Han Sen looked ill. His body was doing pretty poorly right now. The Kingese forced the story of genes to flood his interior with power, but all that surging strength had nowhere to go. The gene lock was still tightly shut, sealing in the power. It was like a river was dammed, and the water couldn't go anywhere. Sooner or later, the dam was bound to buckle and collapse, resulting in the water bursting everywhere. Han Sen's body was this dam. If the water broke through, then Han Sen's body would be destroyed. How could he be happy about that? Oh no. The gene lock. Surely the gene lock doesn't have to be opened by Duke genes, right? Under the force of the story of genes, Han Sen was unable to break the gene lock. And he had also just realized why. His body was different from the average person or creature of the Geno universe. 100 Duke genes could open one Geno lock, but now, with so much power going into him, he didn't have what it took to break the same lock. That had to be why. Although he couldn't confirm his guess, the power of the Kingese was becoming stronger. Even his original Water King body couldn't hold it. The body was like water, thrashing around like mad. It was like there was some power disturbing it, with no rhyme or reason. It created a small swirl. Luckily, this was the original Water King body's body he had. His body could heal quickly. If he was a normal king, the power being sent his way would have already ripped him apart at the seams. Even though the original Water King body had great regenerative properties, it had absorbed too much Kingese. He himself was now shining gold. The water appeared bloated, and the water body was a few times bigger than it had been before. It became a giant, gold orb of water. The more Kingese that fell, the bigger the orb of water became. It was going to pop any second. There weren't many Kingese left to fall, and Han Sen gritted his teeth, trying to withstand it. His body felt absolutely terrible. He was going to blow up. A countless number of Kingese symbols were inside his body. Fortunately, he hadn't blown up yet. When the last Kingese landed on Han Sen, he sighed. But the next second, Han Sen's face looked utterly terrible. All the Kingese symbols inside him were rioting through his body. The scary power broke Han Sen's body, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Bai Ling Xuan looked at Han Sen with a complicated stare. And suddenly, the orb of water Han Sen had become, exploded. He burst into a hanging mist. He was shining like a gold diamond. Each drop had gold Kingese spinning inside it. It was a stunning sight. After a while, the light of the Kingese dimmed. The mist flowed back together to reform the shape of that waterman. Then Han Sen's face became visible. Han Sen was so happy. Luckily, the original Water King body had allowed him to gather himself up again. No matter how strong another king body was, being blown up like that would have rendered them very dead. The water body became flesh, revealing Han Sen with a pale face. The original Water King body could recompose the general structure of a body, but he was still damaged and in quite a bit of pain. Brother 17, it looks like I win, Han Sen said, turning to Bai Qingxia. Read latest chapters at Ellis novel. Bai Qingxia looked back and coldly said, I understand now how a genius like you could claim the Alpha statue. You really are quite special. I have indeed lost. Han Sen took 2 steps away, with the intent of getting out of that place. But even in those short steps, he almost fell over. He felt so weak that he could barely stand. Han Sen waved to his blood Kirin, and the blood Kirin moved quickly over to his side. Han Sen pulled himself onto the creature's back so it could take him out of King's garden. Prince 16 Bai Yi had triggered the Kingese to fall like stars. The news of this event was sent to every far corner of King's kingdom in a short amount of time. Bai Yi once had a really bad reputation, but now he was sounding much better. Han Sen made an excuse to go back and hide on Planet Water Zone, claiming he had been terribly injured by the Kingese. He wanted to be left alone, but even so, many people came to visit him. One of his visitors was a deified water elite sent by King Bai himself. She claimed she had come there to heal Han Sen, but it was actually because King Bai was suspicious of Han's senator. He wanted the elite to examine Han Sen's body, top to bottom. After all, Bai Yi wasn't very talented. And he had suddenly claimed the Alpha statue and triggered the unbelievable events beneath the King tree. King Bai had grown very suspicious of him, and that was why he asked the water deified to go and heal Han's senator. He wanted Han Sen's body to be examined to confirm that it was really Prince 16 Bai Yi. Captain Water Moon, how is Yi doing? King Bai asked tonelessly. Captain Water Moon answered, Prince 16 isn't doing well. His body is full of that Kingese power. It is everywhere. He cannot use his original Water King body or any of his other powers like usual. I couldn't find a way to fix it either. Can't his original Water King body separate and process the Kingese power? King Bai frowned. Captain Water Moon explained gravely, if this was a normal body, Prince 16 would have died when his body first exploded. His original Water King body is the only reason he survived. But that is also the reason the Kingese power has invaded his original water substance. It will be impossible to separate the two. It cannot be done by an external force. To clear the Kingese inside the water, you would have to break the water. That would also mean killing Prince 16. Is there no other way? King Bai asked, while looking at Captain Water Moon. I am useless in this matter. Captain Water Moon shook her head. Not long after Captain Water Moon left, Miss Mirror came into King Bai's study. Little sister, check out 16 and give me an answer quickly, King Bai said to Miss Mirror as soon as she entered. Miss Mirror looked at King Bai and asked, you think there is a problem with Bai Yi? As a father, I hope he really is this good, but, Before King Bai finished, he waved his hand. Go. Get me an answer quickly, and forbid Bai Yi from leaving King's kingdom in the meantime. Yes. Miss Mirror bowed and departed the study. Han Sen, Miss Mirror murmured after she left the study. A very creepy smile crossed her face. Chapter 23:43 Identity Crisis. Han Sen's balls ached. People kept talking about him and the Kingese he had absorbed as if he was some godly being that had paid them a visit. It was as if he was the crown prince or something. Even people with little interest in politics were caught up in the popular topic of conversation, fascinated by the idea that the previously unknown prince had suddenly become so famous. Even King Bai was suddenly paying him a lot of attention. There was every chance he'd become a higher figure in the hierarchy, or even the new crown prince. But Han Sen knew that many people were still suspicious regarding his identity. Many royals came to visit him. They were all trying to test Han Sen, especially the horrible friends that Bai Yi used to have. They wanted to skin him and get a look at Bai Yi's bones. Han Sen used the excuse of needing to heal to block the intrusions of such people. Of course, Han Sen's body was in some trouble, too. Those Kingese symbols had blended into his cells, and it made his body far stronger than his actual presence. He was like a steel board, and it was a struggle for him to circulate his energy. But that wasn't too big of a problem for Han Senator. The story of genes could be cast normally. As long as the story of genes could level up, he could absorb the Kingese power so it wouldn't interfere with any of his other powers that were running. Now, Han Sen was only missing Duke genes. 100 Duke genes were necessary for the opening of a gene lock. Opening 2 or 3 gene locks should allow him to absorb all the Kingese. When Captain Water Moon came, she healed his injuries from the explosion. Aside from being unable to use powers, Han Sen was back to normal. His body was stuffed to the brim with Kingese. If someone wanted to hurt him, they would have to earn the approval of the Kingese. At this point, Han Sen felt as if he wouldn't even have to use his energy to fight. He could use the Kingese in his body to fight against foes that were currently stronger than he was. The bad thing was that the Kingese couldn't be activated on their own. Han Sen needed to touch someone to activate the Kingese inside his body. It looks like I need to hunt down some xenogeneics, Han Sen thought to himself. He took the blood Kirin with him and dove into the deep sea. There was nothing special about the xenogeneics inhabiting planet Water Zone, but there were some Duke xenogeneics lurking about. They were the ones that Bai Yi had looked over most frequently. And in regards to the king-class creatures that lived on the planet, they had mostly been killed by Bai Yi already. Very good. You have the protection of Kingese. Was this a calculated move on your part, to push you into becoming a king? Should Big Sister start calling you a king already? Han Sen had just ventured into the deep sea when a woman appeared beside him. Before he had found any xenogeneics, Fox Queen had come to see him. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being found out? Han Sen looked around. Luckily, there weren't many people occupying planet Water Zone. Bai Yi hadn't bothered to hire guards for patrols, and Lan Haixin's people weren't going to be around. What are you afraid of? My good little brother is going to become a king. You understand that your big sister would want to come and share in your victory, of course, Fox Queen said quietly. She came close to Han Sen and leaned on his chest. Her fingers twirled and played with Han Sen's hair. Stop teasing me, big sister. I will be doomed very soon. Han Sen bore a wry smile. Fox Queen reached out her hand to touch Han Sen on the forehead. She gently said to him, You know you are in trouble, huh? So, why are you trying to keep such a high profile? You keep on causing such big incidents and causing so much trouble for yourself. Not even the fox, when undercover, would dare be as loud as you. It is like you are afraid people do not recognize you. I didn't know things would come to this, Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. Fox Queen rolled her eyes and said, I cannot help you with this. The others might accept what you've done, but King Bai must surely be suspicious about your identity. If I have guessed it correctly, he will likely be asking Miss Mirror to investigate you. This woman is very cruel, and she has destroyed many races. I don't know how many deified elites she has brought down. If she notices anything wrong about you, you can consider yourself a very dead boy. Please tell me what to do, sister, Han Sen said quickly. If Fox Queen had come all the way here, it wouldn't have been for the sole purpose of teasing him. Fox Queen squeezed Han Sen's cheek and smiled. Due to the fact you are my good little brother, I have an idea. It entirely depends on whether or not you are brave enough to go through with it. What is it? Han Sen didn't move. Fox Queen sighed and said, since you know about Cher, I'm not going to hide anything. I want to reclaim a treasure from the Extreme King. But now, we have run into some turbulent trouble. It is because of this that we require your help. If you help me get the item, we will escape the Extreme King together. And then, you and I can be together and disappear from this world. Doesn't that sound very romantic? Read latest chapters at Ellis Novel. What is the item that you want to get, and where can I get it from? Han Sen didn't dare make a promise, and he pretended not to hear her last remark. If even a woman as powerful as Fox Queen had failed to retrieve what she wanted, that wasn't a good sign. Whatever the item was, it had to be difficult to retrieve. Fox Queen didn't hesitate to say, it is inside Destiny's Tower. Even a royal of the Extreme King cannot enter. A royal child has to do something incredible to gain permission to access that place. I talked to Bai Tsunlong, but I was unable to enter Destiny's Tower with him. If Bai Tsunlong cannot get in, it is useless for you to come to me about it. Upon hearing that her target was Destiny's Tower, Han Sen knew he wouldn't be working with her. Stealing an item from that place was suicide. Ever since Han Sen had seen the Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King, he had been very interested in it. He researched the structure quite thoroughly, and before he had even assumed the identity of Bai Yi, he learned something interesting about the place. Han Sen soon came to learn how scary and mysterious Destiny's Tower really was. Han Sen was very curious about the tower, but he hadn't done anything about it yet. He wasn't going to let Fox Queen get him killed. Plus, he didn't trust Fox Queen. She said they would escape together, but Han Sen didn't believe her. Fox Queen lifted a finger and set it down on Han Sen's lips. Her eyes looked very seductive, and she said, Bai Yi might not have been able to gain access, but you are different. You claim the Extreme King Alpha's statue. And you are the Bai Yi that earned so many King Gi's symbols. It shouldn't be hard for you to gain access to Destiny's Tower. How do I get in? Han Sen's heart jumped. He wasn't going to help her, but he wanted to get inside, anyway. Hearing Fox Queen's idea about how to get in would be nice, so perhaps she would prove a little useful. Promise to work with me, and then you will know. Fox Queen's slender finger touched Han Sen's cheek. She smiled. You can think about it, but you don't have much time. I hope that the next time you visit me, you will give me a pleasing answer. After that, Fox Queen fell back and disappeared into the water. Chapter 2344 The Crime of Killing. Sure, I'd go with you to steal things from Destiny's Tower. If I was insane, Han Sen mumbled to himself. He had no intention of cooperating with Fox Queen. For now, his identity hadn't yet been exposed. He could still deny any allegations that came up, but stealing something from Destiny's Tower was akin to asking for death. My prince! My prince! Han Sen was planning on hunting down some Duke Xenogeniacs when he heard Lily's voice. I just wanted to kill some monsters to collect Xenogeniac's genes. Can't you just leave me alone for a bit? Han Sen felt depressed. That siren servant Lily was coming after him, repeatedly calling out for her prince. Lily was a siren, too, but she had been raised by Bai Yi's mother. She wasn't with Lan Haixin. As a result, she was the only servant that Bai Yi had. Perhaps Lily still remembered that Bai Yi's mother had been good to her, and that was why she decided to stick with Bai Yi. She was really loyal to him, and her only goal was to serve him well. It was rare to witness such loyalty. "My prince, it is good that you are here. The sentence court's people are here." They said the blood Kirin went against the rules of King's Garden. Lily swam to him, gasping as she spoke. Han Sen frowned and said, "Where are they?" The blood Kirin had killed Prince Swordstar's guard in King's Garden. Han Sen knew that incident would come back to bite him. He just didn't expect the turnaround to have happened so quickly. "They are in Ocean Hall. The princess is greeting them right now. She wants you to return so that you can provide them with an explanation," Lily said. "Okay. I will go and talk to them, then." Han Sen had to give up on his plans for hunting right now. He followed Lily back to Underwater Town. Lan Haixin was sitting in the palace, her face expressionless. She didn't look good. Han Sen had been hiding in the garden, and she had dealt with all the nobles that came visiting. If she didn't need Han Sen to open the siren relic, she wouldn't have cared about him at all. Now, though, the people from the sentence court were visiting. This wasn't something she could handle alone, and so she had to let Han Sen deal with these matters by himself. Lan Haixin didn't know how Bai Yi had earned the King's protection, but she knew how easily he could cause trouble. "It was so hard for me to get a half-deified guard, and it has caused so much trouble. The killing in King's Garden has brought the sentence court knocking on our door. There is no way he will be allowed to keep the blood Kirin," Haixin thought to herself. "Who is looking for me?" Han Sen brought the blood Kirin in with him from the outside. "I am Chu Nan from the sentence court, my prince." The half-deified elite in the lobby slowly bowed to Han Sr. "Ah, it is Courtman Chu. Why have you come looking for me?" Han Sen knew, but he asked anyway. Chu Nan signaled to a man next to him. The servant presented Han Sen with a document. Chu Nan himself said, "I am so sorry, my prince. Your blood Kirin murdered Prince Swordstar's guard in King's Garden. Prince Swordstar told us in the sentence court. We are here to arrest him, so please forgive us." After that, the two servants came forward to arrest the blood Kirin. But Han Sen stopped them. Chu Nan quietly said, "My prince, this is an order that comes directly from the sentence court. Please do not make this any more complicated than it needs to be. If we cannot bring him back today, then it will force the captain to visit. Then, things will be far worse." Han Sen laughed and said, "I'm not making anything complicated. The blood Kirin is my guard, and I'm the one that commanded it to kill in King's Garden. So, I am the leader that caused this. The crime is mine. I will go with you. There are rules, and I need to be judged. I am a prince, so I should follow the law." After that, Han Sen reached out his hands. He told Chu Nan he could lock him up so they could leave. Chu Nan and the others were shocked. People had been killed in King's Garden before, and the princes were usually responsible, but they always pinned the murders on their guards. But now, this was in reverse. The prince was taking the crime for the guard. They looked flabbergasted. "In that case, my prince, we are so sorry. We do not need to cuff you. Please, just come with us." Chu Nan didn't formally arrest Han Sen, but he didn't plan to let him go either. The sentence court was allowed to lock up figures of royalty. If Han Sen wanted to take responsibility for the crime, then Chu Nan wouldn't stop him. There were connections between Prince Swordstar and the sentence court. What happened with the blood Kirin required an explanation. It would have been great if Bai Yi really had committed the crime, as he would have felt much better. Lan Haixin watched Han Sen and the blood Kirin get taken away. She looked sick, and she said, "Is that guy crazy? He is going to jail on behalf of some silly mount. He has lost all his pride as a prince." Han Sen followed Chu Nan to the sentence court. He was locked in the prison there, and he had to wait for the trial before being sent to the proper penitentiary. Bai Yi is going to take the crime that he murdered in King's Garden. Is he crazy? Prince Swordstar, when he heard this news, was shocked. But then, a wide smile crossed his face. He said, "That is good. If he wants to die, then we just let him. Murdering in the King's Garden will have him stuck in prison for 100 years, even if he is a prince." The sentence court captain, who was trimming a fern, heard what the prince said and laughed. If it was an ordinary noble, they would be served a death sentence. But he is a prince, and it was a guard that was killed. He will probably be in jail for a dozen years. It is hard to tell exactly how long, though. 10 years is still good. Prince Swordstar rolled his eyes and went on to say, "Right, just don't let that Blood Kirin go, either. Does he think he can save everyone? Who does he think he is? Of course. The laws of the Extreme King are fair. We will not wrong a good man. We will not let go of a bad man," the sentence court captain said coldly. Chu Nan brought Han Sen and the Blood Kirin to jail. He opened the door and said, "My prince, I am sorry that you have to live here." Han Sen didn't walk inside. He looked at Chu Nan and said, "Mr. Chu, can I ask a favor of you?" Chu Nan looked conflicted. "It is nothing big. Can I have him in the same prison cell as me?" Han Sen stroked the Blood Kirin's head as he spoke. "That is okay." Chu Nan looked at Han Sen strangely. Hesitantly, he said, "My prince, are you really planning on accepting responsibility for this crime?" "I would like to, but I'm afraid others will not allow me to," Han Sen said simply. Chu Nan was confused. He understood Bai Yi's situation. Although he had done 2 things that shocked the entirety of the Extreme King, that couldn't pardon him from the crime. Since the guard had been killed, Han Sen would end up going to prison if Prince Swordstar did not relent. Even if it was the crown prince that stood accused, he would get a guard to admit the crime. If he confessed to the crime like Han Sen, he would end up going to jail, as well. Chapter 23:45 Mirror Spirit Eye Chu Nan locked the door to Han Sen and the Blood Kirin's jail cell, and he was just about to leave when someone else walked up. It was Prince Swordstar. "My prince." Chu Nan and his servant bowed courteously. "Good work, Mr. Chu," Prince Swordstar said. He walked in front of the prison's erected bysema. He looked at Han Sen through the bysema and grinned. "Brother 16, how are you feeling? This place is quite comfy. I get free food, free rent, and I like the mellow vibes. I'm not sure I ever want to leave," Han Sen replied, while lying on the bed. Prince Swordstar laughed menacingly. "Bai Yi, you really think that no one will touch you because you're a prince? Do you really think you can wash away the crime upon the Blood Kirin? What if I do?" Han Sen continued to lie casually on his back. The bed was a little hard, but for someone who was used to roughing it, it wasn't a big deal. Prince Swordstar wasn't a fan of Han Sen's attitude. He mocked him by saying, "Brother 16, you are so naive and cute. The sentence court is not someplace where you can do whatever you want. You are just a prince. During our long history, even a few crown princes have been locked up in prison. I know. There are laws, and this is how things should be." Han Sen maintained his position on the bed, acting as if he didn't care. Prince Swordstar was there to rile Han Sen up with a display of his victory, but seeing Han Sen behave like this, he no longer felt like a winner. He actually felt annoyed. Han Sen didn't want to stay in prison. Luckily, he had discovered through Fox Queen that Miss Mirror was in the middle of investigating him. He knew he wouldn't be in jail for long, because Miss Mirror would be unable to investigate him if he was actually given a 10-year sentence. Prince Swordstar didn't know that Miss Mirror was investigating Han Senator. As he looked at Han Sen, he noticed the blood Kirin. He frowned and asked Chu Nan, "Mr. Chu, my brother 16 is a noble. Can't he have a cell all to himself?" "It's fine. I am happy like this," Han Sen said carefully before Chu Nan returned. After all, he had personally asked Chu Nan to let the blood Kirin stay with him. He had to say something. Chu Nan said, "He is only in lockup for now. Keeping them both here will make things easier until the trial." Prince Swordstar lifted his lips in a snarl and quietly told Han Sen, "Are you naive enough to think that nothing will happen if you take the fall? I am telling you right now, you will really go to jail. And the blood Kirin will die. You cannot do anything about it. This is the consequence of challenging me. Wow, you are so powerful. I admire you." Han Sen was still lying on the bed, and he clapped his hands in the most uncaring way possible. Prince Swordstar was so angry. He shouted at the worker and said, "Get the blood Kirin out. Separate the two and treat them well." Chu Nan looked hesitant, but he still allowed the servant to proceed and open the gate. He hesitated because Prince Swordstar didn't have any authority in the sentence court, but the captain was Prince Swordstar's uncle. Things could go badly for him if he didn't listen to the prince. Since when did the sentence court become a prince's manor? The voice of a powerful woman bellowed from the outside. When Prince Swordstar and Chu Nan heard it, their faces paled. They turned around and saw Miss Mirror approaching them, clad in royal garb. Chu Nan was incredibly frustrated. The sentence court for the extreme king was supposed to be a hellhole. When ordinary nobles heard about it, they would do their best to avoid it. Today, it was more like a bar where anyone could come and go as they pleased. But Chu Nan wouldn't dare to provoke the woman before him. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Miss Mirror." Prince Swordstar quickly bowed as well. There were many people in the extreme king that they couldn't provoke, and Miss Mirror was in the top 3. Prince Swordstar would rather upset King Bai than this one. Prince Swordstar was King Bai's son. Even if King Bai was angry, he wouldn't do anything to him. It was difficult to tell how things would turn out with Miss Mirror, though. She was famous for having grand mood swings and being very cruel. Many powerful people with great ambitions in the extreme king had been destroyed under the thumb of Miss Mirror. "Mr. Chu, why is Prince 16 here?" Miss Mirror looked at the jail cell that held Han Sr., anti-princess, in the king's garden. Brother 16 allowed his guard. Prince Swordstar came up to her to explain. "Swordstar, what is your position in the sentence court?" Miss Mirror turned hard eyes on Prince Swordstar. Prince Swordstar was struck with a chill, and he suddenly found himself unable to speak. "Miss Mirror, there is an investigation that requires Prince 16's cooperation." Chu Nan had heard Miss Mirror's tone, and he knew right away that this was bad. He refrained from telling her the truth. "There is something I need from Bai Yi, too. I will be taking him back with me for now," Miss Mirror said. Someone had already walked in and brought Han Sen and the blood Kirin out of their cell. Miss Mirror, Chu Nan felt as if he had 2 paths to choose from. He could either let it go or not let it go. "Anti-princess, killing in the king's garden is an important crime," Prince Swordstar said in a rush. He ran in front of Miss Mirror in his plight. As this occurred, Chu Nan's phone rang. He looked at the number and accepted the call. He turned off his phone and spoke to Miss Mirror. "Miss Mirror has already discussed this with the captain. Why did you not tell me this? What are you guys doing here? Move. Do not stop Miss Mirror from attending to her business." Miss Mirror didn't even look at Prince Swordstar. She walked right past him. "Little brother, I don't have time to watch you play. If you want to put on a show in the future, please call me first. I will make sure I allocate the time." Hansen walked in front of Prince Swordstar, speaking to him while he fixed his sleeves. Then, he brought the blood Kirin with him as he walked away. That hole. Prince Swordstar was so mad, it looked like he was going to breathe fire. His face was in a wretched contortion. What? You aren't going to thank me for saving you? Miss Mirror said to Hansen as they entered the car she had brought. Auntie Princess, I think you have work reasons for freeing me. I will still have to go back later. I don't know if I should be thanking you yet, Hansen answered, looking directly at Miss Mirror as he spoke. Miss Mirror's face was impassive, and her gaze was frosty as she looked at Hansen, how dare you? You killed a prince, and you dare to disguise yourself as him. You really don't understand the danger you are in. When Hansen heard what she said, his heart jumped. He acted cool and said, Auntie Princess, what do you mean? I do not understand. Miss Mirror didn't move. She pointed at the ring on Hansen's finger. Hansen, where did you get this ring from? This is Hansen's item. I got it when I took his body, Hansen said. Miss Mirror laughed darkly. Are you aware that this ring is called Mirror Spirit Eye? It can reflect a person's soul. If you are Bai Yi, take a look at yourself in the Mirror Spirit Eye. It will see whether your soul is Hansen's or Bai Yi's. Chapter 2346 Identity exposed. Hansen didn't believe what Miss Mirror told him. He had inspected that ring many times, and he had never seen any semblance of a soul inside it. When Hansen heard what she said, he raised his hand. He tilted the ring's green, eye-shaped gem toward his own face. He examined the gem's reflective surface carefully, and said, I do see my own reflection, but any gem would show me that. Miss Mirror laughed. She lifted her left hand. Miss Mirror's hand was white, and her fingers were long and thin. There was a ring on her ring finger. Seeing that ring, Hansen's heart leaped. That ring looked exactly the same as his, aside from the fact that it was a little bit smaller. Miss Mirror lightly touched the green gem with her finger, and the eye-like stone started to glow. The ring on Hansen's finger trembled slightly. They both lit up in the same way. At that moment, Hansen felt the gem on the ring come alive. It was like a real eye looking at him. In that eye, he could see his own reflection. But the gem wasn't reflecting Hansen as he was now, instead, it showed Hansen as a naked baby. Hansen felt a pang of panic roll through him. He hadn't expected the ring to reveal anything incriminating, and it was too late for him to take it off. Auntie Princess, what is that Geno art you used? It is quite interesting. But stop joking around with me, Hansen said. He kept his composure strong and unwavering. Miss Mirror lowered her left hand, and the light of the rings went dim. She looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't. You have a silver tongue, but it won't do you any good. If I hand you over to the king, how long do you think it will take for you to die? It might take tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid death wouldn't be granted to you for a long, long time. Hansen had a wry smile on his face. He had planned to talk Miss Mirror into believing that he was truly Bai Yi, so he could buy himself some time to formulate a plan for escaping the extreme king. But this was the first time they had met, and already, his identity had been exposed. All his plans of escape had now been reduced to nothing more than a ridiculous joke. If you have something you want to say, then get on with it and spit it out. Hansen sighed. There is nothing to tell you. You will be sentenced to death. I will take you to the palace and let the king decide, Miss Mirror said flatly. If that was what you really intended, then there was no point in confronting me here, Hansen said, as he looked at Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror didn't respond. She just looked at Hansen with interest as the car traveled onward. Hansen quickly realized that the car wasn't headed for the palace. They went to the biggest starport that could be found in King's Kingdom. Where are we going? Hansen asked, following Miss Mirror out of the car and onto a battleship. The battleship soon took off, heading out of King's Kingdom. He was shocked. Instead of answering his question, Miss Mirror sent for someone to take him to another room. Hansen didn't know what Miss Mirror intended to do. She was Bai Wei's aunt and a trusted advisor of King Bai. If she noticed Hansen was a fake, she should have grabbed him by the collar and marched him before King Bai. Instead, they were leaving King's Kingdom. She hadn't decided to incarcerate him either. She just had him and the Blood Kirin taken to an ordinary room. The Blood Kirin wasn't locked up either. What does this Miss Mirror want? Hansen wondered, but try as he might, he couldn't guess what the woman was planning. Hansen touched the mirror spirit eye. He wanted to take it off, but ever since the ring had been activated by Miss Mirror, it was as if the piece of jewelry had melded into his hand. He was now unable to remove it. What the hell is this ring? Hansen wondered, frustrated by the fact that he couldn't activate the mirror spirit eye ring. I'll have to take whatever opportunities come my way. It looks as if I'm not talented enough to be a spy. I was exposed very easily, Hansen thought to himself. But if Miss Mirror hasn't brought me to King Bai, and I'm no longer in the confines of King's Kingdom, there is a chance that I can escape. The only bad thing is that Bauer is still in Lon Haixin's place. How am I supposed to get her out of there? The ship made a series of hyperspeed jumps that took them through multiple systems after they left King's Kingdom. Hansen had no idea where Miss Mirror was taking him. When the battleship finally came to a stop, Hansen realized he was now in a system he had never seen before. The planet was very cold, and it was still in a very primitive stage of development. There were no creatures of high intelligence about, and there were no xenogeneics. There were only low-level creatures around. But for such a primitive planet, it was surrounded by a surprising number of battleships and airships from a variety of different races. Hansen followed Miss Mirror down onto the surface of the planet, and he saw many races that were familiar to him. There was the dragon, demon, Buddha, destroyed, and all sorts of others were represented. Hansen noticed something rather odd, though. Everyone who had been sent to the planet's surface, no matter which race they were from, possessed water powers. Even if they didn't come from a water-aligned species, they were at least proficient in water-based techniques. They were all king class, too. It was rare to find a duke in their ranks. What is this place? Hansen couldn't help but ask Miss Mirror. This is a nameless system of no notability, she replied. What are we doing here? Hansen asked with a frown. We are attending a funeral, Miss Mirror answered simply. A funeral? Whose funeral? Hansen was confused. Instead of handing Hansen over to King Bai, Miss Mirror had dragged him all this way to attend a funeral. This was weird. Time is almost up. Let's find a seat. Miss Mirror looked around and walked to a peak. If Miss Mirror didn't want to answer Hansen, then he had no choice but to follow along behind her. Hansen didn't plan on running. First, he might not have to flee, and even if he could, this was not the time. Bauer was still in the Extreme King, so there was no use in him running off all alone. Plus, a woman like Miss Mirror would probably have contingencies in place for any escapes Hansen might attempt. Hansen and Miss Mirror reached the top of the peak, and a guard brought her a chair and an umbrella. It was as if she was on vacation. Hansen didn't receive the same lovely treatment. He just stood next to the Blood Kirin, trying to see what Miss Mirror was inspecting. The only thing in front of them was a large sea. It was very quiet, and no creatures were visible within its depths. There was nothing special to see. Chapter 2347 Getting News, I can't even see a graveyard nearby. What important person died and is going to be buried here? Are they going to scatter the ashes into the ocean, maybe? Like a burial at sea? Hansen wondered. To be entirely honest, Han Sen didn't actually believe Miss Mirror's claim. But with so many elites having shown up, something big had to have been going down. The elites of the other races were all terrified of Miss Mirror. None dared to get close to her. Most of them milling around near the sea, though. They were all waiting for something to occur, just as Miss Mirror was. But after a few days went by, nothing actually happened. Han Sen saw no evidence of the funeral that Miss Mirror had claimed would take place. It had been 6 days by this point, and now, after all this time, Han Sen couldn't but ask a question. Miss Mirror, has the funeral not begun? Miss Mirror was being taken care of by her servants in the meantime, as if she was on vacation. She had nice food to enjoy, and people served her everything. They almost moved a bathtub there for her. She was living in what was practically splendor. Han Sen and the Blood Kirin, on the other hand, hadn't had a bite to eat over that entire length of time. Han Sen had reached the point where he could survive on the sustenance provided by absorbing universal energies, so while he would be fine, it was still pretty uncomfortable. Why are you in such a rush? He isn't dead yet, Miss Mirror responded carelessly. Han Sen's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, they're planning a funeral for someone who hasn't yet died? And so many people are already here. Aren't they the ones in a rush? If the dying guy knew about this, he'd probably be so angry that he'd have a heart attack and die immediately. Han Sen thought this was a very strange scenario, but Miss Mirror seemed unwilling to answer any other questions. So, there was nothing he could do about it. Miss Mirror, can I walk around? I am hungry, and I want some food to eat. Do not worry, I will not go far. Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror. You can go anywhere you wish. Just make sure you return before the funeral. Han Sen hadn't expected Miss Mirror to agree so simply. It was a quick response, as if she really had no desire to keep him imprisoned. Thank you, madam. Han Sen turned around and abandoned the peak. After a while, he turned back to take a look. Miss Mirror wasn't watching him, and she hadn't sent anyone to keep tabs on him. It seemed as if she really did not care. Does she know that I won't run off? Han Sen thought that Miss Mirror was a very strange woman. He wasn't going to dare trying to escape. He couldn't allow himself to run until he had retrieved Bauer, at the very least. After leaving the peak, Han Sen soon found that many elites from all sorts of races were present. Many of the races he saw were ones he had never seen before. After looking a little further, he found that a temporary market had been established. Han Sen felt relief well up in his heart, and he took off flying to the market immediately. There were many races occupying the various stalls. Lots of vendors had positioned themselves near the sea, many of them selling all sorts of xenogenic items. There were all kinds of levels, too. Some of the people around him looked like viscounts or barons, some looked like kings, and some were of a capacity Han Sen couldn't even identify. Those were very scary. Again, he noticed that all the creatures there had water element powers. This surely cannot be a coincidence. Is something going to happen here that is associated with water powers? I already have that original Water King body. Is that why Miss Mirror has brought me here? That didn't seem right, though. Captain Water Moon was a deified water elite. If this was an important opportunity for water users, Miss Mirror wouldn't have needed to bring a fraudulent prince there. Han Sen walked into the market. There were so many people and creatures there, so he figured it would be easy to collect some info. Everyone was talking to the vendors, after all. Han Sen walked around and watched the crowds before squatting down in front of a stall. He didn't choose the stall because of its wares, but because the stall's owner was low level. He could be bullied. Plus, it was one of the Kate. Therefore, in the consideration of other races, he was practically a nobody. His stall was in a corner and barely even noticeable. Read more chapters at Ellis novel. Of course, Han Sen wanted to bully him. It would be faster to get info out of him through doing that than by being pleasant. Big brother, what I sell are true water xenogenic treasures. What would you like? The Kate Baron smiled, introducing his unremarkable wares with genuine enthusiasm. Who is your big brother? Han Sen put on a dour expression. Oh. I am sorry, hot man, the Kate Baron said quickly. That's more like it. Han Sen nodded, but inside, he thought, no, I am here to play the bad guy. I should be called a boss. Pretending to be evil didn't suit Han Sen very well, so he gave up the act. He pulled out a Viscount dagger and held it before the Baron. He said, do you know what this is? Handsome, I'm sorry. We do small business here. We only sell, and we do not buy. What about over there? That guy is so rich, he is sure to give you a high price. The owner looked fairly glum. Who said I am trying to sell you something? Look at me. Do I look broke enough to sell my goods to someone like you? Han Sen tossed the dagger down in front of the owner and spoke with a rich tone of voice. Answer my questions and this can be yours. You are here for information. You could have just told me that sooner. The owner put the dagger into his pocket, patted his chest, and said, ask me anything, handsome. Nothing goes on here that I don't know about. Han Sen didn't think the man's information was going to be very reliable. For a baron, he was talking a big game. He didn't look worried about giving away something that he shouldn't. Fortunately, Han Sen wasn't hoping to learn any secrets. He just needed answers to some simple questions. What are you doing here? Han Sen asked, looking around. Handsome, don't you see? I'm here trying to earn money. Alung laughed. Be serious, who cares if you earn money? I'm asking what everyone is doing here, on this planet. Han Sen stared at Alung, already regretting asking the man for information. He was useless. Alung looked as if he had woken from a dream, and he said, Ah, you are asking about that. Why are you asking this? Aren't you here for the same thing? Here to watch the ancient water god. Han Sen was surprised. There were stories of water gods in various races, but this one was special. And it was approved by the universe. Han Sen thought he had heard that this was a member of the ancient god race. Is the funeral Miss Mirror mentioned the ancient water god's funeral? No way. The legends of the ancient gods say that they are all born deified. And they live so long, with a lifespan of 1 billion years. It is rare to see one of the ancient gods dying, Han Sen thought to himself. Chapter 2348 Flu, is the ancient water god going to die soon? Han Sen asked with a frown. Alung's eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Sen, and he said, how could you say something like that? Aren't you worried that the ancient water god will hear you and kill you? Han Sen was shocked and said, I thought that is what you were suggesting. Alung rushed to blurt out, at what point did I mention that the ancient water god was dying? I said we were here to watch the ancient water god level up and become a god spirit. Level up to become a god spirit. Does such a level even exist? Han Sen asked, his brows furrowing. It does, according to the legend. It is something that all who are deified aspire to. It has nothing to do with us vendors, though. We are merely here to just watch and rake in some cash. Alung stopped and then glanced around. He quietly said, but most creatures here seem to believe the ancient water god will fail. So, they are here to try their luck. They want the ancient god origin. Ancient god origin. What is that? Han Sen asked, blinking. Alung looked at Han Sen with shock and said, handsome, if you don't know what an ancient god origin is, why are you even here? That is business that doesn't concern you. Hurry up and tell me what the ancient god origin is, Han Sen said coldly. Alung shrugged and said, ancient gods exist differently than ordinary people and creatures. If one is born, then one must die. If one dies, then another will be born. Only when the older ancient gods die can there be a new one. In this universe, there is a fixed number of ancient gods. There cannot be any more or any less than a predetermined amount. If ancient water god fails to become a god spirit, he will leave behind an ancient god origin. That ancient god origin will turn into a new ancient water god, and it will be born deified. Alung paused and said, the ancient god origin is just like the egg of another race. You need the same elemental powers to hatch it. If you get approved by the ancient god origin, it will follow you. To a water element creature, that is sure to be a grand servant. Something that great actually exists. If I ate the ancient god origin, would I become deified? Han Sen stroked his face as he spoke. Eat it? Alung's eyebrows looked like they were going to disappear into his hair. He peered at Han Sen as if he had just seen a ghost. A while later, he said, ancient gods are born deified. They have scary amounts of power. Even if a deified was there, they could do nothing to an ancient god origin. Plus, the ancient god have many deified elites already. They will be protecting it. They would not allow any other deifieds to get close to it. You are right. But if a deified cannot eat it, that doesn't mean that I couldn't. This is a good opportunity for me. If I can nab the ancient god origin, I can nourish myself a great deal. After saying that, Han Sen turned to leave, ignoring Alung. Now Han Sen understood why Miss Mirror had brought him to watch the ancient water god become a god spirit. She probably wanted to see if Han Sen could get the ancient god origin. But Han Sen still didn't know why Miss Mirror would want it. As Han Sen walked, he suddenly had a cold chill. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, and he spoke to himself, who is missing? Han Sen continued walking away, but he did not see Alung gritting his teeth as he watched Han Sen walk away. The man's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets in his anger. How dare he want to eat my ancient god origin? Let's see how you eat it while you're dealing with this, Alung snarled. His body spun around, and he and the items in his stall turned into water. He went into the sand, and then, he disappeared without a trace. Hachoo! 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 Han Sen kept on sneezing as if he had suddenly suffered the flu. He felt himself growing fevered, and snot oozed continually from his nose. Han Sen didn't feel good. He had the body of a duke, and he had a king-class original Water King body. How could he possibly get sick? Han Sen used some of his power to look himself over. He didn't detect anything unusual, but his body felt cold and a little dizzy. He sneezed and blew out snot. It looked as if he had come down with the flu. Read more chapters at Ellis novel. When Han Sen went back to Miss Mirror's peak, his body was so cold, and his head was spinning rapidly. What's going on with you? Miss Mirror frowned and looked at Han Sr. I don't know. It's like I have the flu. Han Sen's body was so cold. His head was burning, and it had been years since he had felt this way. Miss Mirror's face changed. She leaped over to Han Sen and placed a hand on his forehead. Han Sen felt power rush out of Miss Mirror's hand and sweep into his body. That power was icy cold, and when it went into Han Sen's body, it quickly swirled around. It made Han Sen feel a bit better, but that sick feeling was still present. Where were you, and who did you encounter? Miss Mirror's face looked cold as she asked the question. I was over there, down in the markets. I just walked around and spoke to a stall owner. Han Sen pointed to the market below them. Miss Mirror wrapped an arm around Han Senator. She moved her body, and they suddenly teleported to the market. Miss Mirror looked around and asked Han Sen, which stall owner? Han Sen struggled to fight off the dizziness. He brought Miss Mirror through the market to reach that corner. He was just here. Han Sen's face grew increasingly worried. Alung and the store were gone. He knew that must have happened when he left. Han Sen was always careful. When he came up to the stall owner to ask his questions, he had already examined Alung. There was nothing strange about the man. Han Sen didn't know where he had caught the sickness. Fortunately, at that moment, aside from the flu-like symptoms, nothing bad was happening to his body. "Huh, you dare to hide from me? Let us see who you really are." Miss Mirror grunted. She raised her hand and pulled out an old mirror. The old mirror faced Han Sen's finger. The light in the mirror started to swirl into an image, and the image looked like an old video that was being rewound. The video in the mirror was rewound very fast. All the items and creatures that were once there were now revealed clearly. It rewound to a few days before, but there was just an empty landscape. There really was a stall, Han Sen said, when Miss Mirror turned to look at him. Han Sen's stomach sank. Miss Mirror frowned and said, "I would rather you were lying. If you aren't lying, then you really did attract the attention of a very scary guy. Even my space mirror is unable to reveal any trace of him having been here. He must have been a very scary deified elite."